Section 1 of the Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C. F. Andrews. The Hungry Stones. My kinsman and myself were returning to Calcutta from our Punjab trip when we met the man in a train. From his dress and bearing, we took him at first to be an up-country Mohammedan, but we were puzzled as we heard him talk. He discoursed upon all subjects so confidently that you might think the disposer of all things consulted him at all times in all he did. Hitherto we had been perfectly happy, as we did not know the secret and unheard-of forces were at work, that the Russians had advanced close to us, that the English had deep and secret policies, that confusion among the native chiefs had come to a head. But our newly acquired friend said with a sly smile, "There happen more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are reported in your newspapers." As we had never stirred out of our homes before, the demeanour of the man struck us dumb with wonder. Be the topic ever so trivial, he would quote science, or comment on the Vedas, or repeat quatrains from some Persian poet. And as we had no pretence to a knowledge of science or the Vedas or Persian, our admiration for him went on increasing, and my kinsman, a theosophist, was firmly convinced that our fellow passenger must have been supernaturally inspired by some strange magnetism or occult power, by an astral body or something of that kind. He listened to the tritest saying that fell from the lips of our extraordinary companion with devotional rapture, and secretly took down notes of his conversation. I fancy that the extraordinary man saw this, and was a little pleased with it. When the train reached the junction, we assembled in the waiting room for the connection. It was then 10 p.m., and as the train, we heard, was likely to be very late, owing to something wrong in the lines, I spread my bed on the table and was about to lie down for a comfortable doze, when the extraordinary person deliberately set about spinning the following yarn. Of course I could get no sleep that night. When, owing to a disagreement about some questions of administrative policy, I threw up my post at Junagadh, and entered the service of the Nizam of Hadria, they appointed me at once, as a strong young man, collector of cotton duties at Barrack. Barrack is a lovely place. The Susta chatters over stony ways and babbles on the pebbles, tripping like a skilful dancing girl, in through the woods below the lonely hills. A flight of 150 steps rises from the river, and above that flight, on the river's brim and at the foot of the hills, there stands a solitary marble palace. Around it there is no habitation of man, the village and cotton mart of Barrack being far off. About 250 years ago, the Emperor Mahmud Shah II had built this lonely palace for his pleasure and luxury. In his days, jets of rose water spurted from its fountains, and on the cold marble floors of its spray-cooled rooms young Persian damsels would sit, their hair dishevelled before bathing, and splashing their soft naked feet in the clear water of the reservoirs, would sing to the tune of the guitar, the ghazals of their vineyards. The fountains play no longer, the songs have ceased. No longer do the snow-white feet step gracefully on the snowy marble. It is but the vast and solitary quarters of cess collectors like us, men oppressed with solitude and deprived of the society of women. Now, Karim Khan, the old clerk of my office, warned me repeatedly not to take up my abode there. "Pass the day there, if you like," said he, "but never stay the night." I passed it off with a light laugh. The servants said that they would work till dark and go away at night. I gave my ready assent. The house had such a bad name that even thieves would not venture near it after dark. At first the solitude of the deserted palace weighed upon me like a nightmare. I would stay out, and work hard as long as possible, then return home at night jaded and tired, go to bed and fall asleep. Before a week had passed, the palace began to exert a weird fascination upon me. It is difficult to describe or to induce people to believe, but I felt as if the whole house was like a living organism, slowly and imperceptibly digesting me by the action of some stupefying gastric juice. Perhaps the process had begun as soon as I set my foot in the house, but I distinctly remember the day on which I first was conscious of it. It was the beginning of summer, and the market being dull, I had no work to do. A little before sunset I was sitting in an armchair near the water's edge below the steps. The Susta had shrunk and sunk low. A broad patch of sand on the other side glowed with the hues of evening. On this side the pebbles at the bottom of the clear shallow waters were glistening. There was not a breath of wind anywhere, and the still air was laden with an oppressive scent from the spicy shrubs growing on the hills close by. As the sun sank behind the hilltops, a long dark curtain fell upon the stage of day, and the intervening hills cut short the time in which the light and shade mingle at sunset. I thought of going out for a ride, and was about to get up when I heard a footfall on the steps behind. I looked back, but there was no one. As I sat down again, thinking to be an illusion, I heard many footfalls, as if a large number of persons were rushing down the steps. A strange thrill of delight, slightly tinged with fear, passed through my frame, and though there was not a figure before my eyes, methought I saw a bevy of joyous maidens coming down the steps to bathe in the Susta in that summer evening. Not a sound was in the valley, in the river, or in the palace, to break the silence, but I distinctly heard the maidens' grey and mirthful laugh, like the gurgle of a spring gushing forth in 100 cascades, as they ran past me, in quick, playful pursuit of each other, towards the river without noticing me at all. As they were invisible to me, so I was, as it were, invisible to them. The river was perfectly calm, but I felt that its still, shallow, and clear waters were stirred suddenly by the splash of many an arm jingling with bracelets, that the girls laughed and dashed and spattered water at one another, that the feet of the fair swimmers tossed the tiny waves up in showers of pearl. I felt a thrill at my heart. I cannot say whether the excitement was due to fear or delight or curiosity. I had a strong desire to see them more clearly, but naught was visible before me. I thought I could catch all that they said, if only I strained my ears. But however hard I strained them, I heard nothing but the chirping of the cicadas in the woods. It seemed as if a dark curtain of 250 years was hanging before me, and I would fain lift a corner of it tremblingly and peer through, though the assembly on the other side was completely enveloped in darkness. The oppressive closeness of the evening was broken by a sudden gust of wind, and the still surface of the Susta rippled and curled like the hair of a nymph, and from the woods, wrapped in the evening gloom, there came forth a simultaneous murmur, as though they were awakening from a black dream. Call it reality or dream, the momentary glimpse of that invisible mirage reflected from a far-off world, 250 years old, vanished in a flash. The mystic forms that brushed past me in their quick unbodied steps and loud voiceless laughter, and threw themselves into the river, did not go back wringing their dripping robes as they went. Like fragrance wafted away by the wind, they were dispersed by a single breath of the spring. Then I was filled with a lively fear that it was the muse that had taken advantage of my solitude and possessed me. The witch had evidently come to ruin a poor devil like myself making a living by collecting cotton duties. I decided to have a good dinner. It is the empty stomach that all sorts of incurable diseases find an easy prey. I sent for my cook and gave orders for a rich, sumptuous Mughlai dinner, redolent with spices and ghee. Next morning the whole affair appeared a queer fantasy. With a light heart I put on a sola hat like the sahibs, and drove out to my work. I was to have written my quarterly report that day, and expected to return late, but before it was dark I was strangely drawn to my house. By what I could not say. I felt they were all waiting, and that I should delay no longer. Leaving my report unfinished, I rose, put on my sola hat, and startling the dark, shady, desolate path with the rattle of my carriage, I reached the vast silent palace, standing on the gloomy skirts of the hills. On the first floor the stairs led to a very spacious hall, its roof stretching wide over ornamental arches resting on 3 rows of massive pillars, and groaning day and night under the weight of its own intense solitude. The day had just closed, and the lamps had not yet been lighted. As I pushed the door open, a great bustle seemed to follow within, as if a throng of people had broken up in confusion, and rushed out through the doors and windows and corridors and verandas and rooms to make its hurried escape. As I saw no one, I stood bewildered, my hair on end in a kind of ecstatic delight. A faint scent of attar and unguents, almost affected by age, lingered in my nostrils. Standing in the darkness of that vast desolate hall, between the rows of those ancient pillars, I could hear the gurgle of fountains splashing on the marble floor, a strange tune on the guitar, the jingle of ornaments and the tinkle of anklets, the clang of bells tolling the hours, the distant note of Nahabat, the din of the crystal pendants of chandeliers shaken by the breeze, the song of bulbuls from the cages in the corridors, the cackle of storks in the garden, all creating round me a strange unearthly music. Then I came under such a spell that this intangible, inaccessible, unearthly vision appeared to be the only reality in the world, and all else a mere dream. That I, that is to say, Srijut so-and-so, the eldest son of so-and-so, of blessed memory, should be drawing a monthly salary of 450 rupees by the discharge of my duties as a collector of cotton duties, and driving my dog-cart to my office every day in a short coat and solar hat, appeared to me to be such an astonishingly ludicrous illusion that I burst into a horse laugh, as I stood in the gloom of that vast silent hall. At that moment my servant entered with a lighted kerosene lamp in his hand. I do not know whether he thought me mad, but it came back to me at once that I was in very deed Srijut so-and-so, son of so-and-so, of blessed memory, and that, while our poets, great and small, alone could say whether inside or outside the earth there was a region where unseen fountains perpetually played, and fairy guitars, struck by invisible fingers, set forth an eternal harmony. This at any rate was certain, that I collected duties at the cotton market at Branch, and earned thereby 450 rupees per mensem as my salary. I laughed in great glee at my curious illusion, as I sat over the newspaper at my cant table, lighted by the kerosene lamp. After I had finished my paper, and eaten my Moghlai dinner, I put out the lamp, and lay down on my bed in a small side room. Through the open window a radiant star, high above the Avali hills, skirted by the darkness of their woods, was gazing intently from millions and millions of miles away in the sky at Mr. Collector lying on a humble camp bedstead. I wondered and felt amused at the idea, and do not know when I fell asleep or how long I slept. But suddenly I awoke with a start, though I heard no sound and saw no intruder. Only the steady bright star on the hilltop had set, and the dim light of the new moon was stealthily entering the room through the open window, as if ashamed of its intrusion. I saw nobody, but felt as if someone was gently pushing me. As I awoke she said not a word, but beckoned me with her 5 fingers bedecked with rings to follow her cautiously. I got up noiselessly, and though not a soul save myself was there in the countless apartments of that deserted palace, with its slumbering sounds and waiting echoes, I feared at every step lest any one should wake up. Most of the rooms of the palace were always kept closed, and I never entered them. I followed breathless and with silent steps my invisible guide, I cannot now say where. What endless dark and narrow passages, what long corridors, what silent and solemn audience, chambers and closed secret cells I crossed. Though I could not see my fair guide, her form was not visible to my mind's eye. An Arab girl, her arms hard and smooth as marble, visible through her loose sleeves, a thin veil falling on her face from the fringe of her cap, and a curved dagger at her waist. Methought that one of the 1,001 Arabian Nights had been wafted to me from the world of romance, and that at the dead of night I was wending my way through the dark narrow alleys of slumbering Baghdad to a trysting place fraught with peril. At last my fair guide stopped abruptly before a deep blue screen, and seemed to point to something below. There was nothing there, but a sudden dread froze the blood in my heart. Methought I saw there on the floor at the foot of the screen a terrible negro eunuch dressed in rich brocade, sitting and dozing with outstretched legs, with a naked sword on his lap. My fair guide lightly tripped over his legs and held up a fringe of the screen. I could catch a glimpse of a part of the room spread with Persian carpet. Someone was sitting inside on a bed. I could not see her, but only caught a glimpse of 2 exquisite feet in gold-embroidered slippers, hanging out from those loose saffron-coloured pyjamas and placed idly on the orange-coloured velvet carpet. On one side there was a bluish crystal tray on which a few apples, pears, oranges, and bunches of grapes in plenty, 2 small cups and a gold-tinted decanter were evidently waiting the guest. A fragrant, intoxicating vapour, issuing from a sort of incense that burned within, almost overpowered my senses. As with trembling heart I made an attempt to step across the outstretched legs of the eunuch. He woke up suddenly with a start, and the sword fell from his lap with a sharp clang on the marble floor. A terrific scream made me jump, and I saw I was sitting on that camp bedstead of mine, sweating heavily. And the crescent moon looked pale in the morning light, like a weary sleepless patient at dawn, and our crazy Meher Ali was crying out, as is his daily custom, stand back, while he went along the lonely road. Such was the abrupt close of one of my Arabian nights, but there were yet 1,000 nights left. Then followed a great discord between my days and nights. During the day I would go to my work worn and tired, cursing the bewitching light and her empty dreams, but as night came, my daily life with its bonds and shackles of work would appear a petty, false, ludicrous vanity. After nightfall I was caught and overwhelmed in the snare of a strange intoxication. I would then be transformed into some unknown personage of bygone age, playing my part in an unwritten history, and my short English coat and tight breeches did not suit me in the least. With a red velvet cap on my head, loose pyjamas, an embroidered vest, a long flowing silk gown, and coloured handkerchiefs scented with attar, I would complete my elaborate toilet, sit on a high cushioned chair, and replace my cigarette with a many-coiled narghileh filled with rose-water, as if in eager expectation of a strange meeting with the beloved one. I have no power to describe the marvellous incidents that unfolded themselves as the gloom of night deepened. I felt as if in the curious apartments of that vast edifice the fragments of a beautiful story, which I could follow for some distance, but of which I could never see the end, flew about in a sudden gust of the vernal breeze, and all the same I would wander from room to room in pursuit of them the whole night long. Amid the eddy of these dream fragments, amid the smell of henna and the twanging of the guitar, amid the waves of air charged with fragrant spray, I would catch a flash of lightning, the momentary glimpse of a fair damsel. It was she who had saffron-coloured pyjamas, white ruddy soft feet in gold embroidery slippered with curved toes, a close-fitting bodice wrought with gold, a red cap, from which a golden frill fell on her snowy brow and cheeks. She had maddened me. In pursuit of her I wandered from room to room, from path to path, among the bewildering maze of alleys in the enchanted dreamland of the nether world of sleep. Sometimes in the evening, while arraying myself carefully as a prince of the blood royal before a large mirror, with a candle burning on either side, I would see the sudden reflection of the Persian beauty by the side of my own. A swift turn of her neck, a quick, eager glance of intense passion and pain glowing in her large, dark eyes, just a suspicion of speech on her dainty red lips, her figure, fair and slim, crowned with youth like a blossoming creeper, quickly uplifted in her graceful tilting gait, a dazzling flash of pain and craving and ecstasy, a smile and a glance and a blaze of jewels and silk, and she melted away. A wild gust of wind, laden with all the fragrance of hills and woods, would only put out my light, and I would fling aside my dress and lie down on my bed, my eyes closed and my body thrilling with delight. And there around me in the breeze, amid all the perfume of the woods and hills, floated through the silent gloom many a caress and many a kiss and many a tender touch of hands, and gentle murmurs in my ears, and fragrant breaths on my brow. Or a sweetly perfumed kerchief was wafted again and again on my cheeks. Then slowly a mysterious serpent would twist her stupefying coils about me, and heaving a heavy sigh, I would lapse into insensibility, and then into a profound slumber. One evening I decided to go out on my horse. I do not know who implored me to stay, but I would listen to no entreaties that day. My English hat and coat were resting on a rack, and I was about to take them down when a sudden whirlwind, crested with the sands of the Susta, and the dead leaves of the Avali hills, caught them up, and whirled them round and round, while a loud peal of merry laughter rose higher and higher, striking all the chords of mirth till it died away in the land of sunset. I could not go out for my ride, and the next day I gave up my queer English coat and hat for good. That day, again, at dead of night, I heard the stifled heartbreaking sobs of someone, as if below the bed, below the floor, below the stony foundation of that gigantic palace. From the depths of a dark damp grave, a voice piteously cried and implored me, "O rescue me, break through these doors of hard illusion, death-like slumber and fruitless dreams. Place by your side on the saddle, press me to your heart, and riding through the hills and woods and across the river, take me to the warm radiance of your sunny rooms above. Who am I? How can I rescue thee? What drowning beauty, what incarnate passion shall I drag to the shore from this wild eddy of dreams? O lovely ethereal apparition, where didst thou flourish and when? By what cool spring, under the shade of what date groves, wast thou born in the lap of what homeless wanderer in the desert? What Bedouin snatched thee from thy mother's arms, an opening bud plucked from a wild creeper, placed thee on a horse swift as lightning, crossed the burning sands, and took thee to the slave market of what royal city? And there, what officer of the Badshah, seeing the glory of thy bashful blossoming youth, paid for thee in gold, placed thee in a golden palanquin, and offered thee as a present for the seraglio of his master? And oh, the history of that place! The music of the sareng, the jingle of anklets, the occasional flash of daggers, and the glowing wine of Shirat's poison, and the piercing, flashing glance! What infinite grandeur! What endless servitude! The slave girls to thy right and left waved the shamar as diamonds flashed from their bracelets. The Badshah, the king of kings, fell on his knees at thy snowy feet in bejewelled shoes. And outside trembled the Abyssinian eunuch, looking like a messenger of death, but clothed like an angel, stood with a naked sword in his hand. Then, oh, flower of the desert, swept away by the blood-stained, dazzling ocean of grandeur, with its foam of jealousy, its rocks and shoals of intrigue, on what shore of cruel death wast thou cast? Or in what other land more splendid and more cruel? Suddenly, at this moment, that crazy Meher Ali screamed out, "Stand back! Stand back! All is false! All is false!" I opened my eyes and saw that it was already light. My chaprazi came and handed me my letters, and the cook waited with a salam for my orders. I said, "No, I can stay here no longer." That very day I packed up and moved to my office. Old Karim Khan smiled a little when he saw me. I felt nettled, but said nothing, and fell to my work. As evening approached, I grew absent-minded. I felt as if I had an appointment to keep, and the work of examining the cotton account seemed wholly useless. Even the Nizamat of Nizam did not appear to be of much worth. Whatever belonged to the present, whatever was moving and acting and working for bread, seemed trivial, meaningless, contemptible. I threw my pen down, closed my ledgers, got into my dog-cart, and drove away. I noticed that it stopped of itself at the gate of the marble palace just at the hour of twilight. With quick steps I climbed the stairs and entered the room. A heavy silence was reigning within. The dark rooms were looking sullen, as if they'd taken offence. My heart was full of contrition, but there was no one to whom I could lay it bare, or of whom I could ask forgiveness. I wandered about the dark rooms with vacant mind. I wished I had a guitar to which I could sing to the unknown. O fire, the poor moth that made a vain effort to fly away has come back to thee. Forgive it but this once. Burn its wings and consume it in thy flame. Suddenly 2 teardrops fell from overhead on my brow. Dark masses of clouds overcast the top of the Avali hills that day. The gloomy woods and the sooty waters of the Susta were waiting in terrible suspense, and in ominous calm. Suddenly land, water, and sky shivered, and a wild tempest blast rushed howling through the distant pathless woods, showing its lightning teeth like a raving maniac who had broken his chains. The desolate halls of the palace banged their doors and moaned in the bitterness of anguish. The servants were all in the office, and there was no one to light the lamps. The night was cloudy and moonless. In the dense gloom within I could distinctly feel that a woman was lying on her face on the carpet below the bed, clasping and tearing her long dishevelled hair with desperate fingers. Blood was trickling down her fair brow, and she was now laughing a hard, harsh, mirthless laugh, now bursting into violent, ringing sobs, now rending her bodice and striking at her bare bosom, as the wind roared through the open window, and the rain poured in torrents and soaked her through and through. All night there was no cessation of the storm, or of the passionate cry. I wandered from room to room in the dark, with unavailing sorrow. Whom could I console, when no one was by? Whose was this intense agony of sorrow? Whence arose this inconsolable grief? And the madman cried out, "Stand back, stand back! All is false, all is false!" I saw that the day had dawned, and Meher Ali was going round and round the palace with his usual cry in that dreadful weather. Suddenly it came to me that perhaps he also had lived once in that house, and that, though he had gone mad, he came there every day, and went round and round, fascinated by the weird spell cast by the marble demon. Despite the storm and rain, I ran to him and asked, "Ho, Meher Ali, what is false?" The man answered nothing, but pushing me aside went round and round with his frantic cry, like a bird flying fascinated about the jaws of a snake, and made a desperate effort to warn himself by repeating, "Stand back, stand back! All is false, all is false!" I ran like a madman through the pelting rain to my office, and asked Karim Khan, "Tell me the meaning of all this." What I gathered from that old man was this: that at one time countless unrequited passions and unsatisfied longings and lurid flames of wild blazing pleasure raged within the palace, and that the curse of all the heartaches and blasted hopes had made its every stone thirsty and hungry, eager to swallow up like a famished ogress any living man who might chance to approach. Not one of those who lived there for 3 consecutive nights could escape these cruel jaws, save Meher Ali, who had escaped at the cost of his reason. I asked, "Is there no means whatever of my release?" The old man said, "There is only one means, and it is very difficult. I will tell you what it is, but first you must hear the history of a young Persian girl who once lived in that pleasure dome. A stranger or a more bitter heart-rending tragedy was never enacted on this earth." Just at that moment the coolies announced that the train was coming. So soon? We hurriedly picked up our luggage as the tram steamed in. An English gentleman, apparently just aroused from slumber, was looking out of a first-class carriage endeavouring to read the name of the station. As soon as he caught sight of our fellow passenger he cried, "Hallo!" and took him into his own compartment. As we got into a second-class carriage, we had no chance of finding out who the man was, nor what was the end of the story. I said, "The man evidently took us for fools, and imposed upon us out of fun. The story is pure fabrication from start to finish." The discussion that followed ended in a lifelong rupture between my theosophist kinsman and myself. End of section 1. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Section 2 of The Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C.F. Andrews. The Victory. She was the Princess Ajita, and the court poet of King Narayan had never seen her. On the day he recited a new poem to the king, he would raise his voice just to that pitch which could be heard by unseen hearers in the screened balcony high above the hall. He sent up his song toward the starland out of his reach, where, circled with light, the planet who ruled his destiny shone unknown and out of ken. He would espy some shadow moving behind the veil. A tinkling sound would come to his car from afar, and would set him dreaming of the ankles whose tiny golden bells sang at each step. Ah, the rosy, red, tender feet that walked the dust of the earth like God's mercy on the fallen. The poet had placed them on the altar of his heart, where he wove his songs to the tune of those golden bells. Doubt never arose in his mind as to whose shadow it was that moved behind the screen, and whose anklets they were that sang to the time of his beating heart. Manjari, the maid of the princess, passed by the poet's house on her way to the river, and she never missed a day to have a few words with him on the sly. When she found the road deserted, and the shadow of dusk on the land, she would boldly enter his room and sit at the corner of his carpet. There was a suspicion of an added care in the choice of the color of her veil, in the setting of the flower in her hair. People smiled and whispered at this, and they were not to blame, for Shekhar, the poet, never took the trouble to hide the fact that these meetings were a pure joy to him. The meaning of her name was the spray of flowers. One must confess that for an ordinary mortal it was sufficient in its sweetness, but Shekhar made his own addition to this name, and called her the spray of spring flowers, and ordinary mortals shook their heads and said, "Ah, me." In the spring, songs that the poet sang the praise of the spray of spring flowers was conspicuously reiterated, and the king winked and smiled at him when he heard it, and the poet smiled in answer. The king would put him the question, "Is it the business of the bee merely to hum in the court of the spring?" The poet would answer, "No, but also to sip the honey of the spray of spring flowers." And they all laughed in the king's hall, and it was rumored that the Princess Akita also laughed at her maid's accepting the poet's name for her, and Manjari felt glad in her heart. Thus truth and falsehood mingle in life, and to what God builds, man adds his own decoration. Only those were pure truths which were sung by the poet. The theme was Krishna, the lover god, and Radha, the beloved, the eternal man and the eternal woman, the sorrow that comes from the beginning of time, and the joy without end. The truth of these songs was tested in his inmost heart by everybody from the beggar to the king himself. The poet's songs were on the lips of all. At the merest glimmer of the moon, and the faintest whisper of the summer breeze, his songs would break forth in the land from windows and courtyards, from sailing boats, from shadows of the wayside trees, in numberless voices. Thus passed the days happily. The poet recited, the king listened, the hearers applauded. Manjari passed and repassed by the poet's room on her way to the river. The shadow flitted behind the screened balcony, and the tiny golden bells tinkled from afar. Just then set forth from his home in the south a poet on his path of conquest. He came to King Narayan in the kingdom of Amarapur. He stood before the throne, and uttered a verse in praise of the king. He had challenged all the court poets on his way, and his career of victory had been unbroken. The king received him with honor and said, "Poet, I offer you welcome." Pundarik, the poet, proudly replied, "Sire, I ask for war." Shekhar, the court poet of the king, did not know how the battle of the muse was to be waged. He had no sleep at night. The mighty figure of the famous Pundarik, his sharp nose curved like a scimitar, and his proud head tilted on one side, haunted the poet's vision in the dark. With a trembling heart, Shekhar entered the arena in the morning. The theatre was filled with a crowd. The poet greeted his rival with a smile and a bow. Pundarik returned it with a slight toss of his head, and turned his face towards his circle of adoring followers with a meaning smile. Shekhar cast his glance towards the screened balcony high above, and saluted his lady in his mind, saying, "If I am the winner at the combat today, my lady, thy victorious name shall be glorified." The trumpet sounded. The great crowd stood up, shouting victory to the king. The king, dressed in an ample robe of white, slowly came into the hall like a floating cloud of autumn, and sat on his throne. Pundarik stood up, and the vast hall became still. With his head raised high and chest expanded, he began in his thundering voice to recite the praise of King Narayan. His words burst upon the walls of the hall like breakers of the sea, and seemed to rattle against the ribs of the listening crowd. The skill with which he gave varied meanings to the name Narayan, and wove each letter of it through the web of his verses in all manner of combinations, took away the breath of his amazed hearers. For some minutes after he took his seat, his voice continued to vibrate among the numberless pillars of the king's court, and in thousands of speechless hearts. The learned professors who had come from distant lands raised their right hands and cried, "Bravo!" The king threw a glance on Shekhar's face, and Shekhar in answer raised for a moment his eyes full of pain towards his master, and then stood up like a stricken deer at bay. His face was pale. His bashfulness was almost that of a woman. His slight, youthful figure, delicate in its outline, seemed like a tensely strung veena, ready to break out in music at the least touch. His head was bent, his voice was low, when he began. The first few verses were almost inaudible. Then he slowly raised his head, and his clear, sweet voice rose into the sky like a quivering flame of fire. He began with the ancient legend of the kingly line lost in the haze of the past, and brought it down through its long course of heroism and matchless generosity to the present age. He fixed his gaze on the king's face, and all the vast and unexpressed love of the people for the royal house rose like incense in his song, and enwreathed the throne on all sides. These were his last words, when, trembling, he took his seat. "My master, I may be beaten in play of words, but not in my love for thee." Tears filled the eyes of the hearers, and the stone walls shook with cries of victory. Mocking this popular outburst of feeling with an august shake of his head and a contemptuous sneer, Pundarik stood up and flung this question to the assembly: "What is there superior to words?" In a moment the hall lapsed into silence again. Then, with a marvelous display of learning, he proved that the Word was in the beginning, that the Word was God. He piled up quotations from Scriptures and built a high altar for the Word to be seated above all that there is in heaven and in earth. He repeated that question in his high, mighty voice: "What is there superior to words?" Proudly he looked around him. None dared to accept his challenge, and he slowly took his seat like a lion who had just made a full meal of its victim. The pundits shouted, "Bravo!" The king remained silent with wonder, and the poet Shekhar felt himself of no account by the side of this stupendous learning. The assembly broke up for that day. Next day Shekhar began his song. It was of that day when the pipings of love's flute startled for the first time the hushed air of the Vrinda forest. The shepherd women did not know who was the player or whence came the music. Sometimes it seemed to come from the heart of the south wind, and sometimes from the straying clouds of the hilltops. It came with a message of tryst from the land of the sunrise, and it floated from the verge of sunset with its sigh of sorrow. The stars seemed to be the stops of the instrument that flooded the dreams of the night with melody. The music seemed to burst all at once from all sides, from fields and groves, from the shady lanes and lonely roads, from the melting blue of the sky, from the shimmering green of the grass. They neither knew its meaning, nor could they find words to give utterance to the desire of their hearts. Tears filled their eyes, and their life seemed to long for a death that would be its consummation. Shekhar forgot his audience, forgot the trial of his strength with a rival. He stood alone amid his thoughts that rustled and quivered round him like leaves in a summer breeze, and sang the song of the flute. He had in his mind the vision of an image that had taken its shape from a shadow, and the echo of a faint tinkling sound of a distant footstep. He took his seat. His hearers trembled with the sadness of an indefinable delight, immense and vague, and they forgot to applaud him. As this feeling died away, Pundarik stood up before the throne and challenged his rival to define who was his lover and who was the beloved. He arrogantly looked round him. He smiled at his followers and then put the question again. Who is Krishna, the lover, and who is Radha, the beloved? Then he began to analyze the roots of those names and various interpretations of their meanings. He brought before the bewildered audience all the intricacies of the different schools of metaphysics with consummate skill. Each letter of those names he divided from its fellow, and then pursued them with a relentless logic, till they fell to the dust in confusion, to be caught up again and restored to a meaning never before imagined by the subtlest of word-mongers. The pundits were in ecstasy. They applauded vociferously, and the crowd followed them, deluded into the certainty that they had witnessed that day the last shred of the curtains of truth torn to pieces before their eyes by a prodigy of intellect. The performance of this tremendous feat so delighted them that they forgot to ask themselves if there was any truth behind it after all. The king's mind was overwhelmed with wonder. The atmosphere was completely cleared of an illusion of music, and the vision of the world around seemed to be changed from its freshness of tender green to the solidity of a high road levelled and made hard with crushed stones. To the people assembled their own poet appeared a mere boy in comparison with this giant, who walked with such case, knocking down difficulties at each step in the world of words and thoughts. It became evident to them for the first time that the poems Shekhar wrote were absurdly simple, and it must be a mere accident that they did not write them themselves. They were neither new, nor difficult, nor instructive, nor necessary. The king tried to goad his poet with keen glances, silently inciting him to make a final effort. But Shekhar took no notice, and remained fixed to his seat. The king, in anger, came down from his throne, took off his pearl chain, and put it on Pundarik's head. Everybody in the hall cheered. From the upper balcony came a slight sound of the movements of rustling robes and waist chains hung with golden bells. Shekhar rose from his seat and left the hall. It was a dark night of waning moon. The poet Shekhar took down his manuscripts from his shelves and heaped them on the floor. Some of them contained his earliest writings, which he had almost forgotten. He turned over the pages, read passages here and there. They all seemed to him poor and trivial, mere words and childish rhymes. One by one he tore his books to fragments and threw them into a vessel containing fire, and said, to thee, O my beauty, my fire! Thou hast been burning in my heart all these futile years. If my life were a piece of gold, it would come out of its trial brighter, but it is a trodden turf of grass, and nothing remains of it but this handful of ashes. The night wore on. Shekhar opened wide his windows. He spread upon his bed the white flowers that he loved, the jasmines, tuberoses, and chrysanthemums, and brought into his bedroom all the lamps he had in his house, and lighted them. Then, mixing with honey the juice of some poisonous root, he drank it and lay down on his bed. Golden anklets tinkled in the passage outside the door, and a subtle perfume came into the room with the breeze. The poet, with his eyes shut, said, "My lady, have you taken pity upon your servant at last and come to see him?" The answer came in a sweet voice, "My poet, I have come." Shekhar opened his eyes and saw before his bed the figure of a woman. His sight was dim and blurred, and it seemed to him that the image made of a shadow that he had never kept throned in the secret shrine of his heart had come into the outer world in his last moment to gaze upon his face. the woman said, "I am the Princess Ajita." The poet, with a great effort, sat up on his bed. The princess whispered into his ear, "The king has not done you justice. It was you who won at the combat, my poet, and I have come to crown you with the crown of victory." She took the garland of flowers from her own neck and put it on his hair, and the poet fell down upon his bed, stricken by death. End of Section 2. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Section 3 of The Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C.F. Andrews. Once there was a king. Once upon a time there was a king. When we were children, there was no need to know who the king in the fairy story was. It didn't matter whether he was called Shiladitya or Shaliban, whether he lived at Kashi or Kanauj. The thing that made a 7-year-old boy's heart go thump-thump with delight was this one sovereign truth, this reality of all realities. Once there was a king. But the readers of this modern age are far more exact and exacting. When they hear such an opening to a story, they are at once critical and suspicious. They apply the searchlight of science to its legendary haze and ask, which king? The storytellers have become more precise in their turn. They are no longer content with the old indefinite, "there was a king," but assume instead a look of profound learning and begin, "Once there was a king named Ajatasattu." The modern reader's curiosity, however, is not so easily satisfied. He blinks at the author through his scientific spectacles and asks again, "Which Ajatasattu?" Every schoolboy knows, the author proceeds, that there were 3 Ajatasattus. The first was born in the 20th century BC and died at the tender age of 2 years and 8 months. I deeply regret that it is impossible to find from any trustworthy source a detailed account of his reign. The second Ajatasattu is better known to historians. If you refer to the New Encyclopedia of History, by this time the modern reader's suspicions are dissolved. He feels he may safely trust his author. He says to himself, "Now we shall have a story that is both improving and instructive." Ah, how we all love to be deluded. We have a secret dread of being thought ignorant. And we end by being ignorant after all, only we have done it in a long and roundabout way. There is an English proverb, "Ask me no questions and I will tell you no lies." The boy of 7 who is listening to a fairy story understands that perfectly well. He withholds his questions while the story is being told. So the pure and beautiful falsehood of it all remains naked and innocent as a babe, transparent as truth itself, limpid as a fresh bubbling spring. But the ponderous and learned lie of our moderns has to keep its true character draped and veiled. And if there is discovered anywhere the least little peephole of deception, the reader turns away with a prudish disgust and the author is discredited. When we were young, we understood all sweet things, and we could detect the sweets of a fairy story by an unerring science of our own. We never cared for such useless things as knowledge. We only cared for truth. And our unsophisticated little hearts knew well where the crystal palace of truth lay and how to reach it. But today we are expected to write pages of facts while the truth is simply this: there was a king. I remember vividly that evening in Calcutta when the fairy story began. The rain and the storm had been incessant. The whole of the city was flooded. The water was knee-deep in our lane. I had a straining hope, which was almost a certainty, that my tutor would be prevented from coming that evening. I sat on the stool in the far corner of the veranda, looking down the lane, with a heart beating faster and faster. Every minute I kept my eye on the rain, and when it began to grow less, I prayed with all my might, "Please, God, send some more rain till 7:30 is over." For I was quite ready to believe that there was no other need for rain except to protect one helpless boy one evening in one corner of Calcutta from the deadly clutches of his tutor. If not in answer to my prayer, at any rate according to some grosser law of physical nature, the rain did not give up. But alas, nor did my teacher. Exactly to the minute, in the bend of the lane, I saw his approaching umbrella. The great bubble of hope burst in my breast, and my heart collapsed. Truly, if there is a punishment to fit the crime after death, then my tutor will be born again as me, and I shall be born as my tutor. As soon as I saw his umbrella, I ran as hard as I could to my mother's room. My mother and my grandmother were sitting opposite one another, playing cards by the light of a lamp. I ran into the room and flung myself on the bed beside my mother and said, "Mother dear, the tutor has come, and I have such a bad headache. Couldn't I have no lessons today?" I hope no child of immature age will be allowed to read the story, and I sincerely trust it will not be used in textbooks or primers for schools. For what I did was dreadfully bad, and I received no punishment whatever. On the contrary, my wickedness was crowned with success. My mother said to me, "All right," and turning to the servant added, "Tell the tutor that he can go back home." It was perfectly plain that she didn't think my illness very serious, and she went on with her game as before, and took no further notice. And I also, burying my head in the pillow, laughed to my heart's content. We perfectly understood one another, my mother and I. But every one must know how hard it is for a boy of 7 years to keep up the illusion of illness for a long time. After about a minute, I got hold of grandmother and said, "Granny, do tell me a story." I had to ask this many times. Granny and mother went on playing cards and took no notice. At last mother said to me, "Child, don't bother. Wait till we finished our game." But I persisted, "Granny, do tell me a story." I told mother she could finish a game tomorrow, but she must let Granny tell me a story there and then. At last mother threw down her cards and said, "You had better do what he wants. I can't manage him." Perhaps she had it in her mind that she would have no tiresome tutor on the morrow, while I should be obliged to be back to those stupid lessons. As soon as ever mother had given way, I rushed at Granny. I got hold of her hand and, dancing with delight, dragged her inside my mosquito curtain onto the bed. I clutched hold of the bolster with both hands in my excitement, and jumped up and down with joy, and when I had got a little quieter, said, "Now, Granny, let's have the story." Granny went on. And the king had a queen. That was good to begin with. He had only one. It is usual for kings in fairy stories to be extravagant in queens, and whenever we hear that there are two queens, our hearts begin to sink. One is sure to be unhappy. But in Granny's story that danger was past. He had only one queen. We next hear that the king had not got any son. At the age of 7, I didn't think there was any need to bother if a man had had no son. He might only have been in the way. Nor are we greatly excited when we hear that the king has gone away into the forest to practice austerities in order to get a son. There was only one thing that would have made me go into the forest, and that was to get away from my tutor. But the king left behind with his queen a small girl, who grew up into a beautiful princess. 12 years pass away, and the king goes on practicing austerities, and never thinks all this while of his beautiful daughter. The princess has reached the full bloom of her youth. The age of marriage has passed, but the king does not return. And the queen pines away with grief and cries. Is my golden daughter destined to die unmarried? Ah, me, what fate is mine? Then the queen sent men to the king to entreat him earnestly to come back for a single night and take one meal in the palace. And the king consented. The queen cooked with her own hand and with the greatest care 64 dishes, and made a seat for him of sandalwood, and arranged the food in plates of gold and cups of silver. The princess stood behind with a peacock tail fan in her hand. The king, after 12 years' absence, came into the house, and the princess waved the fan, lighting up all the room with her beauty. The king looked in his daughter's face and forgot to take his food. At last he asks his queen, "Pray, who is this girl whose beauty shines as the gold image of the goddess? Whose daughter is she?" The queen beat her forehead and cried, "Ah, how evil is my fate! Do you not know your own daughter?" The king was struck with amazement. He said at last, "My tiny daughter has grown to be a woman." "What else?" the queen said with a sigh. "Do you not know that 12 years have passed by?" "But why did you not give her in marriage?" asked the king. "You were away," the queen said, "and how could I find her a suitable husband?" The king became vehement with excitement. "The first man I see tomorrow," he said, "when I come out of the palace, shall marry her." The princess went on waving her fan of peacock feathers, and the king finished his meal. The next morning, as the king came out of his palace, he saw the son of a Brahman gathering sticks in the forest outside the palace gates. His age was about 7 or 8. The king said, "I will marry my daughter to him." Who can interfere with the king's command? At once the boy was called, and the marriage garlands were exchanged between him and the princess. At this point I came up close to my wise granny and asked her eagerly, "What then?" In the bottom of my heart there was a devout wish to substitute myself for that fortunate wood gatherer of 7 years old. The night was resonant with the patter of rain. The earthen lamp by my bedside was burning low. My grandmother's voice droned on as she told the story. And all these things served to create in a corner of my credulous heart the belief that I had been gathering sticks in the dawn of some indefinite time in the kingdom of some unknown king, and in a moment garlands had been exchanged between me and the princess, beautiful as the goddess of grace. She had a gold band on her hair, and gold earrings in her ears. She had a necklace and bracelets of gold, and a golden waist chain round her waist, and a pair of golden anklets tinkled above her feet. If my grandmother were an author, how many explanations would she have to offer for this little story? First of all, everyone would ask why the king remained 12 years in the forest. Secondly, why should the king's daughter remain unmarried all that while? This would be regarded as absurd. Even if she could have got so far without a quarrel, still there would have been a great hue and cry about the marriage itself. First, it never happened. Secondly, how could there be a marriage between a princess of the warrior caste and a boy of the priestly Brahmin caste? Her readers would have imagined at once that the writer was preaching against our social customs in an underhand way, and they would write letters to the papers. So I pray with all my heart that my grandmother may be born a grandmother again, and not through some cursed fate take birth as her luckless grandson. So with a throb of joy and delight I asked Granny, "What then?" Granny went on. Then the princess took her little husband away in great distress, and built a large palace with 7 wings, and began to cherish her husband with great care. I jumped up and down in my bed and clutched at the bolster more tightly than ever and said, "What then?" Granny continued. The little boy went to school and learnt many lessons from his teachers, and as he grew up his class fellows began to ask him, "Who is that beautiful lady who lives with you in the palace with the 7 wings?" The Brahman's son was eager to know who she was. He could only remember how one day he had been gathering sticks and a great disturbance arose. But all that was so long ago that he had no clear recollection. 4 or 5 years passed in this way. His companions always asked him, "Who is that beautiful lady in the palace with the 7 wings?" And the Brahman's son would come back from school and sadly tell the princess, "My school companions always ask me, 'Who is that beautiful lady in the palace with the 7 wings?' and I can give them no reply. Tell me, oh tell me who you are." The princess said, "Let it pass today. I will tell you some other day." And every day the Brahman's son would ask, "Who are you?" And the princess would reply, "Let it pass today. I will tell you some other day." In this manner, 4 or 5 more years passed away. At last the Brahman's son became very impatient and said, "If you do not tell me today who you are, O beautiful lady, I will leave this palace with the 7 wings. Then the princess said, "I will certainly tell you tomorrow." Next day the Brahman's son, as soon as he came home from school, said, "Now tell me who you are." The princess said, "Tonight I will tell you after supper when you are in bed." The Brahman's son said, "Very well," and he began to count the hours in expectation of the night. And the princess on her side spread white flowers over the golden bed, and lighted a gold lamp with fragrant oil, and adorned her hair, and dressed herself in a beautiful robe of blue, and began to count the hours in expectation of the night. That evening, when her husband, the Brahman's son, had finished his meal, too excited almost to eat, and had gone to the golden bed in the bedchamber strewn with flowers, he said to himself, "Tonight I shall surely know who this beautiful lady is in the palace with the 7 wings." The princess took for her the food that was left over by her husband, and slowly entered the bedchamber. She had to answer that night the question, which was the beautiful lady who lived in the palace with the 7 wings. And as she went up to the bed to tell him, she found a serpent had crept out of the flowers and had bitten the Brahman's son. Her boy husband was lying on the bed of flowers with face pale in death. My heart suddenly ceased to throb, and I asked with choking voice, "What then?" Granny said, "Then—" But what is the use of going on any further with the story? It would only lead on to what was more and more impossible. The boy of 7 did not know that. If there were some, what then, after death, no grandmother of a grandmother could tell us about it. But the child's faith never admits defeat, and it would snatch at the mantle of death itself to turn him back. It would be outrageous for him to think that such a story of one teacherless evening could so suddenly come to a stop. Therefore the grandmother had to call back her story from the ever-shut chamber of the great end. But she does it so simply. It is merely by floating the dead body on a banana stem on the river, and having some incantations read by a magician. But in that rainy night, and in the dim light of a lamp, death loses all its horror in the mind of the boy, and seems nothing more than a deep slumber of a single night. When the story ends, the tired eyelids are weighed down with sleep. Thus it is that when we send the little body of the child floating on the back of sleep over the still water of time, and then in the morning read a few verses of incantation to restore him to the world of life and light. End of section 3. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Section 4 of The Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C.F. Andrews. The Homecoming. Phatik Chakravarti was ringleader among the boys of the village. A new mischief got into his head. There was a heavy log lying on the mud flat of the river, waiting to be shaped into a mast for a boat. He decided that they should all work together to shift the log by main force from its place and roll it away. The owner of the log would be angry and surprised, and they would all enjoy the fun. Everyone seconded the proposal, and it was carried unanimously. But just as the fun was about to begin, Makhan, Phatik's young brother, sauntered up and sat down on the log in front of them all without a word. The boys were puzzled for a moment. He was pushed rather timidly by one of the boys and told to get up, but he remained quite unconcerned. He appeared like a young philosopher meditating on the futility of games. Phatik was furious. "Makhan," he cried, "if you don't get down this minute, I'll thrash you." Makhan only moved to a more comfortable position. Now, if Phatik was to keep his regal dignity before the public, it was clear he ought to carry out his threat. But his courage failed him at the crisis. His fertile brain, however, rapidly seized upon a new maneuver that would discomfit his brother and afford his followers an added amusement. He gave the word of command to roll the log and Makhan over together. Makhan heard the order and made it a point of honor to stick on. But he overlooked the fact, like those who attempt earthly fame in other matters, that there was peril in it. The boys began to heave at the log with all their might, calling out, "1, 2, 3, go." At the word "go," the log went, and with it went Makhan's philosophy, glory, and all. All the other boys shouted themselves hoarse with delight, but Phatik was a little frightened. He knew what was coming. And sure enough, Makhan rose from Mother Earth, blind as fate, and screaming like the Furies. He pushed at Phatik, and scratched his face, and beat him, and kicked him, and then went crying home. The first act of the drama was over. Phatik wiped his face and sat down on the edge of a sunken barge on the river bank and began to chew a piece of grass. A boat came up to the landing, and a middle-aged man with grey hair and dark moustache stepped on shore. He saw the boy sitting there doing nothing, and asked him where the Chakravartis lived. Phatik went on chewing the grass and said, "Over there." But it was quite impossible to tell where he pointed. The stranger asked him again. He swung his legs to and fro on the side of the barge and said, "Go and find out," and continued to chew the grass as before. But now a servant came down from the house and told Phatik his mother wanted him. Phatik refused to move. But the servant was the master on this occasion. He took Phatik up roughly and carried him, kicking and struggling in impotent rage. When Phatik came into the house, his mother saw him. She called out angrily, "So you have been hitting Makhan again?" Phatik answered indignantly, "No, I haven't. Who told you that?" His mother shouted, "Don't tell lies. You have." Phatik said suddenly, "I tell you I haven't. You ask Makhan." But Makhan thought it best to stick to his previous statement. He said, "Yes, mother, Phatik did hit me." Phatik's patience was already exhausted. He could not hear this injustice. He rushed at Makhan and hammered him with blows. "Take that," he cried, and that, for telling lies." His mother took Makhan's side in a moment and pulled Phatik away, beating him with her hands. When Phatik pushed her aside, she shouted out, "What are you, little villain? Would you hit your own mother?" It was at this critical juncture that the grey-haired stranger arrived. He asked what was the matter. Phatik looked sheepish and ashamed. But when his mother stepped back and looked at the stranger, her anger was changed to surprise. For she recognized her brother and cried, "Why, Dada, where have you come from?" As she said these words, she bowed to the ground and touched his feet. Her brother had gone away soon after she had married, and he had started business in Bombay. His sister had lost her husband while he was in Bombay. Bishamber had now come back to Calcutta, and had at once made inquiries about his sister. He had then hastened to see her as soon as he found out where she was. The next few days were full of rejoicing. The brother asked after the education of the two boys. he was told by his sister that Phatik was a perpetual nuisance. He was lazy, disobedient, and wild. But Makhan was as good as gold, as quiet as a lamb, and very fond of reading. Bishambhar quietly offered to take Phatik off his sister's hands and educate him with his own children in Calcutta. The widowed mother readily agreed. When his uncle asked Phatik if he would like to go to Calcutta with him, his joy knew no bounds, and he said, "Oh, yes, uncle." In a way, that made it quite clear that he meant it. It was an immense relief to the mother to get rid of Phatik. She had a prejudice against the boy, and no love was lost between the two brothers. She was in daily fear that he would either drown Makhan some day in the river, or break his head in a fight, or run him into some danger or other. At the same time, she was somewhat distressed to see Phatik's extreme eagerness to get away. Phatik, as soon as all was settled, kept asking his uncle every minute when they were to start. He was on pins and needles all day long with excitement, and lay awake most of the night. He bequeathed to Makhan in perpetuity his fishing rod, his big kite, and his marbles. Indeed, at this time of departure, his generosity towards Makhan was unbounded. When they reached Calcutta, Phatik made the acquaintance of his aunt for the first time. She was by no means pleased with this unnecessary addition to her family. She found her own 3 boys quite enough to manage without taking anyone else. And to bring a village lad of 14 into their midst was terribly upsetting. Bishambhar should really have thought twice before committing such an indiscretion. In this world of human affairs, there is no worse nuisance than a boy at the age of 14. He is neither ornamental nor useful. It is impossible to shower affection on him as on a little boy, and he is always getting in the way. If he talks with a childish lisp, he is called a baby, and if he answers in a grown-up way, he is called impertinent. In fact, any talk at all from him is resented. Then he is at the unattractive growing age. He grows out of his clothes with indecent haste. His voice grows hoarse and breaks and quavers. His face grows suddenly angular and unsightly. It is easy to excuse the shortcomings of early childhood, but it is hard to tolerate even unavoidable lapses in a boy of 14. The lad himself becomes painfully self-conscious. When he talks with elderly people, he is either unduly forward, or else so unduly shy that he appears ashamed of his very existence. Yet it is at this very age when in his heart of hearts a young lad most craves for recognition and love, and he becomes the devoted slave of any one who shows him consideration. But none dare openly love him, for that would be regarded as undue indulgence, and therefore bad for the boy. So what with scolding and chiding, he becomes very much like a stray dog that has lost his master. For a boy of 14, his own home is the only paradise. To live in a strange house with strange people is little short of torture, while the height of bliss is to receive the kind looks of women, and never to be slighted by them. It was anguish to Phatik to be the unwelcome guest in his aunt's house, despised by this elderly woman, and slighted on every occasion. If she ever asked him to do anything for her, he would be so overjoyed that he would overdo it, and then she would tell him not to be so stupid, but to get on with his lessons. The cramped atmosphere of neglect in his aunt's house oppressed Phatik so much that he felt that he could hardly breathe. He wanted to go out into the open country and fill his lungs and breathe freely. But there was no open country to go to. Surrounded on all sides by Calcutta houses and walls, he would only dream night after night of his village home, and long to be back there. He remembered the glorious meadow where he used to fly his kite all day long, the broad river banks where he would wander about the livelong day, singing and shouting for joy, the narrow brook where he could go and dive and swim at any time he liked. He thought of his band of boy companions over whom he was despot, and above all the memory of that tyrant mother of his, who had such a prejudice against him, occupied him day and night. A kind of physical love like that of animals, a longing to be in the presence of the one who is loved, an inexpressible wistfulness during absence, a silent cry of the inmost heart for the mother, like the lowing of a calf in the twilight. This love, which was almost an animal instinct, agitated the shy, nervous, lean, uncouth, and ugly boy. No one could understand it, but it preyed upon his mind continually. There was no more backward boy in the whole school than Phatik. He gaped and remained silent when the teacher asked him a question, and like an overladen ass patiently suffered all the blows that came down on his back. When other boys were out at play, he stood wistfully by the window and gazed at the roofs of the distant houses, and if by chance he espied children playing on the open terrace of any roof, his heart would ache with longing. One day he summoned up all his courage and asked his uncle, "Uncle, when can I go home?" His uncle answered, "Wait till the holidays come." But the holidays would not come till November, and there was a long time still to wait. One day Phatik lost his lesson book. Even with the help of books, he had found it very difficult indeed to prepare his lesson. Now it was impossible. Day after day the teacher would cane him unmercifully. His condition became so abjectly miserable that even his cousins were ashamed to own him. They began to jeer and insult him more than the other boys. He went to his aunt at last and told her that he had lost his book. His aunt pursed her lips in contempt and said, "You great clumsy country lout! How can I afford with all my family to buy you new books 5 times a month?" That night, on his way back from school, Phatik had a bad headache, with a fit of shivering. He felt he was going to have an attack of malarial fever. His one great fear was that he would be a nuisance to his aunt. The next morning Phatik was nowhere to be seen. All searches in the neighbourhood proved futile. The rain had been pouring in torrents all night, and those who went out in search of the boy got drenched through to the skin. At last Bishamber asked help from the police. At the end of the day a police van stopped at the door before the house. It was still raining, and the streets were all flooded. 2 constables brought out Phatik in their arms and placed him before Bishamber. He was wet through from head to foot, muddy all over his face, and eyes flushed red with fever, and his limbs all trembling. Bishamber carried him in his arms and took him into the inner apartment. When his wife saw him, she exclaimed, "What a heap of trouble this boy has given us. Hadn't you better send him home?" Phatik heard her words and sobbed out aloud, "Uncle, I was just going home, but they dragged me back again." The fever rose very high, and all that night the boy was delirious. Bishamber brought in a doctor. Phatik opened his eyes, flushed with fever, and looked up to the ceiling and said vacantly, "Uncle, have the holidays come yet? May I go home?" Bishamber wiped the tears from his own eyes, and took Phatik's lean and burning hands in his own, and sat by him through the night. The boy began again to mutter. At last his voice became excited. "Mother," he cried, "don't beat me like that, mother. I am telling the truth." The next day Phatik became conscious for a short time. He turned his eyes about the room as if expecting someone to come. At last, with an air of disappointment, his head sank back on the pillow. He turned his face to the wall with a deep sigh. Bishamber knew his thoughts, and bending down his head whispered, "Phatik, I have sent for your mother." The day went by. The doctor said in a troubled voice that the boy's condition was very critical. Phatik began to cry out, "By the mark, 3 fathoms! By the mark, 4 fathoms! By the mark!" He had heard the sailor on the river steamer calling out the mark on the plumb line. Now he was himself plumbing an unfathomable sea. Later in the day, Phatik's mother burst into the room like a whirlwind, and began to toss from side to side and moan and cry in a loud voice. Bishamber tried to calm her agitation, but she flung herself on the bed and cried, "Phatik, my darling, my darling!" Phatik stopped his restless movement for a moment. His hands ceased beating up and down. He said, "Eh?" The mother cried again, "Phatik, my darling, my darling!" Phatik very slowly turned his head, and without seeing anybody said, "Mother, the holidays have come." End of section 4. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Section 5 of The Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C.F. Andrews. My Lord, the Baby. 1. Raicharan was 12 years old when he came as a servant to his master's house. He belonged to the same caste as his master, and was given his master's little son to nurse. As time went on, the boy left Raicharan's arms to go to school. From school he went on to college, and after college he entered the judicial service. Always, until he married, Raicharan was his sole attendant. But when a mistress came into the house, Raicharan found 2 masters instead of 1. All his former influence passed to the new mistress. This was compensated for by a fresh arrival. Anukul had a son born to him, and Raicharan, by his unsparing attentions, soon got a complete hold over the child. He used to toss him up in his arms, call to him in absurd baby language, put his face close to the baby's, and draw it away again with a grin. Presently the child was able to crawl and cross the doorway. When Raicharan went to catch him, he would scream with mischievous laughter and make for safety. Raicharan was amazed at the profound skill and exact judgment the baby showed when pursued. He would say to his mistress with a look of awe and mystery, "Your son will be a judge some day." New wonders came in their turn. When the baby began to toddle, that was to Raicharan an epoch in human history. When he called his father Baba, and his mother Mama, and Raicharan Channa, then Raicharan's ecstasy knew no bounds. He went out to tell the news to all the world. After a while, Raicharan was asked to show his ingenuity in other ways. He had, for instance, to play the part of a horse, holding the reins between his teeth and prancing with his feet. He had also to wrestle with his little charge, and if he could not, by a restless trick, fall on his back defeated at the end, a great outcry was certain. About this time, Anukul was transferred to a district on the banks of the Padma. On his way through Calcutta, he bought his son a little go-cart. He bought him also a yellow satin waistcoat, a gold-laced cap, and some gold bracelets and anklets. Raicharan was wont to take these out and put them on his little charge with ceremonial pride whenever they went for a walk. Then came the rainy season, and day after day the rain poured down in torrents. The hungry river, like an enormous serpent, swallowed down terraces, villages, cornfields, and covered with its flood the tall grasses and wild casuarinas on the sandbanks. From time to time there was a deep thud as the river banks crumbled. The unceasing roar of the rain current could be heard from far away. Masses of foam carried swiftly past proved to the eye the swiftness of the stream. One afternoon the rain cleared. It was cloudy but cool and bright. Raicharan's little despot did not want to stay in on such a fine afternoon. His lordship climbed into the go-cart. Raicharan, between the shafts, dragged him slowly along till he reached the rice fields on the bank of the river. There was no one in the fields and no boat on the stream. Across the water, on the farther side, the clouds were rifted in the west. The silent ceremonial of the setting sun was revealed in all its glowing splendor. In the midst of that stillness, the child, all of a sudden, pointed with his finger in front of him and cried, "Channal, pittifo." Close by, on a mud flat, stood a large kadamba tree in full flower. My lord, the baby looked at it with greedy eyes, and Raicharan knew his meaning. Only a short time before, he had made, out of these very flower balls, a small go-cart, and the child had been so entirely happy dragging it about with a string, that for the whole day Raicharan was not made to put on the reins at all. He was promoted from a horse into a groom. But Raicharan had no wish that evening to go splashing knee-deep through the mud to reach the flowers. So he quickly pointed his finger in the opposite direction, calling out, "Oh, look, baby, look! Look at the bird!" And with all sorts of curious noises he pushed the go-cart rapidly away from the tree. But a child, destined to be a judge, cannot be put off so easily. And besides, there was at the time nothing to attract his eyes, and you cannot keep up for ever the pretence of an imaginary bird. The little master's mind was made up, and Raicharan was at his wits' end. "Very well, baby," he said at last. "You sit still in the cart, and I'll go and get you the pretty flower. Only mind you, don't go near the water." As he said this, he made his legs go bare to the knee, and waded through the oozing mud toward the tree. The moment Raicharan had gone, the little master went off at racing speed to the forbidden water. The baby saw the river rushing by, splashing and gurgling as it went. It seemed as though the disobedient wavelets themselves were running away from some greater Raicharan with the laughter of 1,000 children. At the sight of their mischief, the heart of the human child grew excited and restless. He got down stealthily from the go-cart and toddled off towards the river. On his way, he picked up a small stick and leant over the bank of the stream, pretending to fish. The mischievous fairies of the river, with their mysterious voices, seemed inviting him into their playhouse. Raicharan had plucked a handful of flowers from the tree, and was carrying them back in the end of his cloth, with his face wreathed in smiles. But when he reached the go-cart, there was no one there. He looked on all sides, and there was no one there. He looked back at the cart, and there was no one there. In that first terrible moment, his blood froze within him. Before his eyes, the whole universe swam round like a dark mist. From the depth of his broken heart, he gave one piercing cry, "Master! Master! Little master!" But no voice answered, "Channa!" No child laughed mischievously back. No scream of baby delight welcomed his return. Only the river ran on, with its splashing, gurgling noise as before, as though it knew nothing at all, and had no time to attend to such a tiny human event as the death of a child. As the evening passed by, Raicharan's mistress became very anxious. She sent men out on all sides to search. They went with lanterns in their hands and reached at last the banks of the Padma. There they found Raicharan rushing up and down the fields like a stormy wind, shouting the cry of despair, "Master! Master! Little master!" When they got Raicharan home at last, he fell prostrate at his mistress's feet. They shook him and questioned him, and asked him repeatedly where he had left the child. But all he could say was that he knew nothing. Though every one held the opinion that the Padma had swallowed the child, there was a lurking doubt left in the mind. For a band of gypsies had been noticed outside the village that afternoon, and some suspicion rested on them. The mother went so far in her wild grief to think it possible that Raicharan himself had stolen the child. She called him aside with piteous entreaty and said, "Raicharan, give me back my baby. Oh, give me back my child. Take from me any money you ask, but give me back my child." Raicharan only beat his forehead in reply. His mistress ordered him out of the house. Artukul tried to reason his wife out of this wholly and just suspicion. "Why on earth," he said, "should he commit such a crime as that?" The mother only replied, "The baby had gold ornaments on his body. Who knows?" It was impossible to reason with her after that. 2. Raicharan went back to his own village. Up to this time he had had no son, and there was no hope that any child would now be born to him. But it came about before the end of a year that his wife gave birth to a son and died. All overwhelming resentment at first grew up in Raicharan's heart at the sight of this new baby. At the back of his mind was resentful suspicion that it had come as a usurper in place of the little master. He also thought it would be a grave offence to be happy with a son of his own after what had happened to his master's little child. Indeed, if it had not been for a widowed sister who mothered the new baby, it would not have lived long. But a change gradually came over Raicharan's mind. A wonderful thing happened. This new baby, in turn, began to crawl about, and cross the doorway with mischief in its face. It also showed an amusing cleverness in making its escape to safety. Its voice, its sounds of laughter and tears, its gestures were those of the little master. On some days when Raicharan listened to its crying, his heart suddenly began thumping wildly against his ribs, and it seemed to him that his former little master was crying somewhere in the unknown land of death because he had lost his Channa. Phailna, for that was the name Raicharan's sister gave to the new baby, soon began to talk. It learned to say Baba and Mama with a baby accent. When Raicharan heard those familiar sounds, the mystery suddenly became clear. The little master could not cast off the spell of his Channa, and therefore he had been reborn in his own house. The arguments in favour of this were, to Raicharan, altogether beyond dispute. 1. The new baby was born soon after his little master's death. 2. His wife could never have accumulated such merit as to give birth to a son in middle age. 3. The new baby walked with a toddle and called out Baba and Mama. There was no sign lacking which marked out the future judge. Then suddenly Raicharan remembered the terrible accusation of the mother. Ah, he said to himself with amazement, the mother's heart was right. She knew I had stolen her child. When once he had come to this conclusion, he was filled with remorse for his past neglect. He now gave himself over, body and soul, to the new baby, and became its devoted attendant. He began to bring it up as if it were the son of a rich man. He bought a go-cart, a yellow satin waistcoat, and a gold-embroidered cap. He melted down the ornaments of his dead wife and made gold bangles and anklets. He refused to let the little child play with any one of the neighbourhood, and began himself its sole companion day and night. As the baby grew up to boyhood, he became so petted and spoiled, and clad in such finery, that the village children would call him "Your Lordship," and jeer at him, and older people regarded Raicharan as unaccountably crazy about the child. At last a time came for the boy to go to school. Raicharan sold his small piece of land and went to Calcutta. There he got employment with great difficulty as a servant, and sent Phailna to school. He spared no pains to give him the best education, the best clothes, the best food. Meanwhile he himself lived on a mere handful of rice, and would say in secret, "Ah, my little master, my dear little master, you loved me so much that you came back to my house. You shall never suffer from any neglect of mine." 12 years passed in this manner. The boy was able to read and write well. He was bright and healthy and good-looking. He paid a great deal of attention to his personal appearance, and was especially careful in parting his hair. He was inclined to extravagance and finery, and spent money freely. He could never quite look on Raicharan as a father, because though fatherly in affection, he had the manner of a servant. And a further fault was this, that Raicharan kept secret from every one that himself was the father of the child. The students of the hostel, where Phailna was a boarder, were greatly amused by Raicharan's country manners, and I have to confess that behind his father's back, Phailna joined in their fun. But in the bottom of their hearts, all the students loved the innocent and tender-hearted old man, and Phailna was very fond of him also. But as I have said before, he loved him with a kind of condescension. Raicharan grew older and older, and his employer was continually finding fault with him for his incompetent work. He had been starving himself for the boy's sake, so he had grown physically weak and no longer up to his work. He would forget things, and his mind became dull and stupid. But his employer expected a full servant's work out of him, and would not brook excuses. The money that Raicharan had brought with him from the sale of his land was exhausted. The boy was continually grumbling about his clothes, and asking for more money. Raicharan made up his mind. He gave up the situation where he was working as a servant, and left some money with Phailna, and said, "I have some business to do home at my village, and shall be back soon." He went off at once to Basaret, where Anukul was magistrate. Anukul's wife was still broken down with grief. She had had no other child. One day Anukul was resting after a long and weary day in court. His wife was buying at an exorbitant price a herb from a mendicant quack, which was said to ensure the birth of a child. The voice of greeting was heard in the courtyard. Anukul went out to see who was there. It was Raicharan. Anukul's heart was softened when he saw his old servant. He asked him many questions, and offered to take him back into service. Raicharan smiled faintly, and said in reply, "I want to make obeisance to my mistress." Anukul went with Raicharan into his house, where the mistress did not receive him as warmly as his old master. Raicharan took no notice of this, but folded his hands and said, "It was not the Padma that stole your baby. It was I." Anukul exclaimed, "Great God, eh? What? Where is he?" Raicharan replied, "He is with me, I will bring him the day after tomorrow. It was Sunday. There was no magistrate's court sitting. Both husband and wife were looking expectantly along the road, waiting from the early morning for Raicharan's appearance. At 10 o'clock he came, leading Phailna by the hand. Anukul's wife, without a question, took the boy into her lap, and was wild with excitement, sometimes laughing, sometimes weeping, touching him, kissing his hair and his forehead, and gazing into his face with hungry, eager eyes. The boy was very good-looking and dressed like a gentleman's son. The heart of Anukul brimmed over with a sudden rush of affection. Nevertheless, the magistrate in him asked, "Have you any proofs?" Raicharan said, "How could there be any proof of such a deed? God alone knows that I stole your boy and no one else in the world." When Anukul saw how eagerly his wife was clinging to the boy, he realized the futility of asking for proofs. It would be wiser to believe. And then, where could an old man like Raicharan get such a boy from? And why should his faithful servant deceive him for nothing? But, he added severely, "Raicharan, you must not stay here." "Where shall I go, master?" said Raicharan in a choking voice, folding his hands. "I am old. Who will take in an old man as a servant?" The mistress said, "Let him stay. My child will be pleased. I forgive him." But Anukul's magisterial conscience would not allow him. "No," he said. "He cannot be forgiven what he has done." Raicharan bowed to the ground and clasped Anukul's feet. "Master," he cried, "let me stay. It was not I who did it. It was God." Anukul's conscience was worse stricken than ever when Raicharan tried to put the blame on God's shoulders. "No," he said, "I could not allow it. I cannot trust you any more. You have done an act of treachery." Raicharan rose to his feet and said, "It was not I who did it." "Who was it then?" asked Anukul. Raicharan replied, "It was my fate." But no educated man could take this for an excuse. Anukul remained obdurate. When Phailna saw that he was the wealthy magistrate's son and not Raicharan's, he was angry at first, thinking that he had been cheated all this time of his birthright. But seeing Raicharan in distress, he generously said to his father, "Father, forgive him. Even if you don't let him live with us, let him have a small monthly pension." After hearing this, Raicharan did not utter another word. He looked for the last time on the face of his son. He made obeisance to his old master and mistress. Then he went out and was mingled with the numberless people of the world. At the end of the month, Anukul sent him some money to his village, but the money came back. There was no one there of the name of Raicharan. End of Section 5. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Section 6 of The Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C.F. Andrews. The Kingdom of Cards 1. Once upon a time, there was a lonely island in a distant sea, where lived the kings and queens, the aces and the knaves, in the kingdom of cards. The tens and nines, with the twos and threes, and all the other members, had long ago settled there also. But these were not twice-born people, like the famous court cards. The ace, the king, and the knave were the three highest castes. The fourth caste was made up of a mixture of the lower cards. The twos and threes were lowest of all. These inferior cards were never allowed to sit in the same row with the great court cards. Wonderful indeed were the regulations and rules of that island kingdom. The particular rank of each individual had been settled from time immemorial. Every one had his own appointed work, and never did anything else. An unseen hand appeared to be directing them wherever they went, according to the rules. No one in the kingdom of cards had any occasion to think. No one had any need to come to any decision. No one was ever required to debate any new subject. The citizens all moved along in a listless grove without speech. When they fell, they made no noise. They lay down on their backs and gazed upward at the sky with each prim feature firmly fixed forever. There was a remarkable stillness in the kingdom of cards. Satisfaction and contentment were complete in all their rounded wholeness. There was never any uproar or violence. There was never any excitement or enthusiasm. The great ocean, crooning its lullaby with one unceasing melody, lapped the island to sleep with 1,000 soft touches of its waves' white hands. The vast sky, like the outspread azure wings of the brooding mother bird, nestled the island round with its downy plume. For on the distant horizon a deep blue line betokened another shore. But no sound of quarrel or strife could reach the island of cards to break its calm repose. 2. In that far-off foreign land across the sea, there lived a young prince whose mother was a sorrowing queen. The queen had fallen from favor, and was living with her only son on the seashore. The prince passed his childhood alone and forlorn, sitting by his forlorn mother, weaving the net of his big desires. He longed to go in search of the flying horse, the jewel in the cobra's hood, the rose of heaven, the magic roads, or to find where the Princess Beauty was sleeping in the ogre's castle over the 13 rivers and across the 7 seas. From the son of the merchant at school, the young prince learned the stories of foreign kingdoms. From the son of the kotwal, he learned the adventures of the 2 genii of the lamp. And when the rain came beating down, and the clouds covered the sky, he would sit on a threshold facing the sea, and say to his sorrowing mother, "Tell me, mother, a story of some very far-off land." And his mother would tell him an endless tale she had heard in her childhood of a wonderful country beyond the sea where dwelt the Princess Beauty. And the heart of the young prince would become sick with longing, as he sat on the threshold looking out on the ocean, listening to his mother's wonderful story, while the rain outside came beating down, and the grey clouds covered the sky. One day the son of the merchant came to the prince and said boldly, "Comrade, my studies are over. I am now setting out on my travels to seek my fortunes on the sea. I have come to bid you good-bye." The prince said, "I will go with you." And the son of the kotwal said also, "Comrades trusty and true, you will not leave me behind. I also will be your companion." Then the young prince said to his sorrowing mother, "Mother, I am now setting out on my travels to seek my fortune. When I come back once more, I shall surely have found some way to remove all your sorrow." So the 3 companions set out on their travels together. In the harbour were anchored the 12 ships of the merchant, and the 3 companions got on board. The south wind was blowing, and the 12 ships sailed away, as fast as the desires which rose in the prince's breast. At the conch shell island they filled 1 ship with conchs. At the sandalwood island they filled a 2nd ship with sandalwood, and at the coral island they filled a 3rd ship with coral. 4 years passed away, and they filled 4 more ships, 1 with ivory, 1 with musk, 1 with cloves, and 1 with nutmegs. But when these ships were all loaded, a terrible tempest arose. The ships were all of them sunk, with their cloves and nutmeg, and musk and ivory, and coral and sandalwood and conchs. But the ship with the 3 companions struck on an island reef, buried them safe ashore, and itself broke in pieces. This was the famous island of cards, where lived the ace and king and queen and knave, with the 9s and 10s and all the other members according to the rules. 3. Up till now there had been nothing to disturb that island's stillness. No new thing that ever happened. No discussion had ever been held. And then, of a sudden, the 3 companions appeared, thrown up by the sea, and the great debate began. There were the 3 main points of dispute. First, to what caste should these unclassed strangers belong? Should they rank with the court cards, or were they merely lower caste people to be ranked with the 9s and 10s? No precedent could be quoted to decide this weighty question. Secondly, what was their clan? Had they the fairer hue and bright complexion of the hearts, or was theirs the darker complexion of the clubs? Over this question there were interminable disputes. The whole marriage system of the island with its intricate regulations would depend on its nice adjustment. Thirdly, what food should they take? With whom should they live and sleep? And should their heads be placed southwest, northwest, or only northeast? In all the kingdom of cards, a series of problems so vital and critical had never been debated before. But the three companions grew desperately hungry. They had to get food in some way or other. So while this debate went on, with its interminable silence and pauses, and while the aces called their own meeting and formed themselves into a committee to find some obsolete dealing with the question, the three companions themselves were eating all they could find and drinking out of every vessel and breaking all regulations. Even the twos and threes were shocked at this outrageous behavior. The threes said, "Brother twos, these people are openly shameless." And the twos said, "Brother threes, they are evidently of lower caste than ourselves." After their meal was over, the three companions went for a stroll in the city. When they saw the ponderous people moving in their dismal processions with prim and solemn faces, then the prince turned to the son of the merchant and the son of the kotwal, and drew back his head and gave one stupendous laugh. Down Royal Street and across Ace Square and along the Nave Embankment ran the quiver of this strange, unheard-of laughter, the laughter that, amazed at itself, expired in the vast vacuum of silence. The son of the kotwal and the son of the merchant were chilled through to the bone by the ghost-like stillness around them. They turned to the prince and said, "Comrade, let us away. Let us not stop for a moment in this awful land of ghosts." But the prince said, "Comrades, these people resemble men. So I am going to find out by shaking them upside down and outside in whether they have a single drop of warm, living blood left in their veins." 4. The days passed one by one, and the placid existence of the island went on almost without a ripple. The three companions obeyed no rules nor regulations. They never did anything correctly, either in sitting or standing, or turning themselves round, or lying on their back. On the contrary, whenever they saw these things going on precisely and exactly according to the rules, they gave way to inordinate laughter. They remained unimpressed altogether by the eternal gravity of those eternal regulations. One day the great count cards came to the son of the kotwal and the son of the merchant and the prince. "Why," they asked slowly, "are you not moving according to the rules?" The three companions answered, "Because this is our Ichcha, wish." The great court cards with hollow cavernous voices, as if slowly awakening from an age-long dream, said together, "Ichcha. And pray, who is Ichcha?" They could not understand who Ichcha was then, but the whole island was to understand it by and by. The first glimmer of light passed the threshold of their minds when they found out, through watching the actions of the prince, that they might move in a straight line in an opposite direction from the one in which they had always gone before. Then they made another startling discovery, that there was another side to the cards which they had never yet noticed with attention. This was the beginning of the change. Now that the change had begun, the three companions were able to initiate them more and more deeply into the mysteries of Ichcha. The cards gradually became aware that life is not bound by regulations. They began to feel a secret satisfaction in the kingly power of choosing for themselves. But with this first impact of Ichcha, the whole pack of cards began to totter slowly, and then tumble down to the ground. The scene was like that of some huge python awakening from a long sleep, as it slowly unfolds its numberless coils with a quiver that runs through its whole frame. 5. Hitherto, the Queen of Spades and Clubs and Diamonds and Hearts had remained behind curtains with eyes that gazed vacantly into space, or else remained fixed upon the ground. And now, all of a sudden, on an afternoon in spring, the Queen of Hearts from the balcony raised her dark eyebrows for a moment and cast a single glance upon the prince from the corner of her eye. "Great God!" cried the prince. "I thought they were all painted images. But I am wrong. They are women, after all." Then the young prince called to his side his two companions and said in a meditative voice, "My comrades, there is a charm about these ladies that I never noticed before. When I saw that glance of the queen's dark, luminous eyes brightening with new emotion, it seemed to me like the first faint streak of dawn in a newly created world." The two companions smiled a knowing smile and said, "Is that really so, Prince?" And the poor Queen of Hearts from that day went from bad to worse. She began to forget all rules in a truly scandalous manner. If, for instance, her place in the row was beside the knave, she suddenly found herself quite accidentally standing beside the prince instead. At this, the knave, with motionless face and solemn voice, would say, "Queen, you have made a mistake." And the poor Queen of Hearts' red cheeks would get redder than ever. But the prince would come gallantly to her rescue and say, "No, there is no mistake. From today, I am going to be knave." Now it came to pass that while every one was trying to correct the improprieties of the guilty Queen of Hearts, they began to make mistakes themselves. The aces found themselves elbowed out by the kings. The kings got muddled up with the knaves. The nines and tens assumed airs as though they belonged to the great court cards. The twos and threes were found secretly taking the places especially reserved for the fours and fives. Confusion had never been so confounded before. Many spring seasons had come and gone in that island of cards. The kokil, the bird of spring, had sung its song year after year, but it had never stirred the blood as it stirred it now. In days gone by, the sea had sung its tireless melody, but then it had proclaimed only the inflexible monotony of the rule. And suddenly its waves were telling, through all their flashing light and luminous shade and myriad voices, the deepest yearnings of the heart of love. 6. Where are vanished now their prim, round, regular, complacent features? Here is a face full of lovesick longing. Here is a heart beating wild with regrets. Here is a mind racked sore with doubts. Music and sighing and smiles and tears are filling the air. Life is throbbing. Hearts are breaking. Passions are kindling. Every one is now thinking of his own appearance and comparing himself with others. The ace of clubs is musing to himself that the king of spades may be just passably good-looking. "But," says he, "when I walk down the street, you have only to see how people's eyes turn towards me." The king of spades is saying, "Why on earth is that ace of clubs always straining his neck and strutting about like a peacock? He imagines all the queens are dying of love for him, while the real fact is—" Here he pauses and examines his face in the glass. But the queens were the worst of all. They began to spend all their time dressing themselves up to the nines, and the nines would become their hopeless and abject slaves. But their cutting remarks about one another were more shocking still. So the young men would sit listless on the leaves under the trees, lolling with outstretched limbs in the forest shade. And the young maidens, dressed in pale blue robes, would come walking accidentally to the same shade of the same forest by the same tree, and turn their eyes as though they saw no one there, and look as though they came out to see nothing at all. And then one young man more forward than the rest in a fit of madness would dare to go near to a maiden in blue. But as he drew near, speech would forsake him. He would stand there tongue-tied and foolish, and the favourable moment would pass. The kokil birds were singing in the boughs overhead. The mischievous south wind was blowing. It disarrayed the hair. It whispered in the ear, and stirred the music in the blood. The leaves of the trees were murmuring with rustling delight, and the ceaseless sound of the ocean made all the mute longings of the heart of man and maid surge backwards and forwards on the full spring tide of love. The three companions had brought into the dried-up channels of the kingdom of cards the full flood tide of a new life. 7. And though the tide was full, there was a pause as though the rising waters would not break into foam but remain suspended forever. There were no outspoken words, only a cautious going forward, one step and receding too. All seemed busy heaping up their unfulfilled desires like castles in the air or fortresses of sand. They were pale and speechless. Their eyes were burning, their lips trembling with unspoken secrets. The prince saw what was wrong. He summoned every one on the island and said, "Bring hither the flutes and the cymbals, the pipes and drums. Let all be played together, and raise loud shouts of rejoicing, for the Queen of Hearts this very night is going to choose her mate." So the tens and nines began to blow on their flutes and pipes. The eights and sevens played on their sackbuts and viols, and even the twos and threes began to beat madly on their drums. When this tumultuous gust of music came, it swept away at one blast all those sighings and mopings. And then what a torrent of laughter and words poured forth! There were daring proposals and locking refusals and gossip and chatter and jests and merriment. It was like the swaying and shaking and rustling and soughing in a summer gale of a million leaves and branches in the depth of the primeval forest. But the Queen of Hearts, in a rose-red robe, sat silent in the shadow of a secret bower, and listened to the great uproarious sound of music and mirth that came floating towards her. She shut her eyes and dreamt her dream of lore, and when she opened them she found the prince seated on the ground before her, gazing up at her face, and she covered her eyes with both hands and shrank back quivering with an inward tumult of joy. And the prince passed the whole day alone, walking by the side of the surging sea. He carried in his mind that startled look, that shrinking gesture of the queen, and his heart beat high with hope. That night the serried, gaily dressed ranks of young men and maidens waited with smiling faces at the palace gates. The palace hall was lighted with fairy lamps and festooned with the flowers of spring. Slowly the Queen of Hearts entered, and the whole assembly rose to meet her. With a jasmine garland in her hand, she stood before the prince with downcast eyes. In her lowly bashfulness, she could hardly raise the garland to the neck of the mate she had chosen. But the prince bowed his head, and the garland slipped to its place. The assembly of youths and maidens had waited her choice with eager, expectant hush. And when the choice was made, the whole vast concourse rocked and swayed with a tumult of wild delight. And the sound of their shouts was heard in every part of the island, and by ships far out at sea. Never had such a shout been raised in the kingdom of cards before. And they carried the prince and his bride, and seated them on the throne, and crowned them then and there in the ancient island of cards. And the sorrowing mother queen, on the far-off island shore on the other side of the sea, came sailing to her son's new kingdom in a ship adorned with gold. And the citizens are no longer regulated according to the rules, but are good or bad or both, according to their ichcha. End of section 6, read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Section 7 of The Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C. F. Andrews. The Devotee. Chapter 1. At a time when my unpopularity with a part of my readers had reached the nadir of its glory, and my name had become the central orb of the journals, to be attended through space with a perpetual rotation of revilement, I felt the necessity to retire to some quiet place and endeavor to forget my own existence. I have a house in the country some miles away from Calcutta, where I can remain unknown and unmolested. The villagers there have not as yet come to any conclusion about me. They know I am no mere holiday-maker or pleasure-seeker, for I never outrage the silence of the village nights with the riotous noises of the city. Nor do they regard me as ascetic, because the little acquaintance they have of me carries the savor of comfort about it. I am not to them a traveller, for though I am a vagabond by nature, my wandering through the village fields is aimless. They are hardly even quite certain whether I am married or single, for they have never seen me with my children. So, not being able to classify me in any animal or vegetable kingdom that they know, they have long since given me up and left me stolidly alone. But quite lately I have come to know that there is one person in the village who is deeply interested in me. Our acquaintance began on a sultry afternoon in July. There had been rain all the morning, and the air was still wet and heavy with mist, like eyelids when weeping is over. I sat lazily watching a dappled cow grazing on the high bank of the river. The afternoon sun was playing on her glossy hide. The simple beauty of this dress of light made me wonder idly at man's deliberate waste of money in setting up tailors' shops to deprive his own skin of its natural clothing. While I was thus watching and lazily musing, a woman of middle age came and prostrated herself before me, touching the ground with her forehead. She carried in her robe some bunches of flowers, one of which she offered to me with folded hands. She said to me as she offered it, "This is an offering to my God." She went away. I was so taken aback as she uttered these words that I could hardly catch a glimpse of her before she was gone. The whole incident was entirely simple, but it left a deep impression on my mind, and as I turned back once more to look at the cattle in the field, the zest of life in the cow, who was munching the lush grass with deep breaths while she whisked off the flies, appeared to me fraught with mystery. My readers may laugh at my foolishness, but my heart was full of adoration. I offered my worship to the pure joy of living, which is God's own life. Then, plucking a tender shoot from the mango tree, I fed the cow with it from my own hand, and as I did this, I had the satisfaction of having pleased my God. The next year when I returned to the village, it was February. The cold season still lingered on. The morning sun came into my room, and I was grateful for its warmth. I was writing when the servant came to tell me that a devotee of the Vishnu cult wanted to see me. I told him in an absent way to bring her upstairs, and went on with my writing. The devotee came in and bowed to me, touching my feet. I found that she was the same woman whom I had met for a brief moment a year ago. I was able now to examine her more closely. She was past that age when one asks the question whether a woman is beautiful or not. Her stature was above the ordinary height, and she was strongly built, but her body was slightly bent, owing to her constant attitude of veneration. Her manner had nothing shrinking about it. The most remarkable of her features were her 2 eyes. They seemed to have a penetrating power which could make distance near. With those 2 large eyes of hers, she seemed to push me as she entered. "What is this?" she asked. "Why have you brought me here before your throne, my God? I used to see you among the trees, and that was much better. That was the true place to meet you." She must have seen me walking in the garden without my seeing her. For the last few days, however, I had suffered from a cold, and had been prevented from going out. I had perforce to stay indoors and pay my homage to the evening sky from my terrace. After a silent pause, the devotee said to me, "O my God, give me some words of good." I was quite unprepared for this abrupt request, and answered her on the spur of the moment, "Good words I neither give nor receive. I simply open my eyes and keep silence, and then I can at once both hear and see, even when no sound is uttered. Now while I am looking at you, it is as good as listening to your voice." The devotee became quite excited as I spoke, and exclaimed, "God speaks to me not only with his mouth but with his whole body." I said to her, "When I am silent I can listen with my whole body. I have come away from Calcutta here to listen to that sound." The devotee said, "Yes, I know that, and therefore I have come here to sit by you." Before taking her leave, she again bowed to me and touched my feet. I could see that she was distressed, because my feet were covered. She wished them to be bare. Early next morning I came out and sat on my terrace on the roof. Beyond the line of trees southward I could see the open country chill and desolate. I could watch the sun rising over the sugar cane in the east, beyond the clump of trees at the side of the village. Out of the deep shadow of those dark trees, the village road suddenly appeared. It stretched forward, winding its way to some distant villages on the horizon, till it was lost in the gray of the mist. That morning it was difficult to say whether the sun had risen or not. A white fog was still clinging to the tops of the trees. I saw the devotee walking through the blurred dawn, like a mist wraith of the morning twilight. She was singing her chant to God and sounding her cymbals. The thick haze lifted at last, and the sun, like the kindly grandsire of the village, took his seat amid all the work that was going on in home and field. When I had just settled down at my writing table to appease the hungry appetite of my editor in Calcutta, there came a sound of footsteps on the stair, and the devotee, humming a tune to herself, entered and bowed before me. I lifted my head from my papers. She said to me, "My God, yesterday I took as sacred food what was left over from your meal." I was startled, and asked her how she could do that. "Oh," she said, "I waited at your door in the evening, while you were at dinner, and took some food from your plate when it was carried out." This was a surprise to me, for everyone in the village knew that I had been to Europe, and had eaten with Europeans. I was a vegetarian, no doubt, but the sanctity of my cook would not bear investigation, and the orthodox regarded my food as polluted. The devotee, noticing my sign of surprise, said, "My God, why should I come to you at all if I could not take your food?" I asked her what her own caste people would say. She told me she had already spread the news far and wide all over the village. The caste people had shaken their heads, but agreed that she must go her own way. I found out that the devotee came from a good family in the country, and that her mother was well-to-do, and desired to keep her daughter, but she preferred to be a mendicant. I asked her how she made her living. She told me that her followers had given her a piece of land, and that she begged her food from door to door. She said to me, "The food which I get by begging is divine." After I had thought over what she said, I understood her meaning. When we get our food precariously as alms, we remember God the giver, but when we receive our food regularly at home as a matter of course, we are apt to regard it as ours by right. I had a great desire to ask her about her husband, but as she never mentioned him even indirectly, I did not question her. I found out very soon that the devotee had no respect at all for that part of the village where the people of the higher castes lived. "They never give," she said, "a single farthing to God's service, and yet they have the largest share of God's glebe, but the poor worship and starve." I asked her why she did not go and live among these godless people, and help them towards a better life. That, I said with some unction, would be the highest form of divine worship. I had heard sermons of this kind from time to time, and I am rather fond of copying them myself, for the public benefit, when the chance comes. But the devotee was not at all impressed. She raised her big round eyes and looked straight into mine, and said, "You mean to say that because God is with the sinners, therefore when you do them any service you do it to God? Is that so?" "Yes," I replied, "that is my meaning." "Of course," she answered almost impatiently, "of course, God is with them, otherwise how could they go on living at all? But what is that to me? My God is not there. My God cannot be worshipped among them, because I do not find him there. I seek him where I can find him." As she spoke, she made obeisance to me. What she meant to say was really this: a mere doctrine of God's omnipresence does not help us. That God is all-pervading, this truth may be a mere intangible abstraction, and therefore unreal to ourselves. Where I can see him, there is his reality in my soul. I need not explain that all the while she showered a devotion on me, she did it to me not as an individual. I was simply a vehicle of her divine worship. It was not for me either to receive it or to refuse it, for it was not mine, but God's. When the devotee came again, she found me once more engaged with my books and papers. "What have you been doing?" she said with evident vexation, "that my God should make you undertake such drudgery? Whenever I come, I find you reading and writing." "God keeps his useless people busy," I answered. "Otherwise they would be bound to get into mischief. They have to do all the least necessary things in life. It keeps them out of trouble." The devotee told me that she could not bear the encumbrances with which day by day I was surrounded. If she wanted to see me, she was not allowed by the servants to come straight upstairs. If she wanted to touch my feet in worship, there were my socks always in the way. And when she wanted to have a simple talk with me, she found my mind lost in a wilderness of letters. This time, before she left me, she folded her hands and said, "My God, I felt your feet in my breast this morning. Oh, how cool! And they were bare, not covered. I held them upon my head for a long time in worship. That filled my very being. Then after that, pray what was the use of my coming to you yourself? Why did I come? My Lord, tell me truly, wasn't it a mere infatuation?" There were some flowers in my vase on the table. While she was there, the gardener brought some new flowers to put in their place. The devotee saw him changing them. "Is that all?" she exclaimed. "Have you done with the flowers? Then give them to me." She held the flowers tenderly in the cup of her hands, and began to gaze at them with bent head. After a few moments' silence, she raised her head again, and said to me, "You never look at these flowers, therefore they become stale to you. If you would only look into them, then your reading and writing would go to the winds." She tied the flowers together in the end of her robe, and placed them, in an attitude of worship, on the top of her head, saying reverently, "Let me carry my God with me." While she did this, I felt that flowers in our rooms do not receive their due meed of loving care at our hands. When we stick them in vases, they are more like a row of naughty schoolboys standing on a form to be punished. The devotee came again the same evening, and sat by my feet on the terrace of the roof. "I gave away those flowers," she said, "as I went from house to house this morning, singing God's name. Benny, the head man of our village, laughed at me for my devotion, and said, 'Why do you waste all this devotion on him? Don't you know he is reviled up and down the countryside?' Is that true, my God? Is it true that they are hard upon you?" For a moment I shrank into myself. It was a shock to find that the stains of printer's ink could reach so far. The devotee went on. "Benny imagined that he could blow out the flame of my devotion at one breath. But this is no mere tiny flame. It is a burning fire. Why do they abuse you, my God?" I said, "Because I deserved it. I suppose in my greed I was loitering about to steal people's hearts in secret." The devotee said, "Now you see for yourself how little their hearts are worth. They are full of poison, and this will cure you of your greed." "When a man," I answered, "has greed in his heart, he is always on the verge of being beaten. The greed itself supplies his enemies with poison." "Our merciful God," she replied, "beats us with his own hand and drives away all the poison. He who endures God's beating to the end is saved." Chapter 2. That evening the devotee told me the story of her life. The stars of evening rose and set behind the trees as she went on to the end of her tale. "My husband is very simple. Some people think that he is a simpleton. But I know that those who understand simply understand truly. In business and household management he was able to hold his own. Because his needs were small and his wants few, he could manage carefully on what we had. He would never meddle in other matters, nor try to understand them. Both my husband's parents died before we had been married long, and we were left alone. But my husband always needed someone to be over him. I am ashamed to confess that he had a sort of reverence for me, and looked upon me as his superior. But I am sure that he could understand things better than I, though I had greater powers of talking. Of all the people in the world he held his Guru Thakur, spiritual master, in the highest veneration. Indeed, it was not veneration merely, but love, and such love as his is rare. Guru Thakur was younger than my husband. Oh, how beautiful he was! My husband had played games with him when he was a boy, and from that time forward he had dedicated his heart and soul to this friend of his early days. Thakur knew how simple my husband was, and used to tease him mercilessly. He and his comrades would play jokes upon him for their own amusement, but he would bear them all with long suffering. When I married into this family, Guru Thakur was studying at Benares. My husband used to pay all his expenses. I was 18 years old when he returned home to our village. At the age of 15 I had my child. I was so young I did not know how to take care of him. I was fond of gossip and liked to be with my village friends for hours together. I used to get quite cross with my boy when I was compelled to stay at home and nurse him. Alas, my child god came into my life, but his playthings were not ready for him. He came to the mother's heart, but the mother's heart lagged behind. He left me in anger, and ever since I have been searching for him up and down the world. The boy was the joy of his father's life. My careless neglect used to pain my husband. But his was a mute soul. He has never been able to give expression to his pain. The wonderful thing was this, that in spite of my neglect, the child used to love me more than any one else. He seemed to have the dread that I would one day go away and leave him, so even when I was with him he would watch me with a restless look in his eyes. He had me very little to himself, and therefore his desire to be with me was always painfully eager. When I went each day to the river he used to fret and stretch out his little arms to be taken with me. But the bathing ghat was my place for meeting my friends, and I did not care to burden myself with the child. It was an early morning in August. Fold after fold of gray clouds had wrapped the midday round with a wet clinging robe. I asked the maid to take care of the boy while I went down to the river. The child cried after me as I went away. There was no one there at the bathing ghat when I arrived. As a swimmer I was the best among all the village women. The river was quite full with the rains. I swam out into the middle of the stream some distance from the shore. Then I heard a cry from the bank. "Mother!" I turned my head and saw my boy coming down the steps, calling me as he came. I shouted to him to stop, but he went on laughing and calling. My feet and hands became cramped with fear. I shut my eyes, afraid to see. When I opened them, there at the slippery stairs, my boy's ripple of laughter had disappeared forever. I got back to the shore. I raised him from the water. I took him in my arms, my boy, my darling, who had begged so often in vain for me to take him. I took him now, but he no more looked in my eyes and called mother. My child god had come. I had ever neglected him. I had ever made him cry. And now all that neglect began to beat against my own heart, blow upon blow, blow upon blow. When my boy was with me, I had left him alone. I had refused to take him with me, and now, when he is dead, his memory clings to me and never leaves me. God alone knows all that my husband suffered. If he had only punished me for my sin, it would have been better for us both. But he knew only how to endure in silence, not how to speak. When I was almost mad with grief, Guru Thakur came back. In earlier days the relation between him and my husband had been that of boyish friendship. Now my husband's reverence for his sanctity and learning was unbounded. He could hardly speak in his presence, his awe of him was so great. My husband asked his guru to try to give me some consolation. Guru Thakur began to read and explain to me the scriptures, but I do not think they had much effect on my mind. All their value for me lay in the voice that uttered them. God makes the draught of divine life deepest in the heart for man to drink, through the human voice. He has no better vessel in his hand than that, and he himself drinks his divine draught out of the same vessel. My husband's love and veneration for his guru filled our house as incense fills a temple shrine. I showed that veneration and had peace. I saw my God in the form of that Guru. He used to come to take his meal at our house every morning. The first thought that would come to my mind on waking from sleep was that of his food as a sacred gift from God. When I prepared the things for his meal, my fingers would sing for joy. When my husband saw my devotion to his Guru, his respect for me greatly increased. He noticed his Guru's eager desire to explain the scriptures to me. He used to think that he could never expect to earn any regard from his Guru himself, on account of his stupidity, but his wife had made up for it. Thus another 5 years went by happily, and my whole life would have passed like that. But beneath the surface some stealing was going on somewhere in secret. I could not detect it, but it was detected by the God of my heart. Then came a day when in a moment our whole life was turned upside down. It was a morning in midsummer. I was returning home from bathing, my clothes all wet, down a shady lane. At the bend of the road under the mango tree I met my Guru Thakur. He had his towel on his shoulder and was repeating some Sanskrit verses, as he was going to take his bath. With my wet clothes clinging all about me, I was ashamed to meet him. I tried to pass by quickly and avoid being seen. He called me by my name. I stopped, lowering my eyes, shrinking into myself. He fixed his gaze upon me and said, "How beautiful is your body!" All the universe of birds seemed to break into song in the branches overhead. All the bushes in the lane seemed ablaze with flowers. It was as though the earth and sky and everything had become a riot of intoxicating joy. I cannot tell how I got home. I only remember that I rushed into the room where we worship God. But the room seemed empty. Only before my eyes those same gold spangles of light were dancing, which had quivered in front of me in that shady lane on my way back from the river. Guru Thakur came to take his food that day, and asked my husband where I had gone. He searched for me, but could not find me anywhere. Ah, I have not the same earth now any longer. The same sunlight is not mine. I called on my God in my dismay, and he kept his face turned away from me. The day passed, I know not how. That night I had to meet my husband. But the night is dark and silent. It is the time when my husband's mind comes out shining like stars at twilight. I had heard him speak things in the dark, and I had been surprised to find how deeply he understood. Sometimes I am late in the evening in going to rest on account of household work. My husband waits for me, seated on the floor, without going to bed. Our talk at such times had often begun with something about our Guru. That night, when it was past midnight, I came to my room and found my husband sleeping on the floor. Without disturbing him, I lay down on the ground at his feet, my head towards him. Once he stretched his feet while sleeping and struck me on the breast. That was his last bequest. Next morning, when my husband woke up from his sleep, I was already sitting by him. Outside the window, over the thick foliage of the jackfruit tree, appeared the first pale red of the dawn at the fringe of the night. It was so early that the crows had not yet begun to call. I bowed and touched my husband's feet with my forehead. He sat up, starting as if waking from a dream, and looked at my face in amazement. I said, "I have made up my mind. I must leave the world. I cannot belong to you any longer. I must leave your home." Perhaps my husband thought that he was still dreaming. He said not a word. "Ah, do hear me," I pleaded with infinite pain. "Do hear me and understand. You must marry another wife. I must take my leave." My husband said, "What is all this wild, mad talk? Who advises you to leave the world?" I said, "My Guru Thakur." My husband looked bewildered. "Guru Thakur!" he cried. "When did he give you this advice?" "In the morning," I answered. "Yesterday, when I met him on my way back from the river." His voice trembled a little. He turned and looked in my face and asked me, "Why did he give you such a behest?" "I do not know," I answered. "Ask him. He will tell you himself if he can." My husband said, It is possible to leave the world even when continuing to live in it. You need not leave my home. I will speak to my Guru about it." "Your Guru," I said, "may accept your petition, but my heart will never give its consent. I must leave your home. From henceforth the world is no more to me." My husband remained silent, and we sat there on the floor in the dark. When it was light, he said to me, "Let us both come to him." I folded my hands and said, "I shall never meet him again." He looked into my face. I lowered my eyes. He said no more. I knew that somehow he had seen into my mind and understood what was there. In this world of mine there were only two who loved me best, my boy and my husband. That love was my God, and therefore it could brook no falsehood. One of these two left me, and I left the other. Now I must have truth, and truth alone. She touched the ground at my feet, rose and bowed to me, and departed. End of Section 7. The Devotee. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Section 8 of The Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C.F. Andrews. Vision. Chapter 1. When I was a very young wife, I gave birth to a dead child, and came near to death myself. I recovered strength very slowly, and my eyesight became weaker and weaker. My husband at this time was studying medicine. He was not altogether sorry to have a chance of testing his medical knowledge on me, so he began to treat my eyes himself. My elder brother was reading for his law examination. One day he came to see me, and was alarmed at my condition. "What are you doing?" he said to my husband. "You are ruining Kumo's eyes. You ought to consult a good doctor at once." My husband said irritably, "Why, what can a good doctor do more than I am doing? The case is quite a simple one, and the remedies are all well known." Dada answered with scorn, "I suppose you think there is no difference between you and a professor in your own medical college." My husband replied angrily, "If you ever get married and there is a dispute about your wife's property, you won't take my advice about law. Why then do you now come advising me about medicine?" While they were quarreling, I was saying to myself that it was always the poor grass that suffered most when two kings went to war. Here was a dispute going on between these two, and I had to bear the brunt of it. It also seemed to me very unfair that when my family had given me in marriage, they should interfere afterwards. After all, my pleasure and pain are my husband's concern, not theirs. From that day forward, merely over this trifling matter of my eyes, the bond between my husband and Dada was strained. To my surprise, one afternoon, while my husband was away, Dada brought a doctor in to see me. He examined my eyes very carefully and looked grave. He said that further neglect would be dangerous. He wrote out a prescription, and sent Dada for the medicine at once. When the strange doctor had gone, I implored my Dada not to interfere. I was sure that only evil would come from the stealthy visits of a doctor. I was surprised at myself for plucking up courage to speak to my brother like that. I had always hitherto been afraid of him. I am sure also that Dada was surprised at my boldness. He kept silence for a while, and then said to me, "Very well, Kumo. I won't call in the doctor any more, but when the medicine comes, you must take it." Dada then went away. The medicine came from the chemist. I took it, bottles, powders, prescriptions and all, and threw it down the well. My husband had been irritated by Dada's interference, and he began to treat my eyes with greater diligence than ever. He tried all sorts of remedies. I bandaged my eyes, as he told me. I wore his colored glasses, I put in his drops, I took all his powders. I even drank the cod liver oil he gave me, though my gorge rose against it. Each time he came back from the hospital, he would ask me anxiously how I felt, and I would answer, "Oh, much better." Indeed, I became an expert in self-delusion. When I found that the water in my eyes was still increasing, I would console myself with the thought that it was a good thing to get rid of so much bad fluid, and when the flow of water in my eyes decreased, I was elated at my husband's skill. But after a while the agony became unbearable. My eyesight faded away, and I had continual headaches day and night. I saw how much alarmed my husband was getting. I gathered from his manner that he was casting about for a pretext to call in a doctor, so I hinted that it might be as well to call one in. That he was greatly relieved I could see. He called in an English doctor that very day. I do not know what talk they had together, but I gathered that the Sahib had spoken very sharply to my husband. He remained silent for some time after the doctor had gone. I took his hands in mine and said, "What an ill-mannered brute that was! Why didn't you call in an Indian doctor? That would have been much better. Do you think that man knows better than you do about my eyes?" My husband was very silent for a moment, and then said with a broken voice, "Kumo, your eyes must be operated on." I pretended to be vexed with him for concealing the fact from me so long. "Here you have known this all the time," said I, "and yet you have said nothing about it. Do you think I am such a baby as to be afraid of an operation?" At that he regained his good spirits. "There are very few men," said he, "who are heroic enough to look forward to an operation without shrinking." I laughed at him. "Yes, that is so. Men are heroic only before their wives." He looked at me gravely, and said, "You are perfectly right. We men are dreadfully vain." I laughed away his seriousness. "Are you sure you can beat us women even in vanity?" When Dada came, I took him aside. "Dada, that treatment your doctor recommended would have done me a world of good. Only, unfortunately, I mistook the mixture for the lotion, and since the day I made the mistake, my eyes have grown steadily worse, and now an operation is needed." Dada said to me, "You were under your husband's treatment, and that is why I gave up coming to visit you." "No," I answered. "In reality I was secretly treating myself in accordance with your doctor's directions." Oh, what lies we women have to tell! When we are mothers, we tell lies to pacify our children, and when we are wives, we tell lies to pacify the fathers of our children. We are never free from this necessity. My deception had the effect of bringing about a better feeling between my husband and Dada. Dada blamed himself for asking me to keep a secret from my husband, and my husband regretted that he had not taken my brother's advice at the first. At last, with the consent of both, an English doctor came and operated on my left eye. That eye, however, was too weak to bear the strain, and the last flickering glimmer of light went out. Then the other eye gradually lost itself in darkness. One day my husband came to my bedside. "I cannot brazen it out before you any longer," said he. "Kumo, it is I who have ruined your eyes." I felt that his voice was choking with tears, and so I took up his right hand in both of mine and said, "Why, you did exactly what was right. You have dealt only with that which was your very own. Just imagine if some strange doctor had come and taken away my eyesight. What consolation should I have had then? But now I can feel that all has happened for the best, and my great comfort is to know that it is at your hands I have lost my eyes." When Ramchandra found one lotus too few with which to worship God, he offered both his eyes in place of the lotus, and I have dedicated my eyes to my God. From now, whenever you see something that is a joy to you, then you must describe it to me, and I will feed upon your words as a sacred gift left over from your vision. I do not mean, of course, that I said all this there and then, for it is impossible to speak these things on the spur of the moment. But I used to think over words like these for days and days together, and when I was very depressed, or if at any time the light of my devotion became dim, and I pitied my evil fate, Then I made my mind utter these sentences one by one, as a child repeats a story that is told, and so I could breathe once more the serener air of peace and love. At the very time of our talk together, I said enough to show my husband what was in my heart. "Kumo," he said to me, "the mischief I have done by my folly can never be made good, but I can do one thing. I can ever remain by your side and try to make up for your want of vision as much as is in my power." "No," said I, "that will never do. I shall not ask you to turn your house into an hospital for the blind. There is only one thing to be done. You must marry again." As I tried to explain to him that this was necessary, my voice broke a little. I coughed, and tried to hide my emotion, but he burst out, saying, "Kumo, I know I am a fool and a braggart and all that, but I am not a villain. If I ever marry again, I swear to you the most solemn oath by my family god, Gopinath, may that most hated of all sins, the sin of parricide, fall on my head." Ah, I should never have allowed him to swear that dreadful oath. But tears were choking my voice, and I could not say a word for insufferable joy. I hid my blind face in my pillows and sobbed again. At last, when the first flood of my tears was over, I drew his head down to my breast. "Ah," said I, "why did you take such a terrible oath? Do you think I asked you to marry again for your own sordid pleasure? No, I was thinking of myself, for she could perform those services which were mine to give you when I had my sight." "Services!" said he, "services! Those can be done by servants. Do you think I am mad enough to bring a slave into my house, and bid her share the throne with this my goddess?" As he said the word goddess, he held up my face in his hands, and placed a kiss between my brows. At that moment the third eye of divine wisdom was opened, where he kissed me, and verily I had a consecration. I said in my own mind, "It is well, I am no longer able to serve him in the lower world of household cares. But I shall rise to a higher region. I shall bring down blessings from above. No more lies. No more deceptions for me. All the littlenesses and hypocrisies of my former life shall be banished forever." That day, the whole day through, I felt a conflict going on within me. The joy of the thought that after this solemn oath it was impossible for my husband to marry again fixed its roots deep in my heart, and I could not tear them out. But the new goddess, who had taken her new throne in me, said, "The time might come when it would be good for your husband to break his oath and marry again." But the woman who was within me said, "That may be, but all the same an oath is an oath, and there is no way out." The goddess who was within me answered, "That is no reason why you should exult over it." But the woman who was within me replied, "What you say is quite true, no doubt. All the same he has taken his oath." And the same story went on again and again. At last the goddess frowned in silence, and the darkness of a horrible fear came down upon me. My repentant husband would not let the servants do my work. He must do it all himself. At first it gave me unbounded delight to be dependent on him, thus for every little thing. It was a means of keeping him by my side, and my desire to have him with me had become intense since my blindness. That share of his presence which my eyes had lost, my other senses craved. When he was absent from my side, I would feel as if I were hanging in mid-air, and had lost my hold of all things tangible. Formerly, when my husband came back late from the hospital, I used to open my window and gaze at the road. That road was the link which connected his world with mine. Now, when I had lost that link through my blindness, all my body would go out to seek him. The bridge that united us had given way, and there was now this unsurpassable chasm. When he left my side, the gulf seemed to yawn wide open. I could only wait for the time when he should cross back again from his own shore to mine. But such intense longing and such utter dependence can never be good. A wife is a burden enough to a man in all conscience, and to add to it the burden of this blindness was to make his life unbearable. I vowed that I would suffer alone, and never wrap my husband round in the folds of my all-pervading darkness. Within an incredibly short space of time, I managed to train myself to do all my household duties by the help of touch and sound and smell. In fact, I soon found that I could get on with greater skill than before, for sight often distracts rather than helps us. And so it came to pass that when these roving eyes of mine could do their work no longer, all the other senses took up their several duties with quietude and completeness. When I had gained experience by constant practice, I would not let my husband do any more household duties for me. He complained bitterly at first that I was depriving him of his penance. This did not convince me. Whatever he might say, I could feel that he had a real sense of relief when these household duties were over. To serve daily a wife who is blind can never make up the life of a man. Chapter 2. My husband at last had finished his medical course. He went away from Calcutta to a small town to practice as a doctor. There in the country I felt with joy, through all my blindness, that I was restored to the arms of my mother. I had left my village birthplace for Calcutta when I was 8 years old. Since then 10 years had passed away, and in the great city the memory of my village home had grown dim. As long as I had eyesight, Calcutta with its busy life screened from view the memory of my early days. But when I lost my eyesight, I knew for the first time that Calcutta allured only the eyes. It could not fill the mind. And now, in my blindness, the scenes of my childhood shone out once more, like stars that appear one by one in the evening sky at the end of the day. It was the beginning of November when we left Calcutta for Harsingpur. The place was new to me, but the scents and sounds of the countryside pressed round and embraced me. The morning breeze coming fresh from the newly ploughed land, the sweet and tender smell of the flowering mustard, the shepherd boy's flute sounding in the distance, even the creaking noise of the bullock cart, as it groaned over the broken village road, filled my world with delight. The memory of my past life, with all its ineffable fragrance and sound, became a living present to me, and my blind eyes could not tell me I was wrong. I went back and lived over again my childhood. Only one thing was absent. My mother was not with me. I could see my home with the large peepul trees growing along the edge of the village pool. I could picture in my mind's eye my old grandmother seated on the ground with her thin wisps of hair untied, warming her back in the sun as she made the little round lentil balls to be dried and used for cooking. But somehow I could not recall the songs she used to croon to herself in her weak and quavering voice. In the evening, whenever I heard the lowing of cattle, I could almost watch the figure of my mother going round the sheds with lighted lamp in her hand. The smell of the wet fodder and the pungent smoke of the straw fire would enter into my very heart. And in the distance I seemed to hear the clanging of the temple bell wafted up by the breeze from the river bank. Calcutta, with all its turmoil and gossip, curdles the heart. There all the beautiful duties of life lose their freshness and innocence. I remember one day when a friend of mine came in and said to me, "Kumo, why don't you feel angry? If I had been treated like you by my husband, I would never look upon his face again." She tried to make me indignant, because he had been so long calling in a doctor. "My blindness," said I, "was itself a sufficient evil. Why should I make it worse by allowing hatred to grow up against my husband?" My friend shook her head in great contempt when she heard such old-fashioned talk from the lips of a mere chit of a girl. She went away in disdain. But whatever might be my answer at the time, such words as these left their poison, and the venom was never wholly got out of the soul when once they had been uttered. So you see, Calcutta, with its never-ending gossip, does harden the heart. But when I came back to the country, all my earlier hopes and faiths, all that I held true in life during childhood, became fresh and bright once more. God came to me and filled my heart and my world. I bowed to him and said, "It is well that thou hast taken away my eyes. Thou art with me." Ah, but I said more than was right. It was a presumption to say, "Thou art with me." All we can say is this: I must be true to thee. Even when nothing is left for us, still we have to go on living. Chapter 3. We passed a few happy months together. My husband gained some reputation in his profession as a doctor, and money came with it. But there is a mischief in money. I cannot point to any one event, but because the blind have keener perceptions than other people, I could discern the change which came over my husband along with the increase of wealth. He had a keen sense of justice when he was younger, and had often told me of his great desire to help the poor when once he obtained a practice of his own. He had a noble contempt for those in his profession who would not feel the pulse of a poor patient before collecting his fee. But now I noticed a difference. He had become strangely hard. Once when a poor woman came and begged him out of charity to save the life of her only child, he bluntly refused. And when I implored him myself to help her, he did his work perfunctorily. While we were less rich, my husband disliked sharp practice in money matters. He was scrupulously honorable in such things, but since he had got a large account at the bank, he was often closeted for hours with some scamp of a landlord's agent, for purposes which clearly boded no good. Where has he drifted? What has become of this husband of mine? The husband I knew before I was blind, the husband who kissed me that day between my brows, and enshrined me on the throne of a goddess. Those whom a sudden gust of passion brings down to the dust can rise up again with a new strong impulse of goodness. But those who day by day become dried up in the very fibre of their moral being, those who by some outer parasitic growth choke the inner life by slow degrees, such wench one day a deadness which knows no healing. The separation caused by blindness is the merest physical trifle, but it suffocates me to find that he is no longer with me, where he stood with me in that hour when we both knew that I was blind. That is a separation indeed. I, with my love fresh and my faith unbroken, have kept to the shelter of my heart's inner shrine. But my husband has left the cool shade of those things that are ageless and unfading. He is fast disappearing into the barren, waterless waste in his mad thirst for gold. Sometimes the suspicion comes to me that things are not so bad as they seem, that perhaps I exaggerate because I am blind. It may be that if my eyesight were unimpaired, I should have accepted the world as I found it. This, at any rate, was the light in which my husband looked at all my moods and fancies. One day an old Mussulman came to the house. He asked my husband to visit his little granddaughter. I could hear the old man say, "Baba, I am a poor man, but come with me, and Allah will do you good." My husband answered coldly, "What Allah will do won't help matters. I want to know what you can do for me." When I heard it, I wondered in my mind why God had not made me deaf as well as blind. The old man heaved a deep sigh and departed. I sent my maid to fetch him to my room. I met him at the door of the inner apartment, and put some money into his hand. "Please take this from me," said I, "for your little granddaughter, and get a trustworthy doctor to look after her, and pray for my husband." But the whole of that day I could take no food at all. In the afternoon, when my husband got up from sleep, he asked me, "Why do you look so pale?" I was about to say, as I used to do in the past, "Oh, it's nothing." But those days of deception were over, and I spoke to him plainly. "I have been hesitating," I said, "for days together to tell you something. It has been hard to think out what exactly it was I wanted to say. Even now I may not be able to explain what I had in my mind, but I am sure you know what has happened. Our lives have drifted apart." My husband laughed in a forced manner and said, "Change is the law of nature." I said to him, "I know that, but there are some things that are eternal." Then he became serious. "There are many women," said he, "who have a real cause for sorrow. There are some whose husbands do not earn money. There are others whose husbands do not love them. But you are making yourself wretched about nothing at all." Then it became clear to me that my very blindness had conferred on me the power of seeing a world which is beyond all change. Yes, it is true, I am not like other women, and my husband will never understand me. Chapter 4. Our two lives went on with their dull routine for some time. Then there was a break in the monotony. An aunt of my husband came to pay us a visit. The first thing she blurted out after our first greeting was this: "Well, Crum, it's a great pity you have become blind, but why do you impose your own affliction on your husband? You must get him to another wife." There was an awkward pause. If my husband had only said something in jest, or laughed in her face, all would have been over. But he stammered and hesitated, and said at last, in a nervous, stupid way, "Do you really think so? Really, aunt, you shouldn't talk like that." His aunt appealed to me. Was I wrong, Kumo? I laughed a hollow laugh. "Had not you better," said I, "consult someone more competent to decide? The pickpocket never asks permission from the man whose pocket he is going to pick." "You are quite right," she replied blandly. "Abinash, my dear, let us have our little conference in private. What do you say to that?" After a few days my husband asked her, in my presence, if she knew of any girl of a decent family who could come and help me in my household work. He knew quite well that I needed no help. I kept silence. "Oh, there are heaps of them," replied his aunt. "My cousin has a daughter who is just of the marriageable age, and as nice a girl as you could wish. Her people would be only too glad to secure you as a husband." Again there came from him that forced, hesitating laugh, and he said, "But I never mentioned marriage." "How could you expect," asked his aunt, "a girl of decent family to come and live in your house without marriage?" He had to admit that this was reasonable, and remained nervously silent. I stood alone within the closed doors of my blindness after he had gone, and called upon my God and prayed, "O God, save my husband." When I was coming out of the household shrine from my morning worship a few days later, his aunt took hold of both my hands warmly. "Kumo, here is the girl," said she, "we were speaking about the other day. Her name is Hemangini. She will be delighted to meet you. Hemo, come here and be introduced to your sister." My husband entered the room at the same moment. He feigned surprise when he saw the strange girl, and was about to retire. But his aunt said, "Abinash, my dear, what are you running away for? There is no need to do that. Here is my cousin's daughter, Hemangini, come to see you. Hemo, make your bow to him." As if taken quite by surprise, he began to ply his aunt with questions about the when and why and how of the new arrival. I saw the hollowness of the whole thing, and took Hemangini by the hand, and led her to my own room. I gently stroked her face and arms and hair, and found that she was about 15 years old and very beautiful. As I felt her face, she suddenly burst out laughing, and said, "Why, what are you doing? Are you hypnotizing me?" That sweet ringing laughter of hers swept away in a moment all the dark clouds that stood between us. I threw my right arm about her neck. "Dear one," said I am trying to see you." And again I stroked her soft face with my left hand. "Trying to see me!" she said with a new burst of laughter. "Am I like a vegetable marrow grown in your garden, that you want to feel me all round to see how soft I am?" I suddenly bethought me that she did not know I had lost my sight. "Sister, I am blind," said I. She was silent. I could feel her big young eyes, full of curiosity, peering into my face. I knew they were full of pity. Then she grew thoughtful and puzzled, and said, after a short pause, "Oh, I see now. That was the reason your husband invited his aunt to come and stay here." "No," I replied, "you are quite mistaken. He did not ask her to come. She came of her own accord." Hemangini went off into a peal of laughter. "That's just like my aunt," said she. "Oh, wasn't it nice of her to come without any invitation? But now she's come, you won't get her to move for some time, I can assure you." Then she paused and looked puzzled. "But why did father send me?" she asked. "Can you tell me that?" The aunt had come into the room while we were talking. Hemangini said to her, "When are you thinking of going back, Aunt?" The aunt looked very much upset. "What a question to ask," said she. "I've never seen such a restless body as you. We've only just come, and you ask when we're going back." "It is all very well for you," Hemangini said, "for this house belongs to your near relations, but what about me? I tell you plainly I can't stop here." And then she held my hand and said, "What do you think, dear?" I drew her to my heart, but said nothing. The aunt was in a great difficulty. She felt the situation was getting beyond her control, so she proposed that she and her niece should go out together to bathe. "No, we two will go together," said Hemangini, clinging to me. The aunt gave in, fearing opposition if she tried to drag her away. Going down to the river, Hemangini asked me, "Why don't you have children?" I was startled by her question, and answered, "How can I tell? My God has not given me any. That is the reason." "No, that's not the reason," said Hemangini, quickly. "You must have committed some sin. Look at my aunt. She is childless. It must be because her heart has some wickedness. But what wickedness is in your heart?" The words hurt me. I have no solution to offer for the problem of evil. I sighed deeply, and said in the silence of my soul, "My God, Thou knowest the reason." "Gracious goodness!" cried Hemangini. "What are you sighing for? No one ever takes me seriously." And her laughter pealed across the river. Chapter 5. I found out, after this, that there were constant interruptions in my husband's professional duties. He refused all calls from a distance, and would hurry away from his patients, even when they were close at hand. Formerly it was only during the midday meals and at night time that he could come into the inner apartment. But now, with unnecessary anxiety for his aunt's comfort, he began to visit her at all hours of the day. I knew at once that he had come to her room when I heard her shouting for Hemangini to bring in a glass of water. At first the girl would do what she was told, but later on she refused altogether. Then the aunt would call in an endearing voice, "Hemo, Hemo, Hemangini!" But the girl would cling to me with an impulse of pity. A sense of dread and sadness would keep her silent. Sometimes she would shrink towards me like a hunted thing, who scarcely knew what was coming. About this time my brother came down from Calcutta to visit me. I knew how keen his powers of observation were, and what a hard judge he was. I feared my husband would be put on his defence, and have to stand his trial before him. So I endeavoured to hide the true situation behind a mask of noisy cheerfulness. But I am afraid I overdid the part. It was unnatural for me. My husband began to fidget openly, and asked how long my brother was going to stay. At last his impatience became little short of insulting, and my brother had no help for it but to leave. Before going he placed his hand on my head and kept it there for some time. I noticed that his hand shook, and a tear fell from his eyes as he silently gave me his blessing. I well remember that it was an evening in April, and a market day. People who had come into the town were going back home from market. There was the feeling of an impending storm in the air. The smell of the wet earth and the moisture in the wind were all pervading. I never keep a lighted lamp in my bedroom when I am alone, lest my clothes should catch fire, or some accident happen. I sat on the floor in my dark room and called upon the God of my blind world. "O my Lord," I cried, "thy face is hidden. I cannot see. I am blind. I hold tight this broken rudder of a heart till my hands bleed. The waves have become too strong for me. How long wilt thou try me, my God? How long?" I kept my head prone upon the bedstead and began to sob. As I did so, I felt the bedstead move a little. The next moment Hemangini was by my side. She clung to my neck and wiped my tears away silently. I do not know why she had been waiting that evening in the inner room, or why she had been lying alone there in the dusk. She asked me no question. She said no word. She simply placed her cool hand on my forehead and kissed me, and departed. The next morning Hemangini said to her aunt in my presence, "If you want to stay on, you can, but I don't. I'm going away home with our family servant." The aunt said there was no need for her to go alone, for she was going away also. Then smilingly and mincingly she brought out from a plush case a ring set with pearls. "Look, Hemo," said she, "what a beautiful ring my Abinash brought for you." Hemangini snatched the ring from her hand. "Look, aunt," she answered quickly, "just see how splendidly I aim." And she flung the ring into the tank outside the window. The aunt, overwhelmed with alarm, vexation, and surprise, bristled like a hedgehog. She turned to me and held me by the hand. "Kumo," she repeated again and again, "don't say a word about this childish freak to Abinash. He would be fearfully vexed." I assured her that she need not fear. Not a word would reach him about it from my lips. The next day before starting for home, Hemangini embraced me and said, "Dearest, keep me in mind. Do not forget me." I stroked her face over and over with my fingers and said, "Sister, the blind have long memories." I drew her head towards me and kissed her hair and her forehead. My world suddenly became gray. All the beauty and laughter and tender youth which had nestled so close to me vanished when Hemangini departed. I went groping about with arms outstretched, seeking to find out what was left in my deserted world. My husband came in later. He affected a great relief now that they were gone. But it was exaggerated and empty. He pretended that his aunt's visit had kept him away from work. Hitherto there had been only the one barrier of blindness between me and my husband. Now another barrier was added, this deliberate silence about Hemangini. He feigned utter indifference, but I knew he was having letters about her. It was early in May. My maid entered my room one morning and asked me, "What is all this preparation going on at the landing on the river? Where is master going?" I knew there was something impending, but I said to the maid, "I can't say." The maid did not dare to ask me any more questions. She sighed and went away. Late that night my husband came to me. "I have to visit a patient in the country," said he. "I shall have to start very early tomorrow morning, and I may have to be away for 2 or 3 days." I got up from my bed. I stood before him and cried aloud, "Why are you telling me lies?" My husband stammered out, "What lies have I told you?" I said, "You are going to get married." He remained silent. For some moments there was no sound in the room. Then I broke the silence. "Answer me," I cried. "Say yes." He answered, "Yes," like a feeble echo. I shouted out with a loud voice, "No, I shall never allow you. I shall save you from this great disaster, this dreadful sin. If I fail in this, then why am I your wife? And why did I ever worship my God?" The room remained still as a stone. I dropped on the floor and clung to my husband's knees. "What have I done?" I asked. "Where have I been lacking? Tell me truly. Why do you want another wife?" My husband said slowly, "I will tell you the truth. I am afraid of you. Your blindness has enclosed you in its fortress, and I have now no entrance. To me you are no longer a woman. You are awful as my God. I cannot live my everyday life with you. I want a woman, just an ordinary woman, whom I can be free to chide and coax and pet and scold. Oh, tear open my heart and see, what am I else but that, just an ordinary woman? I am the same girl that I was when I was newly wed, a girl with all her need to believe, to confide, to worship. I do not recollect exactly the words that I uttered. I only remember that I said, 'If I be a true wife, then may God be my witness, you shall never do this wicked deed, you shall never break your oath. Before you commit such sacrilege, either I shall become a widow, or Hemangini shall die.' Then I fell down on the floor in a swoon. When I came to myself, it was still dark. The birds were silent. My husband had gone. All that day I sat at my worship in the sanctuary at the household shrine. In the evening a fierce storm, with thunder and lightning and rain, swept down upon the house and shook it. As I crouched before the shrine, I did not ask my God to save my husband from the storm, though he must have been at that time in peril on the river. I prayed that whatever might happen to me, my husband might be saved from this great sin. Night passed. The whole of the next day I kept my seat at worship. When it was evening, there was the noise of shaking and beating at the door. When the door was broken open, they found me lying unconscious on the ground, and carried me to my room. When I came to myself at last, I heard someone whispering in my ear, "Sister." I found that I was lying in my room with my head on Hemangini's lap. When my head moved, I heard her dress rustle. It was the sound of bridal silk. Oh, my God, my God! My prayer has gone unheeded. My husband has fallen. Hemangini bent her head low and said in a sweet whisper, "Sister dearest, I have come to ask your blessing on our marriage." At first my whole body stiffened like the trunk of a tree that has been struck by lightning. Then I sat up and said painfully, forcing myself to speak the words, "Why should I not bless you? You have done no wrong." Hemangini laughed her merry laugh. "Wrong!" said she. "When you married it was right, and when I marry you call it wrong." I tried to smile in answer to her laughter. I said in my mind, "My prayer is not the final thing in this world. His will is all. Let the blows descend upon my head, but may they leave my faith and hope in God untouched." Hemangini bowed to me and touched my feet. "May you be happy," said I, blessing her, "and enjoy unbroken prosperity." Hemangini was still unsatisfied. "Dearest sister," she said, "a blessing for me is not enough. You must make our happiness complete. You must, with those saintly hands of yours, accept into your home my husband also. Let me bring him to you." I said, "Yes, bring him to me." A few moments later I heard a familiar footstep, and the question, "Kumo, how are you?" I started up and bowed to the ground and cried, "Dada!" Hemangini burst out laughing. "You still call him elder brother?" she asked. "What nonsense! Call him younger brother now, and pull his ears and seize him, for he has married me, your younger sister." Then I understood. My husband had been saved from that great sin. He had not fallen. I knew my Dada had determined never to marry, and since my mother had died, there was no sacred wish of hers to implore him to wedlock. But I, his sister, by my sore need, had brought it to pass. He had married for my sake. Tears of joy gushed from my eyes and poured down my cheeks. I tried, but I could not stop them. Dada slowly passed his fingers through my hair. Hemangini clung to me and went on laughing. I was lying awake in my bed for the best part of the night, waiting with straining anxiety for my husband's return. I could not imagine how he would bear the shock of shame and disappointment. When it was long past the hour of midnight, slowly my door opened. I sat up on my bed and listened. They were the footsteps of my husband. My heart began to beat wildly. He came up to my bed, held my hand in his. "Your Dada," said he, "has saved me from destruction. I was being dragged down and down by a moment's madness. An infatuation had seized me, from which I seemed unable to escape. God alone knows what a load I was carrying on that day when I entered the boat. The storm came down on river and covered the sky. In the midst of all fears I had a secret wish in my heart to be drowned, and so disentangle my life from the knot which I had tied it. I reached Madhuganj. There I heard the news which set me free. Your brother had married Hemangini. I cannot tell you with what joy and shame I heard it. I hastened on board the boat again. In that moment of self-revelation I knew that I could have no happiness except with you. You are a goddess. I laughed and cried at the same time, and said, "No, no, no! I am not going to be a goddess any longer. I am simply your own little wife. I am an ordinary woman." "Dearest," he replied, "I have also something I want to say to you. Never again put me to shame by calling me your god." On the next day the little town became joyous with the sound of conch shells, but nobody made any reference to that night of madness, when all was so nearly lost. End of Section 8. Vision. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Section 9 of The Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Uday Sagar. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C.F. Andrews. Chapter 1. The Babus of Nayanjore. Once upon a time, the Babus of Nayanjore were famous landholders. They were noted for their princely extravagance. They would tear off the rough border of the Dhaka muslin because it rubbed against their skin. They could spend many thousands of rupees over the wedding of a kitten. On a certain grand occasion, it is alleged that, in order to turn night into day, they lighted numberless lamps and showered silver threads from the sky to imitate sunlight. Those were the days before the flood. The flood came. The line of succession among these old-world Babus, with their lordly habits, could not continue for long. Like a lamp with too many wicks burning, the oil flared away quickly and the light went out. Kailas Babu, our neighbor, is the last relic of this extant magnificence. Before he grew up, his family had very nearly reached its lowest ebb. When his father died, there was one dazzling outburst of funeral extravagance, and then insolvency. The property was sold to liquidate the debt. What little ready money was left over was altogether insufficient to keep up the past ancestral splendors. Kailas Babu left Nayanjore and came to Calcutta. His son did not remain long in this world of faded glory. He died, leaving behind him an only daughter. In Calcutta, we are Kailas Babu's neighbors. Curiously enough, our own family history is just the opposite to his. My father got his money by his own exertions and prided himself on never spending a penny more than was needed. His clothes were those of a working man, and his hands also. He never had any inclination to earn the title of Baba by extravagant display, and I myself, his only son, owe him gratitude for that. He gave me the very best education, and I was able to make my way in the world. I'm not ashamed of the fact that I'm a self-made man. Crisp bank notes in my safe are dearer to me than a long pedigree in an empty family chest. I believe this was why I disliked seeing Kailas Babu drawing his heavy checks on the public credit from the bankrupt bank of his ancient Babu reputation. I used to fancy that he looked down on me because my father had earned money with his own hands. I ought to have noticed that no one showed any vexation towards Kailas Babu except myself. Indeed, it would have been difficult to find an old man who did less harm than he. He was always ready with his kindly little acts of courtesy in times of sorrow and joy. He would join in all the ceremonies and religious observances of his neighbors. His familiar smile would greet young and old alike. His politeness in asking details about domestic affairs was untiring. The friends who met him in the street were perforce ready to be buttonholed, while a long string of questions of this kind followed one another from his lips. "My dear friend, I'm delighted to see you. Are you quite well? How is Shashi? And Dada, is he all right? Do you know, I've only just heard that Madhu's son has caught fever. How is he? Have you heard? And Harisharan Babu, I've not seen him for a long time. I hope he's not ill. What's the matter with Rakal? And how are the ladies of your family? Kailas Babu was spotlessly neat in his dress on all occasions, though his supply of clothes was sorely limited. Every day he used to air his shirts and vests and coats and trousers carefully and put them out in the sun, along with his bed quilt, his pillowcase, and the small carpet on which he always sat. After airing them, he would shake them and brush them and put them carefully away. His little bits of furniture made his small room decent and hinted that there was more in reserve if needed. Very often, for want of a servant, he would shut up his house for a while. Then he would iron out his shirts and linen with his own hands, and do other little menial tasks. After this, he would open his door and receive his friends again. Though Kailas Babu, as I've said, had lost all his landed property, yet still some family heirlooms left. There was a silver cruet for sprinkling scented water, a filigree box for order of roses, a small gold salver, costly ancient shawl, and the old-fashioned ceremonial dress, and the ancestral turban. These he had rescued with the greatest difficulty from the money-lender's clutches. On every suitable occasion he would bring them out in state, and thus try to save the world-famed dignity of the Babus of Nayanjore. At heart the most modest of men, in his daily speech he regarded it as a sacred duty, owed to his rank, to give free play to his family pride. His friends would encourage this trait in his character with kindly good humor, and it gave them great amusement. The neighborhood soon learned to call him their Thakur Dada. They would flock to his house and sit with them for hours together. To prevent his incurring any expense, one or other of his friends would bring him tobacco and say, "Thakur Dada, this morning some tobacco was sent to me from Gaya. Do take it and see how you like it." Thakur Dada would take it and say it was excellent. He would then go on to tell of a certain exquisite tobacco which they once smoked in the old days of Nayanjore at the cost of a guinea an ounce. "I wonder," he used to say, "if anyone would like to try it now? I have some left and can get it at once." Everyone knew that if they asked for it, then somehow or other the key of the cupboard would be missing, or else Ganesh, his old family servant, had put it away somewhere. "You can never be sure," he would add, "where things go to when servants are about. Now this Ganesh of mine, I can't tell you what a fool he is, but I haven't the heart to dismiss him." Ganesh, for the credit of the family, was quite ready to bear all the blame without a word. One of the company usually said at this point, "Never mind, Thakur Dada, please don't trouble to look for it. This tobacco we're smoking will do quite well. The other would be too strong." Then Thakur Dada would be relieved and settle down again, and the talk would go on. When his guests got up to go away, Thakur Dada would accompany them to the door and say to them on the doorstep, "Oh, by the way, when are you all coming to dine with me?" One or other of us would answer, "Not just yet, Thakur Dada, not just yet. We'll fix a day later." "Quite right," he would answer, "quite right. We had much better wait till the rains come. It's too hot now, and a grand rich dinner such as I should want to give you would upset us in weather like this." But when the rains did come, everyone was very careful not to remind him of his promise. If the subject was brought up, some friend would suggest gently that it was very inconvenient to get about when the rains were so severe, and therefore it would be much better to wait till they were over. Thus the game went on. Thakur Dada's poor lodging was much too small for his position, and we used to condole with him about it. His friends would assure him they quite understood his difficulties. It was next to impossible to get a decent house in Calcutta. Indeed, they had all been looking out for years for a house to suit him, but I need hardly add, no friend had been foolish enough to find one. Thakur Dada used to say with a sigh of resignation, "Well, well, I suppose I shall have to put up with this house after all." Then he would add with a genial smile, "But you know, I could never bear to be away from my friends. I must be near you. That really compensates for everything." Somehow I felt all this very deeply indeed. I suppose the real reason was that when a man is young, stupidity appears to him the worst of crimes. Kailas Babu was not really stupid. In ordinary business matters, everyone was ready to consult him. But with regard to Nayanjore, his utterances were certainly void of common sense, because, out of amused affection for him, no one contradicted his impossible statements. He refused to keep them in bounds. When people recounted in his hearing the glorious history of Nayanjore with absurd exaggerations, he would accept all they said with the utmost gravity, and never doubted, even in his dreams, that anyone could disbelieve it. Chapter 2. When I sit down and try to analyze the thoughts and feelings that I had towards Kailas Babu, I see that there was a still deeper reason for my dislike. I will now explain. Though I am the son of a rich man and might have wasted time at college, my industry was such that I took MA degree in Calcutta University when quite young. My moral character was flawless. In addition, my outward appearance was so handsome that if I were to call myself beautiful, it might be thought a mark of self-estimation, but could not be considered an untruth. There could be no question that among the young men of Bengal, I was regarded by parents generally as a very eligible match. I was myself quite clear on the point, and had determined to obtain full value in the marriage market. When I pictured my choice, it had before my mind's eye a wealthy family's only daughter, extremely beautiful and highly educated. Proposals came pouring into me from far and near. Large sums in cash were offered. I weighed these offers with rigid impartiality in the delicate scales of my own estimation, but there was no one fit to be my partner. I became convinced with the poet Babavati that in this world's endless time and boundless space, one may be born at last to match my sovereign grace. But in this puny modern age, and this contracted space of modern Bengal, it was doubtful if the peerless creature existed as yet. Meanwhile, my praises were sung in many tunes and in different meters by designing parents. Whether I was pleased with the daughters or not, this worship which they offered was never unpleasing. I used to regard it as my proper due, because I was so good. We are told that when the gods withhold their boons from mortals, they still expect their worshippers to pay them fervent honor, and are angry if it is withheld. I had the divine expectance strongly developed in myself. I have already mentioned that Thakur Dada had an only granddaughter. I had seen her many times, but had never mistaken her for beautiful. No thought had ever entered my mind that she would be a possible partner for myself. All the same, it seemed quite certain to me that some day or other Kailas Babu would offer her, with all due worship, as an oblation to my shrine. Indeed, this was the secret of my dislike. I was thoroughly annoyed that he had not done it already. I heard he had told his friends that the Babus of Nanja never craved a boon. Even if the girl remained unmarried, he would not break the family tradition. It was this arrogance of his that made me angry. My indignation smouldered for some time, but I remained perfectly silent and bore it with the utmost patience, because I was so good. As lightning accompanies thunder, so in my character a flash of humor was mingled with the mutterings of my wrath. It was, of course, impossible for me to punish the old man, merely to give vent to my rage, and for a long time I did nothing at all. But suddenly one day such an amusing plan came into my head that I could not resist the temptation of carrying it into effect. I have already said that many of Kailas Babu's friends used to flatter the old man's vanity to the full. One, who was a retired government servant, had told him that whenever he saw the Chota Lord Sahib, he always asked for the latest news about the Babus of Nanja, and the Chota Lord had been heard to say that in all Bengal the only really respectable families were those of the Maharaja of Burdwan and the Babus of Nanja. When this monstrous falsehood was told to Kailas Babu, he was extremely gratified, and often repeated the story. And wherever after that he met this government servant in company, he would ask, along with other questions, "Oh, by the way, how is the Chota Lord Sahib? Quite well, did you say? Ah, yes, I'm so delighted to hear it. And the dear Mem Sahib, is she quite well too? Ah, yes, and the little children, are they quite well also? Ah, yes, that's very good news. Be sure and give them my compliments when you see them. Kailas Babu would constantly express his intention of going some day and paying a visit to the Sahib. But it may be taken for granted that many Chota lords and Burra lords also would come and go, and much water would pass down the Hooghly before the family coach of Nayanjore would be furnished up to pay a visit to Government House. One day I took Kailas Babu aside and told him in a whisper, Thakur Dada, I was at the levee yesterday and the Chota Lord happened to mention the Babus of Nayanjore. I told him that Kailas Babu had come to town. Do you know, he was terribly hurt because you hadn't called. He told me he was going to put etiquette on one side and pay you a private visit himself this very afternoon. Anybody else could have seen through this plot of mine in a moment, and if it had been directed against another person, Kailas Babu would have understood the joke. But after all he had heard from his friend, the government servant, and after all his own exaggerations, a visit from the lieutenant governor seemed the most natural thing in the world. He became highly nervous and excited at my news. Each detail of the coming visit exercised him greatly, most of all his own ignorance of English. How on earth was that difficulty to be met? I told him there was no difficulty at all. It was aristocratic not to know English, and besides, the lieutenant governor always brought an interpreter with him, and you had expressly mentioned that this visit was to be private. About midday, when most of our neighbors are at work and the rest are asleep, a carriage and pair stopped before the lodging of Kailas Babu. Two flunkies in livery came up the stairs and announced in a loud voice, "The Chota Lord Sahib has arrived." Kailas Babu was ready, waiting for him, in his old-fashioned ceremonial robes and ancestral turban, and Ganesh was by his side, dressed in his master's best suit of clothes for the occasion. When the Chota Lord Sahib was announced, Kailas Babu ran panting and puffing and trembling to the door and led in a friend of mine in disguise, with repeated salams, bowing low at each step, and walking backward as best he could. He had his old family shawl spread over a hard wooden chair, and he asked the Lord Sahib to be seated. He then made a high-flown speech in Urdu, the ancient court language of the Sahibs, and presented on a gold salver a string of gold mahurs, the last relics of his broken fortune. The old family servant Ganesh, with an expression of awe bordering on terror, stood behind with a scent sprinkler, drenching the Lord Sahib, touching him gingerly from time to time with the odor of roses from the filigree box. Kailas Babu repeatedly expressed his regret at not being able to receive his Honor Bahadur with all the ancestral magnificence of his own family estate at Nayanjore. There he could have welcomed him properly with due ceremonial, but in Calcutta he was a mere stranger and sojourner, in fact a fish out of water. My friend, with his tall silk hat on, very gravely nodded. I need hardly say that according to English custom the hat ought to have been removed inside the room, but my friend did not dare to take it off for fear of detection, and Kailas Babu and his old servant Ganesh were sublimely unconscious of the breach of etiquette. After a 10 minutes interview, which consisted chiefly of nodding the head, my friend rose to his feet to depart. The two flunkies in livery, as had been planned beforehand, carried off in state the string of gold mohurs, the gold salver, the old ancestral shawl, the silver scent sprinkler, and the odor of roses filigree box. They placed them ceremoniously in the carriage. Kailas Babu regarded this as the usual habit of Chota Lord Sahibs. I was watching all the while from the next room. My sides were aching with suppressed laughter. When I could hold myself in no longer, I rushed into a further room, suddenly to discover in a corner a young girl sobbing as if her heart would break. When she saw my uproarious laughter, she stood upright in passion, flashing the lightning of her big dark eyes in mine, and said with a tear-choked voice, "Tell me, What harm has my grandfather done to you? Why have you come to deceive him? Why have you come here? Why?" She could say no more. She covered her face with her hands and broke into sobs. My laughter vanished in a moment. It had never occurred to me that there was anything but a supremely funny joke in this act of mine, and here I discovered that I had given the cruelest pain to this tenderest little heart. All the ugliness of my cruelty rose up to condemn me. I slunk out of the room in silence, like a kicked dog. Hitherto I had only looked upon Kusum, the granddaughter of Kailas Babu, as a somewhat worthless commodity in the marriage market, waiting in vain to attract a husband. But now I found, with a shock of surprise, that in the corner of that room a human heart was beating. The whole night through I had very little sleep. My mind was in a tumult, and the next day, very early in the morning, I took all those stolen goods back to Kailas Babu lodgings, wishing to hand them over in secret to the servant Ganesh. I waited outside the door, and not finding anyone, went upstairs to Kailas Babu's room. I heard from the passage Kusum asking her grandfather in the most whining voice, "Dada, dearest, do tell me all that the Chota Lord Sahib said to you yesterday. Don't leave out a single word. I'm dying to hear it all over again." And Dada needed no encouragement. His face beamed over with pride as he related all manner of praises which the Lord Sahib had been good enough to utter concerning the ancient families of Nayanjore. The girl was seated before him, looking up into his face and listening with rapt attention. She was determined, out of love for the old man, to play her part to the full. My heart was deeply touched, and tears came to my eyes. I stood there in silence in the passage, while Thakur Dada finished all the embellishments of the Chota Lord Sahib's wonderful visit. When he left the room at last, I took the stolen goods and laid them at the feet of the girl, and came away without a word. Later in the day, I called again to see Kailas Babu himself. According to our ugly modern custom, I had been in the habit of making no greeting at all to this old man when I came into the room. But on this day, I made a low bow and touched his feet. I am convinced the old man thought that the coming of the Chota Lord Sahib to his house was the cause of my new politeness. He was highly gratified by it, and an air of benign severity shone from his eyes. His friends had flocked in, and he had already begun to tell again at full length the story of the Lieutenant Governor's visit, with still further adornments of a most fantastic kind. The interview was already becoming an epic, both in quality and in length. When the other visitors had taken their leave, I made my proposal to the old man in a humble manner. I told him that, though I could never, for a moment, hope to be worthy of marriage connection with such an illustrious family, yet, etc., etc. When I made clear my proposal of marriage, the old man embraced me and broke out in a tumult of joy. "I am a poor man, and could never have expected such great good fortune." That was the first and last time in his life that Kailas Babu confessed to being poor. It was also the first and last time in his life that he forgot, if only for a single moment, the ancestral dignity that belongs to the Babus of Nayanjore. End of Section 9. Recording by Uday Sagar.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Section 10 of The Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C. F. Andrews. Living or Dead. 1. The widow in the house of Sarada Sankar, the Ranihat Zemindar, had no kinsmen of her father's family. One after another all had died. Nor had she in her husband's family any one she could call her own, neither husband nor son. The child of her brother-in-law, Saradasankar, was her darling. For a long time after his birth, his mother had been very ill, and the widow, his aunt Kadambini, had fostered him. If a woman fosters another's child, the love for him is all the stronger because she has no claim upon him, no claim of kinship, that is, but simply the claim of love. Love cannot prove its claim by any document which society accepts, and does not wish to prove it. It merely worships with double passion its life's uncertain treasure. Thus all the widow's thwarted love went out towards this little child. One night in Sraban, Kadambini died suddenly. For some reason her heart stopped beating. Everywhere else the world held on its course. Only in this gentle little breast, suffering with love, the watch of time stood still for ever. Lest they should be harassed by the porky, 4 of the Zemindar's Brahmin servants took away the body, without ceremony, to be burned. The burning ground of Ranihat was very far from the village. There was a hut beside a tank, a huge banyan near it, and nothing more. Formerly a river, now completely dried up, ran through the ground, and part of the watercourse had been dug out to make a tank for the performance of funeral rites. The people considered the tank as part of the river, and reverenced it as such. Taking the body into the hut, the 4 men sat down to wait for the wood. The time seemed so long that 2 of the 4 grew restless, and went to see why it did not come. Nitai and Guru Charan being gone, Bidu and Banamali remained to watch over the body. It was a dark night of Surban. Heavy clouds hung in a starless sky. The 2 men sat silent in the dark room. Their matches and lamp were useless. The matches were damp and would not light, for all their efforts, and the lantern went out. After a long silence, one said, "Brother, it would be good if we had a bowl of tobacco. In our hurry we brought none." The other answered, "I can run and bring all we want." Understanding why Banarnali wanted to go, from fear of ghosts, the burning ground being considered haunted, Bidu said, "I dare say. Meanwhile, I suppose I am to sit here alone." Conversation ceased again. 5 minutes seemed like an hour. In their minds they cursed the 2 who had gone to fetch the wood, and they began to suspect that they sat gossiping in some pleasant nook. There was no sound anywhere, except the incessant noise of frogs and crickets from the tank. Then suddenly they fancied that the bed shook slightly, as if the dead body had turned on its side. Bidu and Banamali trembled, and began muttering, "Ram! Ram!" A deep sigh was heard in the room. In a moment the watchers leapt out of the hut, and raced for the village. After running about 3 miles, they met their colleagues coming back with a lantern. As a matter of fact, they had gone to smoke, and knew nothing about the wood. But they declared that a tree had been cut down, and that when it was split up, it would be brought along at once. Then Bidu and Banamali told them what had happened in the hut. Nitai and Guru Charan scoffed at the story, and abused Bidu and Banamali angrily for leaving their duty. Without delay, all 4 returned to the hut. As they entered, they saw at once that the body was gone. Nothing but an empty bed remained. They stared at one another. Could a jackal have taken it? But there was no scrap of clothing anywhere. Going outside, they saw that on the mud that had collected at the door of the hut, there were a woman's tiny footprints, newly made. Saradasankar was no fool, and they could hardly persuade him to believe in this ghost story. So after much discussion, the 4 decided that it would be best to say that the body had been burnt. Towards dawn, when the men with the wood arrived, they were told that, owing to their delay, the work had been done without them. There had been some wood in the hut, after all. No one was likely to question this, since the dead body is not such a valuable property that anyone would steal it. 2. Everyone knows that even when there is no sign, life is often secretly present, and may begin again in an apparently dead body. Kadambini was not dead, only the machine of her life had for some reason suddenly stopped. When consciousness returned, she saw dense darkness on all sides. It occurred to her that she was not lying in her usual place. She called out, "Sister," but no answer came from the darkness. As she sat up, terror-stricken, she remembered her deathbed, the sudden pain at her breast, the beginning of a choking sensation. Her elder sister-in-law was warming some milk for the child, when Kadambini became faint and fell on the bed, saying with a choking voice, "Sister, bring the child here. I am worried." After that everything was black, as when an inkpot is upset over an exercise book. Kadambini's memory and consciousness, all the letters of the world's book, in a moment became formless. The widow could not remember whether the child, in the sweet voice of love, called her auntie as if for the last time or not. She could not remember whether, as she left the world, she knew for death's endless unknown journey, she had received a parting gift of affection, love's passage money for the silent land. At first, I fancy, she thought the lonely dark place was the house of Yama, where there is nothing to see, nothing to hear, nothing to do, only an eternal watch. But when a cold damp wind drove through the open door, and she heard the croaking of frogs, she remembered vividly, and in a moment, all the rains of her short life, and could feel her kinship with the earth. Then came a flash of lightning, and she saw the tank, the banyan, the great plain, the far-off trees. She remembered how at full moon she had sometimes come to bathe in this tank, and how dreadful death had seemed when she saw a corpse on the burning ground. Her first thought was to return home. But then she reflected, "I am dead. How can I return home? That would bring disaster on them. I have left the kingdom of the living. I am my own ghost." If this were not so, she reasoned, how could she have got out of Sarada Sankar's well-guarded zenana and come to this distant burning ground at midnight? Also, if her funeral rites had not been finished, where had the men gone who should burn her? Recalling her death moment in Sarada Sankar's brightly lit house, she now found herself alone in a distant, deserted, dark, burning ground. Surely she was no member of earthly society. Surely she was a creature of horror, of ill omen, her own ghost. At this thought, all the bonds were snapped which bound her to the world. She felt that she had marvellous strength, endless freedom. She could do what she liked, go where she pleased. Mad with the inspiration of this new idea, she rushed from the hut like a gust of wind, and stood upon the burning ground. All trace of shame or fear had left her. But as she walked on and on, her feet grew tired, her body weak. The plain stretched on endlessly. Here and there were paddy fields. Sometimes she found herself standing knee-deep in water. At the first glimmer of dawn, she heard one or two birds cry from the bamboo clumps in the distant houses. Then terror seized her. She could not tell in what new relation she stood to the earth and to living folk. So long as she had been on the plain, on the burning ground, covered by the dark night of Sraban, so long she had been fearless, a denizen of her own kingdom. By daylight, the homes of men filled her with fear. Men and ghosts dread each other, for their tribes inhabit different banks of the river of death. 3. Her clothes were clotted in the mud. Strange thoughts and walking by night had given her the aspect of a madwoman. Truly, her apparition was such that folk might have been afraid of her, and children might have stoned her or run away. Luckily, the first to catch sight of her was a traveller. He came up and said, "Mother, you look like a respectable woman. Wherever are you going, alone and in this guise?" Kadambini, unable to collect her thoughts, stared at him in silence. She could not think that she was still in touch with the world, that she looked like a respectable woman, that a traveller was asking her questions. Again the man said, "Come, mother, I will see you home. Tell me where you live." Kadambini thought, To return to her father-in-law's house would be absurd, and she had no father's house. Then she remembered the friend of her childhood. She had not seen Jogmaya since the days of her youth, but from time to time they had exchanged letters. Occasionally there had been quarrels between them, as was only right, since Kadambini wished to make it clear that her love for Jogmaya was unbounded, while her friend complained that Kadambini did not return a love equal to her own. They were both sure that, if they once met, they would be inseparable. Kadambini said to the traveller, "I will go to Sripati's house at Nisindapur." As he was going to Calcutta, Nisindapur, though not near, was on his way. So he took Kadambini to Sripati's house, and the friends met again. At first they did not recognize one another, but gradually each recognized the features of the other's childhood. "What luck," said Jogmaya. "I never dreamt that I should see you again. But how have you come here, sister? Your father-in-law's folk surely didn't let you go." Kadambini remained silent, and at last said, "Sister, do not ask about my father-in-law. Give me a corner and treat me as a servant. I will do your work." "What?" cried Jogmaya. "Keep you like a servant? Why, you are my closest friend, you are my—" and so on, and so on. Just then Sripati came in. Kadambini stared at him for some time, and then went out very slowly. She kept her head uncovered, and showed not the slightest modesty or respect. Jogmaya, fearing that Sripati would be prejudiced against her friend, began an elaborate explanation. But Sripati, who readily agreed to anything Jogmaya said, cut short her story, and left his wife uneasy in her mind. Kadambini had come, but she was not at one with her friend. Death was between them. She could feel no intimacy for others, so long as her existence perplexed her and consciousness remained. Kadambini would look at Jogmaya and brood. She would think, "She has her husband and her work, she lives in a world far away from mine. She shares affection and duty with the people of the world. I am an empty shadow. She is among the living, I am in eternity." Jogmaya also was uneasy, but could not explain why. Women do not love mystery, because, though uncertainty may be transmuted into poetry, into heroism, into scholarship, it cannot be turned to account in household work. So, when a woman cannot understand a thing, she either destroys and forgets it, or she shapes it anew for her own use. If she fails to deal with it in one of these ways, she loses her temper with it. The greater Kadambini's abstraction became, the more impatient was Jogmaya with her, wondering what trouble weighed upon her mind. Then a new danger arose. Kadambini was afraid of herself, yet she could not flee from herself. Those who fear ghosts fear those who are behind them. Wherever they cannot see, there is fear. But Kadambini's chief terror lay in herself, for she dreaded nothing external. At the dead of night, when alone in her room, she screamed. In the evening, when she saw her shadow in the lamplight, her whole body shook. Watching her fearfulness, the rest of the house fell into a sort of terror. The servants and Jogmaya herself began to see ghosts. One midnight, Kadambini came out from her bedroom weeping, and wailed at Jogmaya's door. "Sister, sister, let me lie at your feet. Do not put me by myself." Jogmaya's anger was no less than her fear. She would have liked to drive Kadambini from the house that very second. The good-natured Sripati, after much effort, succeeded in quieting their guest, and put her in the next room. Next day Sripati was unexpectedly summoned to his wife's apartments. She began to upbraid him. "Do you call yourself a man? A woman runs away from her father-in-law, and enters your house. A month passes, and you haven't hinted that she should go away, nor have I heard the slightest protest from you. I should take it as a favour if you would explain yourself. You men are all alike." Men, as a race, have a natural partiality for womankind in general, for which women themselves hold them accountable. Although Sripati was prepared to touch Jogmaya's body, and swear that his kind feeling towards the helpless but beautiful Kadambini was no whit greater than it should be, he could not prove it by his behaviour. He thought that her father-in-law's people must have treated this forlorn widow abominably, if she could bear it no longer, and was driven to take refuge with him. As she had neither father nor mother, how could he desert her? So saying, he let the matter drop, for he had no mind to distress Kadambini by asking her unpleasant questions. His wife then tried other means on her sluggish lord, until at last he saw that for the sake of peace he must send word to Kadambini's father-in-law. The result of a letter, he thought, might not be satisfactory, so he resolved to go to Ranihat and act on what he learned. So Sripati went, and Jogmaya on her part said to Kadambini, "Friend, it hardly seems proper for you to stop here any longer. What will people say?" Kadambini stared solemnly at Jogmaya and said, "What have I to do with people?" Jogmaya was astounded. Then she said sharply, "If you have nothing to do with people, we have. How can we explain the detention of a woman belonging to another house?" Kadambini said, "Where is my father-in-law's house?" "Confound it," thought Jogmaya, "what will the wretched woman say next?" Very slowly Kadambini said, "What have I to do with you? Am I of the earth? You laugh, weep, love. Each grips and holds his own. I merely look. You are human, I a shadow. I cannot understand why God has kept me in this world of yours." So strange were her look and speech that Jogmaya understood something of her drift, though not all. Unable either to dismiss her or to ask her any more questions, she went away, oppressed with thought. 4. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night when Sripati returned from Ranihat. The earth was drowned in torrents of rain. It seemed that the downpour would never stop, that the night would never end. Jogmaya asked, "Well?" "I've lots to say presently." So saying, Sripati changed his clothes and sat down to supper. Then he lay down for a smoke. His mind was perplexed. His wife stilled her curiosity for a long time. Then she came to his couch and demanded, "What did you hear?" "That you have certainly made a mistake." Jogmaya was nettled. Women never make mistakes, or, if they do, a sensible man never mentions them. It is better to take them on his own shoulders. Jogmaya snapped, "May I be permitted to hear how?" Sripati replied, "The woman you have taken into your house is not your Kadambini." Hearing this, she was greatly annoyed, especially since it was her husband who said it. "What? I don't know my own friend? I must come to you to recognize her. You are clever, indeed." Sripati explained that there was no need to quarrel about his cleverness. He could prove what he said. There was no doubt that Jogmaya's Kadambini was dead. Jogmaya replied, "Listen! You've certainly made some huge mistake. You've been to the wrong house, or are confused as to what you have heard. Who told you to go yourself? Write a letter, and everything will be cleared up." Sripati was hurt by his wife's lack of faith in his executive ability. He produced all sorts of proof, without result. Midnight found them still asserting and contradicting. Although they were both agreed now that Kadambini should be got out of the house, although Sripati believed that their guest had deceived his wife all the time by a pretended acquaintance, and Jogmaya that she was a prostitute, yet in the present discussion neither would acknowledge defeat. By degrees their voices became so loud that they forgot that Kadambini was sleeping in the next room. The one said, "We're in a nice fix. I tell you, I heard it with my own ears." And the other answered angrily, "What do I care about that? I can see with my own eyes, surely." At length Jogmaya said, "Very well. Tell me when Kadambini died." She thought that if she could find a discrepancy between the day of death and the date of some letter from Kadambini, she could prove that Sripati erred. He told her the date of Kadambini's death, and they both saw that it fell on the very day before she came to their house. Jogmaya's heart trembled. Even Sripati was not unmoved. Just then the door flew open. A damp wind swept in and blew the lamp out. The darkness rushed after it, and filled the whole house. Kadambini stood in the room. It was nearly 1 o'clock. The rain was pelting outside. Kadambini spoke. "Friend, I am your Kadambini, but I am no longer living. I am dead." Jogmaya screamed with terror. Sripati could not speak. "But, save in being dead, I have done you no wrong. If I have no place among the living, I have none among the dead. Oh, whither shall I go?" Crying as if to wake the sleeping Creator in the dense night of rain, she asked again, "Oh, whither shall I go?" So saying, Kadambini left her friend fainting in the dark house, and went out into the world, seeking her own place. 5. It is hard to say how Kadambini reached Ranihat. At first she showed herself to no one, but spent the whole day in a ruined temple, starving. When the untimely afternoon of the rains was pitch black, and people huddled into their houses for fear of the impending storm, then Kadambini came forth. Her heart trembled as she reached her father-in-law's house, and when, drawing a thick veil over her face, she entered, none of the doorkeepers objected, since they took her for a servant. And the rain was pouring down, and the wind howled. The mistress, Sarada Sankar's wife, was playing cards with her widowed sister. A servant was in the kitchen, the sick child was sleeping in the bedroom. Kadambini, escaping everyone's notice, entered this room. I do not know why she had come to her father-in-law's house. She herself did not know. She felt only that she wanted to see her child again. She had no thought where to go next, or what to do. In the lighted room she saw the child sleeping, his fists clenched, his body wasted with fever. At sight of him, her heart became parched and thirsty. If only she could press that tortured body to her breast. Immediately the thought followed, I do not exist. Who would see it? His mother loves company, loves gossip and cards. All the time that she left me in charge, she was herself free from anxiety, nor was she troubled about him in the least. Who will look after him now, as I did? The child turned on his side and cried, half asleep, "Auntie, give me water." Her darling had not yet forgotten his auntie. In a fever of excitement she poured out some water, and, taking him to her breast, she gave it him. As long as he was asleep, the child felt no strangeness in taking water from the accustomed hand. But when Kadambini satisfied her long-starved longing, and kissed him and began rocking him asleep again, he awoke and embraced her. "Did you die, auntie?" he asked. "Yes, darling." "And you have come back?" "Do not die again." Before she could answer, disaster overtook her. One of the maidservants coming in with a cup of sago dropped it, and fell down. At the crash, the mistress left her cards and entered the room. She stood like a pillar of wood, unable to flee or speak. Seeing all this, the child too became terrified, and burst out weeping. "Go away, auntie," he said, "go away." Now at last Kadambini understood that she had not died. The old room, the old things, the same child, the same love, all returned to their living state, without change or difference between her and them. In her friend's house she had felt that her childhood's companion was dead. In her child's room she knew that the boy's auntie was not dead at all. In anguished tones she said, "Sister, why do you dread me? See, I am as you knew me." Her sister-in-law could endure no longer and fell into a faint. Sarada Sankar himself entered the zenana. With folded hands he said piteously, "Is this right? Satis is my only son. Why do you show yourself to him? Are we not your own kin? Since you went, he has wasted away daily. His fever has been incessant. Day and night he cries, 'Auntie, auntie.' You have left the world. Break these bonds of Maya, illusory affection binding a soul to the world. We will perform all funeral honours." Kadambini could bear no more. She said, "Oh, I am not dead, I am not dead. Oh, how can I persuade you that I am not dead? I am living, living. She lifted a brass pot from the ground and dashed it against her forehead. The blood ran from her brow. Look, she cried, I am living. Sir Hadasankar stood like an image. The child screamed with fear. The two fainting women lay still. Then Kadambini, shouting, I am not dead, I am not dead, went down the steps to the Sanana well and plunged in. From the upper story Sir Hadasankar heard the splash. All night the rain poured. It poured the next day at dawn, was pouring still at noon. By dying, Kadambini had given proof that she was not dead. End of section 10.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Section 11 of The Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Omar Dutre. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C.F. Andrews. We crown thee king. When Navendu Shekhar was wedded to Arunlekha, the god of marriage smiled from behind the sacrificial fire. Alas, what is sport for the gods is not always a joke to us poor mortals. Purnendu Shekhar, the father of Navendu, was a man well known amongst the English officials of the government. In the voyage of life, he had arrived at the desert shores of Rai Bahadurship by diligently plying his oaths of salams. He held in reserve enough for further advancement, but at the age of 55, his tender gaze still fixed on the misty peals of Rajahood, he suddenly found himself transported to a region where earthly honors and decorations are naught, and his solemn-wearied neck found everlasting repose on the funeral pyre. According to modern science, force is not destroyed, but is merely converted to another form, and applied to another point. So Purnendu's solemn force, constant handmaid of the fickle goddess of fortune, descended from the shoulder of the father to that of his worthy son, and the youthful head of Navendu Shekhar began to move up and down at the doors of high-placed Englishmen like a pumpkin swayed by the wind. The traditions of the family into which he had married were entirely different. Its eldest son, Brahmathnath, had won for himself the love of his kinsfolk and the regard of all who knew him. His kinsmen and his neighbors looked up to him as their ideal in all things. Brahmathnath was a bachelor of arts, and in addition was gifted with common sense. But he held no high official position. He had no handsome salary, nor did he exert any influence with his pen. There was no one in power to lend him a helping hand, because he desired to keep away from Englishmen as much as they desired to keep away from him. So it happened that he shone only within the sphere of his family and his friends, and excited no admiration beyond it. Yet this Brahmathnath had once sojourned in England for some 3 years. The kindly treatment he received during his stay there overpowered him so much that he forgot the sorrow and the humiliation of his own country, and came back dressed in European clothes. This rather grieved his brothers and his sisters at first, but after a few days they began to think that European clothes suited nobody better, and gradually they came to share his pride and dignity. On his return from England, Brahmathnath resolved that he should show the world how to associate with Anglo-Indians on terms of equality. Those of our countrymen who think that no such association is possible unless we bend our knees to them showed their utter lack of self-respect, and were also unjust to the English. So thought Brahmathnath. He brought with him letters of introduction from many distinguished Englishmen at home, and these gave him some recognition in Anglo-Indian society. He and his wife occasionally enjoyed English hospitality at tea, dinner, sports, and other entertainments. Such good luck intoxicated him, and began to produce a tingling sensation in every vein of his body. About this time, at the opening of a new railway line, many of the town, proud recipients of official favour, were invited by the Lieutenant Governor to take their first trip. Pramatnath was among them. On the return journey, a European sergeant of the police expelled some Indian gentlemen from a railway carriage with great insolence. Pramatnath, dressed in his European clothes, was there. He too was getting out, when the sergeant said, "You needn't move, sir. Keep your seat, please." At first, Pramatnath felt flattered at the special respect thus shown to him. When, however, the train went on, the dull rays of the setting sun, at the west of the fields, now ploughed up and stripped of green, seemed in his eyes to spread a glow of shame over the whole country. Sitting near the window of his lonely compartment, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the downcast eyes of his motherland, hidden behind the trees. As Pramatnath sat there, lost in reverie, burning tears flowed down his cheeks, and his heart burst with indignation. He now remembered the story of a donkey who was drawing the chariot of an idol along the street. The wayfarers bowed down to the idol, and touched the dusty ground with their foreheads. The foolish donkey imagined that all this reverence was being shown to him. "The only difference," said Pramatnath to himself, "between the donkey and myself is this. I understand today that the respect I receive is not given to me, but to the burden on my back." Arriving home, Pramatnath called together all the children of the household, and lighting a big bonfire, threw all his European clothes into it one by one. The children danced round and round it, and the higher the flames shot up, the greater was their merriment. After that, Pramatnath gave up his sip of tea and bits of toast in Anglo-Indian houses, and once again sat inaccessible within the castle of his house, while his insulted friends went about from the door of one Englishman to that of another, bending their turbaned heads as before. By an irony of fate, poor Navendu Shekhar married the second daughter of this house. His sisters-in-law were well educated and handsome. Navendu considered he had made a lucky bargain, but he lost no time in trying to impress on the family that it was a rare bargain on their side also. As if by mistake, he would often hand to his sisters-in-law sundry letters that his late father had received from Europeans. And when the cherry lips of those young ladies smiled sarcastically, and at the point of a shining dagger peeped out of a sheet of red velvet, the unfortunate man saw his folly and regretted it. Lavanya Lekha, the eldest sister, surpassed the rest in beauty and cleverness. Finding an auspicious day, she put on the mantel-shelf of Navendu's bedroom 2 pairs of English boots, daubed with vermilion, and arranged flowers, sandal paste, incense, and a couple of burning candles before them in true ceremonial fashion. When Navendu came in, the 2 sisters-in-law stood on either side of him, and said with mock solemnity, "Bow down to your gods, and may you prosper through their blessings." The third sister, Kiran Lekha, spent many days in embroidering with red silk 100 common English names, such as Jones, Smith, Brown, Thompson, etc., on a chadar. When it was ready, she presented this Namavali to Navendu Shekhar with great ceremony. In Namavali is a sheet of cloth printed all over with the names of Hindu gods and goddesses, and worn by pious Hindus when engaged in devotional exercises. The fourth, Sasanka Lekha, of tender age and therefore of no account, said, "I will make you a string of beads, brother, with which to tell the names of your gods, the Sahibs." Her sisters reproved her, saying, "Run away, you saucy girl. Feelings of shame and irritation assailed by turns the mind of Navendu Shekhar. Still he could not forego the company of his sisters-in-law, especially as the eldest one was beautiful. Her honey was no less than her gall, and Navendu's mind tasted at once the sweetness of the one and the bitterness of the other. The butterfly, with its bruised wings, budges round the flower in blind fury, unable to depart. The society of his sisters-in-law so much infatuated him that at last Navendu began to disavow his craving for European favours. When he went to salam the Bada Sahib, he used to pretend that he was going to listen to a speech by Mr. Surendranath Banerjee. When he went to the railway station to pay respects to the Chota Sahib, returning from Darjeeling, he would tell his sisters-in-law that he expected his youngest uncle. It was a sore trial to the unhappy man placed between the crossfires of his sahibs and his sisters-in-law. The sisters-in-law, however, secretly vowed that they would not rest till the sahibs had been put to rout. About this time it was rumoured that Navendu's name would be included in the forthcoming list of birthday honours, and that he would mount the first step of the ladder to paradise by becoming a Rai Bahadur. The poor fellow had not the courage to break the joyful news to his sisters-in-law. One evening, however, when the autumn moon was flooding the earth with its mischievous beams, Navendu's heart was so full that he could not contain himself any longer, and he told his wife. The next day Mrs. Navendu betook herself to her eldest sister's house in a palanquin, and in a voice choked with tears bewailed her lord. "He isn't going to grow a tail," said Lavanya, "by becoming a Rai Bahadur, is he? Why should you feel so very humiliated?" "Oh no, sister dear," replied Arunlekha. "I am prepared to be anything, but not a Rai Bahadurni." The fact was that in her circle of acquaintances there was one Vutnath Babu, who was a Rai Bahadur, and that explained her intense aversion to that title. Lavanya said to her sister in soothing tones, "Don't be upset about it, dear. I will see what I can do to prevent it." Babu Nilrotun, the husband of Lavanya, was a pleader at Buxar. When the autumn was over, Navendu received an invitation from Lavanya to pay them a visit, and he started for Buxar greatly pleased. The early winter of the western province endowed Lavanya Lekha with new health and beauty, and brought a glowing colour to her pale cheeks. She looked like the flower-laden Kasa reeds on a clear autumn day, growing by the lonely bank of a rivulet. To Navendu's enchanted eyes, she appeared like a malati plant in full blossom, showering dewdrops brilliant with the morning light. Navendu had never felt better in his life. The exhilaration of his own health and the genial company of his pretty sister-in-law made him think himself light enough to tread on air. The Ganges in front of the garden seemed to him to be flowing ceaselessly to regions unknown, as though it gave shape to his own wild fantasies. As he returned in the early morning from his walk on the bank of the river, the mellow rays of the winter sun gave his whole frame that pleasing sensation of warmth which lovers feel in each other's arms. Coming home, he would now and then find his sister-in-law amusing herself by cooking some dishes. He would offer his help and display his want of skill and ignorance at every step. But Navendu did not appear to be at all anxious to improve himself by practice and attention. On the contrary, he thoroughly enjoyed the rebukes he received from his sister-in-law. He was at great pains to prove every day that he was inefficient and helpless as a newborn babe in mixing spices, handling the saucepan, and regulating the heat so as to prevent things getting burnt, and he was duly rewarded with pitiful smiles and scoldings. In the middle of the day he ate a great deal of the good food set before him, incited by his keen appetite and the coaxing of his sister-in-law. Later on he would sit down to a game of cards, at which he betrayed the same lack of ability. He would cheat, pry into his adversary's hand, quarrel, but never did he win a single rubber, and worse still, he would not acknowledge defeat. This brought him abuse every day, and still he remained incorrigible. There was, however, one matter in which his reform was complete. For the time at least, he had forgotten that to win the smiles of sahibs was the final goal of life. He was beginning to understand how happy and worthy we might feel by winning the affection and esteem of those near and dear to us. Besides, Navendu was now moving in a new atmosphere. Lavania's husband, Babu Nilroton, a leader of the bar, was reproached by many because he refused to pay his respects to European officials. To all such reproaches Nilroton would reply, "No, thank you. If they are not polite enough to return my call, then the politeness I offer them is a loss that can never be made up for. The sands of the desert may be very white and shiny, but I would much rather sow my seeds in black soil, where I can expect a return." And Nabendu began to adopt similar ideas, all regardless of the future. His chance of Rai Bahadurship drove on the soil carefully prepared by his late father and also by himself in days gone by, nor was any fresh watering required. Had he not at great expense laid out a splendid racecourse in a town, which was a fashionable resort of Europeans. When the time of Congress drew near, Nilroton received a request from headquarters to collect subscriptions. Navendu, free from anxiety, was merrily engaged in a game of cards with his sister-in-law, when Nilroton Babu came upon him with a subscription book in his hand and said, "Your signature, please." From old habit, Navendu looked horrified. Lavanya, assuming an air of great concern and anxiety, said, "Never do that. It would ruin your racecourse beyond repair." Navendu blurted out, "Do you suppose I pass sleepless nights through fear of that?" "We won't publish your name in the papers," said Nilroton reassuringly. Lavanya, looking grave and anxious, said, "Still, it wouldn't be safe. Things spread so from mouth to mouth." Navendu replied with vehemence, "My name wouldn't suffer by appearing in the newspapers." So saying, he snatched the subscription list from Nilroton's hand and signed away 1,000 rupees. Secretly he hoped that the papers would not publish the news. Lavanya struck her forehead with her palm and gasped out, What have you done?" "Nothing wrong," said Navendu boastfully. But, drawled Lavanya, "the guard sahib of Sialda station, the shop assistant at Wadaways, the Saisi sahib at Hardbrows, these gentlemen might be angry with you, and decline to come to your puja dinner to drink your champagne, you know. Just think, they might not pat you on the back when you meet them again." "It wouldn't break my heart," Navendu snapped out. A few days passed. One morning Navendu was sipping his tea and glancing at a newspaper. Suddenly a letter signed X caught his eye. The writer thanked him profusely for his donation, and declared that the increase of strength the Congress had acquired by having such a man within its fold was inestimable. Alas, Father Purnendu Shekhar, was it to increase the strength of the Congress that you brought this wretch into the world? But the cloud of misfortune had its silver lining. That he was not a mere cipher was clear from the fact that the Anglo-Indian community on the one side and the Congress on the other were each waiting patiently, eager to hook him and land him on their own side. So Nabendu, beaming with pleasure, took the paper to his sister-in-law and showed her the letter. Looking as though she knew nothing about it, Lavanya exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, what a pity! Everything has come out. Who bore you such ill will? Oh, how cruel of him! How wicked of him!" Navendu laughed out, saying, Now, don't call him names, Lavanya. I forgive him with all my heart, and bless him too." A couple of days after this, an anti-Congress Anglo-Indian paper reached Navendu through the post. There was a letter in it signed, "One who knows," and contradicting the above report. Those who have the pleasure of Babu Navendu Shekhar's personal acquaintance, the writer went on, cannot for a moment believe this absurd libel to be true. For him to turn a Congresswala is as impossible as it is for the leopard to change his spots. He is a man of genuine worth, and neither a disappointed candidate for government employ nor a briefless barrister. He is not one of those who, after a brief sojourn in England, return, aping our dress and manners, audaciously try to thrust themselves on Anglo-Indian society, and finally go back in dejection. So there is absolutely no reason why Babu Narendra Shekhar, etc., etc. Ah, Father Purnendu Shekhar, what a reputation you had made with the Europeans before you died. This letter was also parodied before his sister-in-law, for did it not assert that he was no mean, contemptible scallywag, but a man of real worth? Lavinia exclaimed again, in feigned surprise. "Which of your friends wrote it now? Oh, come, is it the ticket collector or the hide merchant? Or is it the drum major of the fort?" "You ought to send in a contradiction, I think," said Nilrotun. "Is it necessary?" said Navendu loftily. "Must I contradict every little thing they choose to say against me?" Lavinia filled the room with a deluge of laughter. Navendu felt a little disconcerted at this, and said, "Why, what's the matter?" She went on laughing, unable to check herself, and her youthful slender form waved to and fro. This torrent of merriment had the effect of overthrowing Navendu completely, and he said in pitiable accents, "Do you imagine that I am afraid to contradict it?" "Oh dear, no," said Lavinia. "I was thinking that you haven't yet ceased trying to save that racecourse of yours, so full of promise. While there is life, there is hope, you know." "That's what I am afraid of you think, do you? Very well, you shall see," said Navendu desperately, and forthwith sat down to write his contradiction. When he had finished, Lavinia and Nilrotun read it through, and said, "It isn't strong enough. We must give it them pretty hot, mustn't we?" And they kindly undertook to revise the composition. Thus it ran: "When one connected to us by ties of blood turns our enemy, he becomes far more dangerous than the outsider. To the government of India, the haughty Anglo-Indians are worse enemies than the Russians or the frontier Pathans themselves. They are the impenetrable barrier, forever hindering the growth of any bond of friendship between the government and the people of the country. It is the Congress which has opened up the royal road to a better understanding between the rulers and the ruled, and the Anglo-Indian papers have planted themselves like thorns across the whole breadth of that road, etc., etc." Navendu had an inward fear as to the mischief this letter might do, but at the same time he felt elated at the excellence of its composition, which he fondly imagined to be his own. It was duly published, and for some days comments, replies, and rejoinders went on in various newspapers, and the air was full of trumpet notes, proclaiming the fact that Navendu had joined the Congress and the amount of his subscription. Navendu, now grown desperate, talked as though he was a patriot of the fiercest type. Lavinia laughed inwardly and said to herself, "Well, well, you have to pass through the ordeal of fire yet." One morning when Navendu, before his bath, had finished rubbing oil over his chest, and was trying various devices to reach the inaccessible portions of his back, the bearer brought in a card inscribed with the name of the district magistrate himself. Good heavens! What would he do? He could not possibly go and receive the magistrate sahib, thus oil besmeared. He shook and twitched like a koi fish, ready dressed for the frying pan. He finished his bath in a great hurry, tucked on his clothes somehow, and ran breathlessly to the outer apartments. The bearer said that the sahib had just left after waiting for a long time. How much of the blame for concocting this drama of invented incidents may be set down to Lavinia, and how much to the bearer, is a nice problem for ethical mathematics to solve. Navendu's heart was convulsed with pain within his breast, like the tail of a lizard just cut off. He mopped like an owl all day long. Lavinia banished all traces of inward merriment from her face, and kept on inquiring in anxious tones, "What has happened to you? You are not ill, I hope?" Navendu made great efforts to smile, and find a humorous reply. "How can there be," he managed to say, "an illness within your jurisdiction, since you yourself are the goddess of health?" But the smile soon flickered out. His thoughts were, "I subscribed to the Congress Fund to begin with, published a nasty letter in a newspaper, and on the top of that, when the Magistrate Sahib himself did me the honour to call on me, I kept him waiting. I wonder what he is thinking of me." Alas, Father Purnendu Shekhar, by an irony of fate, I am made to appear what I am not. The next morning, Navendu decked himself in his best clothes, wore his watch and chain, and put a big turban on his head. "Where are you off to?" inquired his sister-in-law. "Urgent business," Navendu replied. Lavinia kept quiet. Arriving at the magistrate's gate, he took out his card-case. "You cannot see him now," said the orderly peon icily. Navendu took out a couple of rupees from his pocket. The peon at once salaamed him and said, "There are 5 of us, sir." Immediately, Navendu pulled out a 10-rupee note and handed it to him. He was sent for by the magistrate, who was riding in his dressing-gown and bedroom slippers. Navendu salaamed him. The magistrate pointed to a chair with his finger, and without raising his eyes from the paper before him said, "What can I do for you, Babu?" Fingering on his watch chain nervously, Navendu said in shaky tones, "Yesterday you were good enough to call at my place, sir." The Sahib knitted his brows, and lifting just one eye from his paper, said, "I called at your place. Babu, what nonsense are you talking?" "Beg your pardon, sir," faltered out Navendu. "There has been a mistake, some confusion." And wet with perspiration, he tumbled out of the room somehow, and that night, as he lay tossing on his bed, a distant dream-like voice came into his ear with a recurring persistency. "Babu, you are a howling idiot." On his way home, Navendu came to the conclusion that the magistrate denied having called simply because he was highly offended. So he explained to Lavinia that he had been out purchasing rose-water. No sooner had he uttered the words than half a dozen chaprasis wearing the collectorate badge made their appearance, and after salaaming Navendu, stood there grinning. "Have they come to arrest you because you subscribed to the Congress Fund?" whispered Lavinia with a smile. The 6 peons displayed a dozen rows of teeth and said, "Bakshish, Babu Sahib." From a side room, Neil Rotun came out and said in an irritated manner, "Bakshish, what for?" The peons, grinning as before, answered, "The Babu Sahib went to see the magistrate, so we have come for bakshish." "I didn't know," laughed out Lavinia, "that the magistrate was selling rose-water nowadays. Coolness wasn't a special feature of his trade before." Navendu, in trying to reconcile the story of his purchase with his visit to the magistrate, uttered some incoherent words, which nobody could make sense of. Nilratan spoke to the peons. "There has been no occasion for boxes. You shan't have it." Navendu said, feeling very small, "Oh, they're a poor man. What's the harm of giving them something?" And he took out a currency note. Nilratan snatched it away from Navendu's hand, remarking, "There are poorer men in the world. I'll give it to them for you." Navendu felt greatly distressed that he was not able to appease these ghostly retainers of the angry Siva. when the peons were leaving, with thunder in their eyes, he looked at them languishingly, as much as to say, "You know everything, gentlemen. It is not my fault." The Congress was to be held at Calcutta this year. Nilratan went down thither with his wife to attend the sittings. Navendu accompanied them. As soon as they arrived at Calcutta, the Congress party surrounded Navendu, and their delight and enthusiasm knew no bounds. They cheered him, honored him, and extolled him up to the skies. Everybody said that, unless leading men like Navendu devoted themselves to the cause, there was no hope for the country. Navendu was disposed to agree with them, and emerged out of the chaos of mistake and confusion as a leader of the country. When he entered the Congress pavilion on the first day, everybody stood up and shouted, "Hip hip hurrah!" in a loud outlandish voice, hearing which our motherland returned with shame to the root of our ears. In due time the Queen's birthday came, and Navendu's name was not found in the list of Rai Bahadurs. He received an invitation from Lavanya for that evening. When he arrived there, Lavanya, with great pomp and ceremony, presented him with a robe of honor, and with her own hand put a mark of red sandal paste on the middle of his forehead. Each of the other sisters threw round his neck a garland of flowers woven by herself. Decked in a pink sari and dazzling jewels, his wife Arunlekha was waiting in a side room, her face lit up with smiles and blushes. Her sisters rushed to her, and placing another garland in her hand, insisted that she also should come and do her part in the ceremony. But she would not listen to it, and that principal garland, cherishing a desire for Navendu's neck, waited patiently for the still secrecy of midnight. The sisters said to Navendu, "Today we crown thee king. Such honor will not be done to anybody else in Hindustan." Whether Navendu derived any consolation from this, he alone can tell. But we greatly doubt it. We believe, in fact, that he will become a Rai Bahadur before he was done, and the Englishman and the pioneer will write heart-rending articles lamenting his demise at the proper time. So, in the meanwhile, 3 cheers for Babu Purnendu Shekhar. Hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. End of.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Section 12 of the Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Siddharth. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C. F. Andrews. The Renunciation. Chapter 1. It was a night of full moon early in the month of Falgun. The youthful spring was everywhere, sending forth its breeze laden with the fragrance of mango blossoms. The melodious notes of an untiring papier, one of the sweetest songsters in Bengal, Anglo-Indian writers have nicknamed it the brain fever bird, which is a sheer libelle, concealed within the thick foliage of an old lychee tree by the side of a tank, penetrated a sleepless bedroom of the Mukherjee family. There Hemanta now restlessly twisted a lock of his wife's hair round his finger, now bit her churl against her wristlet until it tinkled, now pulled at the chaplet of flowers about her head and left it hanging over her face. His mood was that of as evening breeze which played about a favourite flowering shrub, gently shaking her now this side, now that side, in the hope of rousing her to animation. But Kusum sat motionless, looking out of the open window, with eyes immersed in the moonlit depth of never-ending space beyond. Her husband's caresses were lost on her. At last, Hemanta clasped both the hands of his wife and shaking them gently said, "Kusum, where are you? A patient search through a big telescope would reveal you only as a small speck. You seem to have receded so far away. Oh, do come closer to me, dear. See how beautiful the night is." Kusum turned her eyes from the void of the space towards her husband and said slowly, "I know a mantra, a set of magic words, which could in one moment shatter this spring night and the moon into pieces." "If you do," laughed Hemanta, "pray don't utter it. If any mantra of yours could bring 3 or 4 Saturdays during the week and prolong the nights till 5 p.m. the next day, say it by all means." Saying this, he tried to draw his wife a little closer to him. Kusum, freeing herself from the embrace, said, "Do you know, tonight I feel a longing to tell you what I promised to reveal only on my deathbed. Tonight I feel that I could endure whatever punishment you might inflict on me." Hemanta was on the point of making a jest about punishments by reciting a verse from Jayadeva, when a sound of an angry pair of slippers was heard approaching rapidly. There were the familiar footsteps of his father, Harihar Mukherjee. Standing outside the door, Harihar roared out, "Hemanta, turn your wife out of the house immediately." Hemanta looked at his wife and detected no trace of surprise in her features. She merely buried her face within the palms of her hands, and with all the strength and intensity of her soul wished that she could then and there melt into nothingness. It was the same Papia whose song floated into the room with the south breeze, and no one heard it. Endless are the beauties of the earth, but alas, how easily everything is twisted out of shape. Chapter 2. Returning from without, Hemanta asked his wife, "Is it true?" "It is," replied Kusum. "Why didn't you tell me long ago?" "I did try many a time, and I always failed. I am a wretched woman." "Then tell me everything now." Kusum gravely told her story in a firm, unshaken voice. She waded barefooted through fire, as it were, with slow, unflinching steps, and nobody knew how much she was scorched. Having heard her to the end, Hemanta rose and walked out. Kusum thought that her husband had gone, never to return to her again. It did not strike her as strange. She took it as naturally as any other incident of everyday life. So dry and apathetic had her mind become during the last few moments. Only the world and love seemed to her as a void and make-believe from beginning to end. Even the memory of the protestations of love which her husband had made to her in days past brought to her lips a dry, hard, joyless smile, like a sharp, cruel knife which had cut through her heart. She was thinking, perhaps, that the love which seemed to fill so much of one's life, which brought in its train such fondness and depth of feeling, which made even the briefest separation so exquisitely painful and a moment's union so intensely sweet, which seemed boundless in its extent and eternal in its duration, the cessation of which could not be imagined even in births to come, that this was that love. So feeble was its support, no sooner does the priesthood touch it than your eternal love crumbles into a handful of dust. Only a short while ago, Hemanta had whispered to her, "What a beautiful night!" The same night was not yet at an end. The same Papia was still warbling. The same south breeze still blew into the room, making the bed curtain shiver. The same moonlight lay on the bed next to the open window, sleeping like a beautiful heroine exhausted with gaiety. All this was unreal. Love was more falsely dissembling than she herself. Chapter 3. Hemanta, flaring up like a big fire, said in trembling voice, "You have defiled our caste. You have brought destruction upon us, and you will have to pay for it." He could say no more. He felt choked. "And you have preserved my caste, resented my ostracism from the community, and patted me on the back affectionately," said Pyari Shankar, with a slight sarcastic smile. Hemanta wished that his Brahmin fury could reduce Pyari Shankar to ashes in a moment, but his rage burnt only himself. Pyari Shankar sat before him unscathed, and in the best of health. "Did I ever do you any harm?" demanded Hemanta in a broken voice. "Let me ask you one question," said Pyari Shankar. "My daughter, my only child, what harm had she done your father? You were very young then, and probably never heard. Listen then, now. Don't excite yourself. There is much humor in what I am going to relate. You were quite small when my son-in-law, Nabakanta, ran away to England after stealing my daughter's jewels. You might truly remember the commotion in the village when he returned as a barrister 5 years later, or perhaps you were unaware of it, as you were at school in Kolkata at the time." Arrogating to himself the headship of the community, declared that if I sent my daughter to her husband's home, I must renounce her for good, and never again allow her to cross my threshold. I fell at your father's feet and implored him, saying, "Brother, save me this once. I will make the boy swallow cow dung and go through the Prayashchittam ceremony. Do take him back into caste." But your father remained obdurate. For my part, I could not disown my child, and bidding goodbye to my village and my kinsmen, I betook myself to Calcutta. There too my troubles followed me. When I had made every arrangement for my nephew's marriage, your father stirred up the girl's people, and they broke the match off. Then I took a solemn vow that if there was a drop of Brahmin blood flowing in my veins, I would avenge myself. You understand the business to some extent now, don't you? But wait a little longer, you will enjoy it, when I tell you the whole story. It is interesting. When you were attending college, one Vipradas Chatterjee used to live next door to your lodgings. The poor fellow is dead now. In his house lived a child widow called Kusum, the destitute orphan of a Kayasta gentleman. The girl was very pretty, and the old Brahmin desired to shield her from the hungry gaze of college students. But for a young girl to throw dust in the eyes of her old guardian was not at all a difficult task. She often went to the top of the roof to hang her washing out to dry, and I believe you found your own roof best suited for your studies. Whether you spoke to each other when on your respective roofs, I cannot tell, but the girl's behavior excited suspicion in the old man's mind. She made frequent mistakes in her household duties, and like Parvati, the wife of Shiva, the destroyer, engaged in her devotions, began gradually to renounce food and sleep. Some evenings she would burst into tears in the presence of the old gentleman, without any apparent reason. At last he discovered that you two saw each other from the roofs pretty frequently, and that you even went the length of absenting yourself from college to sit on the roof at midday with a book in your hand, so fond you had grown suddenly of solitary study. Vipradas came to me for advice and told me everything. "Uncle," I said to him, "for a long while you have cherished a desire to go on a pilgrimage to Benares. You had better do it now, and leave the girl in my charge. I will take care of her." So she went. I lodged the girl in the house of Sripati Chatterjee, passing him off as her father. What happened next is known to you. I feel a great relief today, having told you everything from the beginning. It sounds like a romance, doesn't it? I think of turning it into a book and getting it printed. But I am not a writing man myself. They say my nephew has some aptitude that way. I will get him to write it for me. But the best thing would be if you would collaborate with him, because the conclusion of the story is not known to me so well. Without paying much attention to the concluding remark of Pyari Shankar, Hemanta asked, "Did not Kusum object to this marriage?" "Well," said Pyari Shankar, "it is difficult to guess. You know, my boy, how women's minds are constituted. When they say no, they mean yes. During the first few days after her removal to the new house, she went almost crazy at not seeing you. You too seem to have discovered her new address somehow, as you used to lose your way after starting for college and loiter about in front of Sripati's house. Your eyes did not appear to be exactly in search of the Presidency College, as they were directed towards the bad window of a private house, through which nothing but insects and the hearts of moonstruck young men could obtain access. I felt very sorry for you both. I could see that your studies were being seriously interrupted, and that the plight of the girl was pitiable also. One day I called Kusum to me and said, 'Listen to me, my daughter. I am an old man, and you need feel no delicacy in my presence. I know whom you desire at heart. The young man's condition is hopeless too. I wish I could bring about your union.' At this, Kusum suddenly melted into tears and ran away. On several evenings after that, I visited Sripati's house, and calling Kusum to me, discussed with her matters relating to you, and so I succeeded in gradually overcoming her shyness. At last, when I said that I would try to bring about a marriage, she asked me, 'How can it be?' 'Never mind,' I said. 'I would pass you off as a Brahmin maiden.' After a good deal of argument, she begged me to find out whether you would approve of it. 'What nonsense,' replied I. 'The boy is well nigh mad, as it were. What's the use of disclosing all these complications to him? Let the ceremony be over smoothly, and then all's well that ends well, especially as there is not the slightest risk of its ever leaking out. Why go out of the way to make a fellow miserable for life?' I did not know whether the plan had Kusum's assent or not. At times she wept, and at other times she remained silent. If I said, 'Let us drop it then,' she would become very restless. When things were in this state, I sent Sripati to you with the proposal of marriage. You consented without a moment's hesitation. Everything was settled. Shortly before the day fixed, Kusum became so obstinate that I had the greatest difficulty in bringing her round again. 'Do not let it drop, uncle,' she said to me constantly. 'What do you mean, you silly child?' I rebuked her. 'How can we back out now, when everything has been settled?' 'Spread a rumor that I am dead,' she implored. 'Send me away somewhere.' 'What would happen to the young man then?' said I. 'He is now in the seventh heaven of delight, expecting that his long-cherished desire would be fulfilled tomorrow. And today you want me to send him the news of your death. The result would be that tomorrow I should have to bear the news of his death to you, and the same evening your death would be reported to me. Do you imagine, child, that I am capable of committing a girl murder and a Brahmin murder at my age?' Eventually, the happy marriage was celebrated at the auspicious moment, and I felt relieved of a burdensome duty which I owed to myself. What happened afterwards, you know best. Couldn't you stop after having done us an irreparable injury?" burst out Hemanta after a short silence. "Why have you told the secret now?" With the utmost composure, Pyari Shankar replied, "When I saw that all arrangements had been made for the wedding of your sister, I said to myself, 'Well, I have fouled the caste of one Brahmin, but that was only from a sense of duty. Here another Brahmin's caste is imperiled, and this time it is my plain duty to prevent it.' So I wrote to them, saying that I was in a position to prove that you had taken the daughter of a Sudra to wife." Controlling himself with a gigantic effort, Hemanta said, "What will become of this girl whom I shall abandon now? Would you give her food and shelter?" I have done what was mine to do, replied Pyari Shankar calmly. It is no part of my duty to look after the discarded wives of other people. Anybody there? Get a glass of coconut milk for Himanta Babu with ice in it. And some palm too. Himanta rose and took his departure without wanting for this luxurious hospitality. Chapter 4. It was the 5th night of the waning of the moon. All the night was dark. No birds were singing. The lychee tree by the tank looked like a smudge of ink on a background a shade less deep. The south wind was blindly roaming about in the darkness like a sleepwalker. The stars in the sky with vigilant, unblinking eyes were trying to penetrate the darkness in their effort to fathom some profound mystery. No light shone in the bedroom. Himanta was sitting on the side of the bed next to the open window, gazing at the darkness in front of him. Kusum lay on the floor, clasping her husband's feet with both her arms, and her face resting on them. Time stood like an ocean hushed into stillness on the background of the eternal night. Fate seemed to have painted this one single picture for all time. Annihilation on every side, the judge in the center of it, and the guilty one at his feet. The sound of the slippers was heard again, approaching the door. Harihar Mukherjee said, "You have had enough time. I cannot allow you more. Turn the girl out of the house." Kusum, as she heard this, embraced her husband's feet with all the ardor of a lifetime, covered them with kisses, and touching her forehead to them reverentially, withdrew herself. Hemanta rose, and walking to the door, said, "Father, I won't forsake my wife." "What?" roared out Harihar. "Would you lose your caste, sir?" "I don't care for caste," was Hemanta's calm reply. "Then you too." "I renounce." End of section 12.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.
Section 13 of The Hungry Stones and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doc Stull. The Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C.F. Andrews. The Kabuliwala. My 5-year-old daughter Minnie cannot live without chattering. I really believe that in all her life she has not wasted a minute of silence. Her mother is often vexed at this, and would stop her prattle, but I would not. To see Minnie quiet is unnatural, and I cannot bear it long. And so my own talk with her is always lively. One morning, for instance, when I was in the middle of the 17th chapter of my new novel, my little Minnie stole into the room, and putting her hand into mine said, "Father, Ramdial, the doorkeeper, calls a crow a crew. He doesn't know anything, does he?" Before I could explain to her the differences of language in this world, she was embarked on the full tide of another subject. "What do you think, Father? Bola says there is an elephant in the clouds, blowing water out of his trunk, and that is why it rains." And then, darting off anew, while I sat still making ready some reply to this last saying, "Father, what relation is Mother to you?" "My dear little sister-in-law," I murmured involuntarily to myself, but with a grave face contrived to answer, "Go and play with Bola, Minnie. I am busy." The window of my room overlooks the road. The child had seated herself at my feet near my table, and was playing softly, drumming on her knees. I was hard at work on my 17th chapter, where Pratap Singh, the hero, had just caught Kanchanlatha, the heroine, in his arm, and was about to escape with her by the 3rd-story window of the castle, when all of a sudden Minnie left her play and ran to the window crying, "A Kabuliwala! A Kabuliwala!" Sure enough, in the street below was a Kabuliwala, passing slowly along. He wore the loose soiled clothing of his people, with a tall turban,
There was a bag on his back, and he carried boxes of grapes in his hand. I cannot tell what were my daughter's feelings at the sight of this man, but she began to call him loudly. Ah, I thought, he will come in, and my 17th chapter will never be finished. At which exact moment the Cabuliwallah turned and looked up at the child. When she saw this, overcome by terror, she fled to her mother's protection and disappeared. She had a blind belief that inside the bag, which the big man carried, there were perhaps 2 or 3 other children like herself. The peddler, meanwhile, entered my doorway and greeted me with a smiling face. So precarious was the position of my hero and my heroine that my first impulse was to stop and buy something, since the man had been called. I made some small purchases, and a conversation began about Abdurrahman, the Russians, the English, and the frontier policy. As he was about to leave, he asked, "Where's the little girl, sir?" And I, thinking that Minnie must get rid of her false fear, had her brought out. She stood by my chair and looked at the Cabuliwallah and his bag. He offered her nuts and raisins, but she would not be tempted, and only clung the closer to me, with all her doubts increased. This was their first meeting. One morning, however, not many days later, as I was leaving the house, I was startled to find Minnie seated on a bench near the door, laughing and talking, with the great Cabuliwallah at her feet. In all her life, it appeared, my small daughter had never found so patient a listener save her father. And already the corner of her little sari was stuffed with almonds and raisins, the gift of her visitor. "Why did you give her those?" I said, and taking out an 8 anna bit, I handed it to him. The man accepted the money without demur, and slipped it into his pocket. Alas, on my return an hour later, I found the unfortunate coin had made twice its own worth of trouble, for the Cabuliwallah had given it to Minnie, and her mother, catching sight of the brown round object, had pounced on the child with, "Where did you get that 8 anna bit?" "The Cabuliwallah gave it to me," said Minnie cheerfully. "The Cabuliwallah gave it to you," cried her mother, much shocked. "Oh, Minnie, how could you take it from him?" I, entering at the moment, saved her from impending disaster, and proceeded to make my own inquiries. It was not the first or second time, I found, that the two had met. The Cabuliwallah had overcome the child's first terror by a judicious bribery of nuts and almonds, and the two were now great friends. They had many quaint jokes, which afforded them much amusement. Seated in front of him, looking down at his gigantic frame in all her tiny dignity, Minnie would ripple her face with laughter and begin, "Oh, Cabuliwallah, Cabuliwallah, what have you got in your bag?" And he would reply in the nasal accents of the mountaineer, "An elephant." Not much cause for merriment, perhaps, but how they both enjoyed the witticism. And for me this child's talk with a grown-up man had always in it something strangely fascinating. Then the Cabuliwallah, not to be behindhand, would take his turn. "Well, little one, and when are you going to the father-in-law's house?" Now most small Bengali maidens have heard long ago about the father-in-law's house, but we, being a little newfangled, had kept these things from our child, and Minnie at this question must have been a trifle bewildered. But she would not show it, and with ready tact replied, "Are you going there?" Amongst men of the Cabuliwallah's class, however, it is well known that the words father-in-law's house have double meaning. It is a euphemism for jail, the place where we are all well cared for at no expense to ourselves. In this sense, would the sturdy peddler take my daughter's question? "Ah," he would say, shaking his fist at an invisible policeman, "I will thrash my father-in-law." Hearing this, and picturing the poor, discomfited relative, Minnie would go off into peals of laughter, in which her formidable friend would join. These were autumn mornings, the very time of year when kings of old went forth to conquest, and I, never stirring from my little corner in Calcutta, would let my mind wander over the whole world. At the very name of another country, my heart would go out to it, and at the sight of a foreigner in the streets, I would fall to weaving a network of dreams. the mountains, the glens, and the forests of this distant home, with his cottage in its setting, and the free and independent life of far-away wilds. Perhaps the scenes of travel conjure themselves up before me, and pass and repass in my imagination all the more vividly, because I lead such a vegetable existence, that a call to travel would fall upon me like a thunderbolt. In the presence of this Cabuliwallah, I was immediately transported to the foot of an arid mountain peaks, with narrow little defiles twisting in and out amongst their towering heights. I would see the string of camels bearing the merchandise, and the company of turbaned merchants, carrying some of their queer old firearms, and some of their spears, journeying downward towards the plains. I could see, but at some such point Minnie's mother would intervene, imploring me to beware of that man. Minnie's mother is unfortunately a very timid lady. Whenever she hears a noise in the street, or sees people coming towards the house, she always jumps to the conclusion that they are either thieves, or drunkards, or snakes, or tigers, or malaria, or cockroaches, or caterpillars, or an English sailor. Even after all these years of experience, she is not able to overcome her terror. So she was full of doubts about the Cabuliwallah, and used to beg me to keep a watchful eye on him. I tried to laugh her fear gently away, but then she would turn round on me seriously and ask me solemn questions. Were the children never kidnapped? Was it then not true that there was slavery in Kabul? Was it so very absurd that this big man should be able to carry off a tiny child? I urged that, though not impossible, it was highly improbable. But this was not enough, and her dread persisted. As it was indefinite, however, it did not seem right to forbid the man the house, and the intimacy went on unchecked. Once a year, in the middle of January, Rahman, the Cabuliwallah, was in the habit of returning to his country, and as the time approached, he would be very busy going from house to house, collecting his debts. This year, however, he could always find time to come and see Minnie. It would have seemed to an outsider that there was some conspiracy between the two, for when he could not come in the morning, he would appear in the evening. Even to me it was a little startling now and then, in the corner of a dark room, suddenly to surprise this tall, loose-garmented, much-bebagged man. But when Minnie would run in smiling with her, "Oh, Cabuliwallah, Cabuliwallah," and the two friends, so far apart in age, would subside into their old laughter and their old jokes, I felt reassured. One morning, a few days before he had made up his mind to go, I was correcting my proof sheets in my study. It was chilly weather. Through the window the rays of the sun touched my feet, and the slight warmth was very welcome. It was almost 8 o'clock, and the early pedestrians were returning home, with their heads covered. All at once I heard an uproar in the street, and, looking out, saw Rahman being led away, bound between two policemen, and behind them a crowd of curious boys. There were blood-stains on the clothes of the Cabuliwallah, and one of the policemen carried a knife. Hurrying out, I stopped them, and inquired what it all meant. Partly from one, partly from another, I gathered that a certain neighbor had owed the peddler something for a Rampuri shawl, but had falsely denied having bought it, and that in the course of the quarrel, Rahman had struck him. Now, in the heat of his excitement, the prisoner began calling his enemy all sorts of names. But when suddenly in a veranda of my house appeared my little Minnie, with her usual exclamation, "O Cabuliwallah! O Cabuliwallah!" Rahman's face lighted up as he turned to her. He had no bag under his arm today, so she could not discuss the elephant with him. She at once, therefore, proceeded to the next question. "Are you going to the father-in-law's house?" Rahman laughed and said, "Just where am I going, little one?" Then, seeing that the reply did not amuse the child, he held up his fettered hands. "Ali," he said, "I would have thrashed that old father-in-law, but my hands are bound." On a charge of murderous assault, Rahman was sentenced to some years' imprisonment. Time passed away, and he was not remembered. The accustomed work and the accustomed place was ours, and the thought of the once free mountaineer spending his years in prison seldom or never occurred to us. Even my light-hearted Minnie, I am ashamed to say, forgot her old friend. New companions filled her life. As she grew older, she spent more of her time with girls. So much time, indeed, did she spend with them that she came no more, as she used to do, to her father's room. I was scarcely on speaking terms with her. Years had passed away. It was once more autumn, and we had made arrangements for our Minnie's marriage. It was to take place during the Puja holidays. With Durga returning to Kailash, the light of our home was also to depart to her husband's house, and leave her father's in the shadow. The morning was bright. After the rains, there was a sense of ablution in the air, and the sun rays looked like pure gold. So bright were they that they gave a beautiful radiance even to the sordid brick walls of our Calcutta lanes. Since early dawn today the wedding pipes had been sounding, and at each beat my own heart throbbed. The wail of the tune by Ravi seemed to intensify my pain at the approaching separation. My Minnie was to be married tonight. From early morning noise and bustle had pervaded the house. In the courtyard the canopy had to be slung on its bamboo poles. The chandeliers with their tinkling sound must be hung in each room and veranda. There was no end of hurry and excitement. I was sitting in my study, looking through the accounts, when someone entered, saluting respectfully, and stood before me. It was Rahman, the Kabuliwala. At first I did not recognize him. He had no bag, nor the long hair, nor the same vigor that he used to have. But he smiled, and I knew him again. "When did you come, Rahman?" I asked him. "Last evening," he said. "I was released from jail." The words struck harsh upon my ears. I had never before talked with one who had wounded his fellow, and my heart shrank within itself when I realized this, for I felt that the day would have been better omened had he not turned up. "There are ceremonies going on," I said, "and I am busy. Could you perhaps come another day?" At once he turned to go, but as he reached the door he hesitated and said, "May I not see the little one, sir, for a moment?" It was his belief that Minnie was still the same. He had pictured her running to him as he used to, calling, "Oh, Kabuliwala, Kabuliwala." He had imagined, too, that they would laugh and talk together, just as of old. In fact, in memory of former days, he had brought, carefully wrapped up in paper, a few almonds and raisins and grapes, obtained somehow from a countryman, for his own little fund was dispersed. I said again, "There is a ceremony in the house, and you will not be able to see anyone today." The man's face fell. He looked wistfully at me for a moment, said good morning, and went out. I felt a little sorry, and would have called him back, but I found he was returning of his own accord. He came close up to me, holding out his offerings, and said, "I brought these few things, sir, for the little one. Will you give them to her?" I took them and was going to pay him, but he caught my hand and said, "You are very kind, sir. Keep me in your recollection. Do not offer me money. You have a little girl. I too have one like her in my own home. I think of her, and bring fruits to your child, not to make a profit for myself." Saying this, he put his hand inside his big loose robe, and brought out a small and dirty piece of paper. With great care he unfolded this, and smoothed it out with both hands on my table. It bore the impression of a little hand. Not a photograph, not a drawing. The impression of an ink-smeared hand laid flat out on the paper. This touch of his own little daughter had always been on his heart, as he had come year after year to Calcutta to sell his wares in the streets. Tears came to my eyes. I forgot that he was a poor Kabuli fruit seller, while I was. But no, what was I more than he? He also was a father. That impression of the hand of his little Parbati in her distant mountain home reminded me of my own little Minnie. I sent for Minnie immediately from the inner apartment. Many difficulties were raised, but I would not listen. Clad in the little red silk of her wedding day, with the sandal paste on her forehead, and adorned as a young bride, Minnie came and stood bashfully before me. The Kabuliwala looked a little staggered at the apparition. He could not revive their old friendship. At last he smiled and said, "Little one, are you going to your father-in-law's house?" But Minnie now understood the meaning of the word father-in-law, and she could not reply to him as of old. She flushed up at the question, and stood before him with her bride-like face turned down. I remember the day when the Cabuliwallah and my Minnie had first met, and I felt sad. When she had gone, Rahman heaved a deep sigh and sat down on the floor. The idea had suddenly come to him that his daughter, too, must have grown in this long time, and that he would have to make friends with her anew. Assuredly, he would not find her as he used to know her. And besides, what might not have happened to her in these 8 years? The marriage pipes sounded, and the mild autumn sun streamed round us. But Rahman sat in the little Calcutta lane and saw before him the barren mountains of Afghanistan. I took out a banknote and gave it to him, saying, "Go back to your own daughter, Rahman, in your own country, and may the happiness of your meeting bring good fortune to my child." Having made this present, I had to curtail some of the festivities. I could not have the electric lights I had intended, nor the military band, and the ladies of the house were despondent at it. But to me the wedding feast was all the brighter for the thought that in a distant land a long-lost father met again with his only child. End of Section 13. Recording by Doc Stull, Arcata, California. End of Hungry Stones and Other Stories by Rabindranath Tagore. Translated by C. F. Andrews.
This audiobook is brought to you by Full Audiobooks. Please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon if you love audiobooks.